This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
You're wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Rafe, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
One game is very like another till the D6G reviews it, brother.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you the speed of a genetically enhanced super warrior whose secondary heart, Osmodula, Biscopia, and Hymastamen are working overtime. This edition is brought to you by Yorn N, who wants to give a shout out and a big thank you for an amazing year of gaming and hobbying to the other members of Team Stormbolter blog and gaming group. And I hope 2011 will be as good, if not better. Tonight, our panelists are, as always, Russ White Scars Wakeland and Rafe Grey Knights Granger. Let's begin. Issue number 1. Even before humans could genetically alter themselves, there's been a burning ethical battle over the ethics of this path. Items such as blurring species lines, violating God's laws, and possibly affecting the very definition of being human have spurred heated debate in the scientific community for many, many years. Question. In April of 1998, scientists Jeremy Rifkin and Stuart Newman applied for a patent for a fictitious creature to fuel debate and to draw attention to potential abuses on this issue. What was that creature called? A monk man. B, a human Z. C, the chimp man. Or D, the pryman. Orangutan Russ.
Going Prime Man for 100, Alex.
Rhesus Rafe.
I also vote Pryman.
Wrong! The answer, my friends, is B, the human Z. The case was thrown out on the grounds that it violated the 13th Amendment of banning slavery, but is currently being appealed. But then you two would both know that, wouldn't you? Because you've got one stored away for family reunions. Issue number 2!
What?
Deadliest Warriors, a television show in which historical or modern warriors and their weapons are tested to determine which of them is the deadliest. At the end of each show, there's a simulated battle based upon the data to determine which warrior has won the competition. One of the complaints about the show is the disparity often shown in the match, such as pirate versus knight, or Shaolin monk versus Maori warrior. Question. At the end of the first season, allowing that some of the matchups may have been unbalanced, the show brought back champions from both ancient and modern times to fight against each other. Who was the winner of the Ancients Championship Back for Blood? Alexander the Great Granger.
Ninjas.
William Wallace Wakeland.
I stopped watching when they never showed Pirate versus Ninja.
Both of you wrong. Although it was a hard-fought match, simulations breaking down to 527 wins to the victor versus 473 wins to the loser, the Spartan pulled it off against the samurai, edging out the Japanese icon through the use of his spear and actually attacking with his massive shield. The ninja was destroyed in round 1, I believe, by the same Spartan.
How'd the pirate do?
The pirate went against a knight. You tell me.
Well,
Pistol versus...
Exactly my
there
point.
There you go. Issue number 3. Resin is a secretion of many different types of plants. Although used for many different purposes by people, including varnishes, preservatives, and even food ingredients, scientists cannot reach a consensus as to why plants secrete resin themselves. However, in modeling, the term resin actually refers to an artificial substance that shares many of the properties of the naturally occurring substance, but does not, in fact, come from a tree. Question. What type of acrylic resin, when cast, turns transparent, ideal for special effects, flames, collector's items, etc.? Rosin Russ.
White.
Polyresin Rafe.
That stuff that traps in
Wrong! Come on,
mosquitoes
guys.
from dinosaurs.
We had the Resin King on the show this episode. You didn't do the slightest research. It's simple. It's just methacrylate by gum. You guys are embarrassing.
By gum. Nice pun.
Issue number 4. Thank you. The term catching lightning in a bottle is well known in America, but less so around the world. It is usually used to denote when someone has captured something amazing or powerful and harnessed it to their own purpose, often with undercurrents of luck or good chance. Although the root of the phrase is lost in time, it is often attributed to Leo DeRocher, a baseball player and then manager of the Dodgers in the 1940s. Question. What other possible world historical figure could be referred to when the phrase catching lightning in a bottle is bandied about? Gauss's Law Granger.
I got this one. The D6 generation.
Ward Leonard Control Wakeland.
You can go either Benjamin Franklin or Tesla.
No!
Choice.
Tesla.
Yeah, close.
Ben Franklin. You fool, not you fool. You. Good job, you. Fool, you. When Ben was flying his kite into the thunderstorm, it was in an effort to catch the lightning in something called a Leyden jar,
Right.
an early form of capacitor. Wakeland, good job, you scholar of the Founding Fathers, you. That's all we've got for tonight. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by Myriad Games, the official friendly professional gaming store of the D6 Generation. And by Battle Foam, making custom trays to keep your army safe. BattleFoam.com. And by Lone Wolf Development, makers of great software for any type of gamer, miniatures, RPGs, collectible card gamers, and more. Wolflair.com. And by The War Store, bringing war to your door for a decade or more. The War Store features the best prices on the net at thewarstore.com. Hello!
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
And welcome to episode 71 of the D6 Generation.
That just sounds odd. It is odd.
I thought it was
really.
72, really. I'm not joking.
71.
71.
I'm Russ
71,
Wakeland.
No. I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger.
And Happy New Year, everyone! Woo!
Happy New Year, should old acquaintance be forgot? Good Bobby Burns.
All right. What are we going to talk about in today's show, guys?
Oh, today's show is a biggie.
It is going to be long, so you better strap yourself in.
That's right.
Strap it
or
on, as I
on.
used to say.
You know, that's right. Whatever you got to do.
Let's see. We've got Deathwatch
We
on
got
the
it.
horizon, right?
We got a couple things that are a long time coming.
Right. First of all, Deathwatch. We are
Deathwatch.
we actually played the RPG. Ross will be excited to hear that.
Yay, he will. And by the way, that was a joke when I said stop emailing me, Ross. You can email me again, buddy. It's okay.
And so we're going to talk about that. That's actually second, but first in the show, after all this achievement stuff, we're going to be talking with someone who builds lots of boats.
That's right. Someone who I refer to as the king of all resin.
Right.
Neil Fawcett from Spartan Games.
Mr.
The man
Spartan Games
behind
himself.
the naval games.
Right. So if you want to know more about how Spartan Games works and what's it like to run a company like that, stay tuned.
What's coming up?
Right, exactly.
And not to be confused with Craig saying naval gazing.
Exactly.
It's the man behind the naval games.
Yes.
That was a great interview.
Big fan of naval games, not a big fan of naval gazing. That's me.
Well, to watch your boats on the table, you have to do what? Naval gaze. All right. Moving on.
Spelled differently. Moving on.
So, we're going to go right to contests, because
yes, we are.
we have had some contests going on. In fact, we owe you guys the results of a contest now for a couple episodes ago.
Couple episodes, yes. We have been remiss.
So, Craig, what is the current contest we're running right now?
Well, the contest we are currently running is for a slew of Mantic models,
Right.
both dwarves and ghouls.
Mm-hmm.
And what we asked for was a pithy, short dwarf or undead ghoul quote, and we're looking for the funnier the better.
Right. And when we say currently running, we mean ended about a month ago.
That's true.
Right. So now we didn't get very many entries, but we got some good
We
entries.
did not.
So we're kind of excited.
We did.
So we're going to play all, 6, Craig, entries we got?
It's 6. Yep.
6 audio entries right here on the show for you to review with us, and we have not discussed amongst ourselves yet which
No,
we think
haven't
is
heard of
best.
Nope.
So we're going to listen to them live on the air with you, our listeners, right now, and we're going to make a decision. And if we all pick the same one, great. And if we all get into a fight, we will roll a die to figure out who the winner is going to be of the 3 we like, right?
You bet.
Okay, so here is entry number 1. Here we go.
Ready.
All right, it's a spooky end, so here it goes. So, what are we eating today, Gorfunk? Tastes like elves. Elves? Ah, the other white meat.
All right, so there's
That's
that one.
disturbing.
I like that one. I couldn't tell if that was the ghouls eating the elves or perhaps dwarves eating the elves. Not really sure.
That's true.
not entirely sure with who's eating what there, but I like.
But when you're talking elves, it could be either. Really.
Right, who doesn't like a good little taste of elf? now and
Elf
then?
shank.
Right. Okay, what's up next?
Hello, lads. My name is Gory Ironfist. After a long day of killing trolls and murdering goblins, there's nothing I like more than a bottle of Bugman's extra strong ale. Available in Bugman's breweries all over the old world.
Here's eating you, kid.
All right. Actually, there were two in there. Someone snuck
I was
by.
going to say, that didn't sound like the happy-go-lucky dwarf from the earlier one.
The only problem with the dwarf one, I liked it. Accent was great, but it might be the wrong universe, don't you think?
I don't think we specified universe.
Did we say it? We didn't say it was.
liked it.
We didn't say it was Mantic. It could be any dwarf.
He did slip in an advertisement in there. But
All right. And then the second one was. Let me think. Yes.
Third one, you mean?
Yeah. What was it about? I want to back up a little bit here. No, it's the growly guy who says, "I like it." So yeah, that was it. Very short. So short.
And that, again, that could be a dwarf or a ghoul.
It does qualify as pithy, though. We'll give him that.
That is very pithy.
All right. Let's see what's next.
My name is Hilda Doolittle. I was once a celebrated poet, founder of imagism, and an early champion of the feminist and gay rights spirits. I died September 27th, 1961, but I have risen from the grave to defend my legacy against shameful and humiliating appropriation. In life I was known as Hilda Doolittle, and I became famous under the nom de plume HD. It has come to my undead attention that a certain Rafe Granger uses these same initials as a pseudonym. It worries me greatly that he might be trying to create an intertextual relationship between my groundbreaking avant-garde poetry and his blithering gaming podcast. I therefore call down a curse upon the world. Whirl up sea, whirl your pointed pines, splash your great pines on our rocks, hurl your green over us, cover us in your pools of fur.
Okay.
I could not hear a thing, but the echo effect was very cool.
That was awesome.
Her name is Hilda Doolittle.
Right.
But in life, her name was Hilda Doolittle.
Right.
And she did avant-garde poetry under the nom de plume of HD.
Exactly.
Since she came back to life, she's realized that there's some blithering idiot doing a podcast that calls himself HD.
Right.
And she's afraid that he's trying to establish an intertextual relationship with her.
Right.
I like it.
So that's an interesting contest entry. I really liked it, but did it meet our criteria of something a ghoul or a dwarf would say? I guess it's a ghoul, right?
It is a ghoul.
It was very well done.
Because it was all echoey, like she was in a crypt.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay,
And drippy and ghouly and icky.
Let's see what our next entry is. Ready? Here we go. Any minute
What
now.
was that?
I don't know. That was the end of the ghoul, I think.
Oh, okay.
Here comes another one.
Hello, D6G. This is Ian Travis calling from Nova Scotia, Canada. Now, I believe that you are looking for some dwarf and some ghoul quotes. Now, by strange coincidence, I actually met some ghouls just last week, and I heard one of them say, "Eat the carrion flesh and carve the bones into dice for our gaming." Sorry, I got carried away. I feel much better now. Keep up good work with the show. Thanks a lot.
Oh.
I like that one.
They do have
dwarf accent.
They do have lots of ghouls in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I think there was a ghoul, not a dwarf there, Rafe.
No,
That's
I know,
what
but
you're saying.
I thought he was going to do both.
Oh, yeah. Well, the dwarf didn't make the cut. Maybe he got eaten by the ghoul. I don't know. All right, let's see what the next one is here.
Yeah.
Ho, the colonies! Good evening, D6G. I have here my entrance to your most recent competition. And if you will excuse me, I must get into character. Right, see, we've got to speak proper for this endeavour. Right, here goes. By my wife's beard, I should be dead for that remark. I am not going bald. Well, I thank you for your time. Good luck in your deliberations, D6G. This is England, signing off.
Did he just do an American accent?
No,
no.
No, I don't think so. He sounded a lot like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit to me.
Okay,
there.
all right. I think the playback through the speakers through my headphones distorts the sound a little bit.
It must.
Could be your ears. So, what do we think about the entries there? Those were all of our entries. So,
I have my vote.
Rafe, which one's your favorite?
I want you to tell me who you think I'm going to vote for first.
No, just pick one. Well, I think you're going to vote for the one that mentioned your name.
Exactly. Nope.
Yeah.
I pick Although I did like that. I picked Nova Scotia.
Okay.
Nova Scotia. Okay. Craig, what did you
I'll
pick?
tell you why. I
go
could
ahead.
hear it. And it was, I thought that was a very good rendition of a ghoul, and it was related to gaming because of the dice.
Yeah, okay.
I think I kind of like that one, too. What do you think, Craig?
I'm going to go with Hilda Goolittle.
Yeah, I liked Hilda.
I like that one.
Yeah, she was a close
it's
second.
a tough call. I can't decide between Hilda and Nova Scotia.
Well, then you're going to be the either you pick a third one, or you're the tiebreaker, and we don't have to roll a die.
It's between those two, and I think you should roll a die between those two. Because I can't decide.
So you can't decide, huh?
Between those two, I think you're both equally excellent.
I think you're wimping out, and you need to decide.
No, I can't. They're both really good. I can't decide.
I liked them both, too. I did
You're
like them
wimping
both.
out.
No, I think we should
And
let the dice.
I like the dwarf not going bald also, but...
Yeah, I did like that one, too. But I think let's go ahead between the Nova Scotia and Hilda Doolittle.
Okay, Hilda Goolittle. And
Roll the dice.
Hilda Goolittle needs a 1, 2, or a 3.
Okay.
Because that's the one I chose, and we all know how I roll dice.
Roll them bones, Craig.
Oh, see, I should have known. It's a 5.
So,
Ian Travis.
Nova Scotia's the winner. Ian Travis.
Sorry, Hilda.
So, Craig, do we have Ian's address, or should Ian send it in?
Ian should send it in.
So, Ian, send it in with the same email you submitted your entry with, and we'll be happy to send you out that Mantic prize pack of dwarves and other things.
Now, Ian, don't give us your address on the air, okay?
No.
We'll get off the air. You contact Pam and give her your address, all right?
Pam.
Pam?
Pam, our producer.
She's our producer in the studio.
Right. Right.
Somebody was watching The Office before we started recording.
I guess so. All right, so that's our contest. We'll be starting another contest next episode, so listen for that. I'm sure we'll dig something out of the prize
We will?
tub. Oh, we got plenty of prizes in the tub to give away. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, we do.
Good stuff. Now, we have an announcement. Before we get into achievements in gaming here, we have an announcement to make.
We do.
We've got a big event coming up at one of our favorite cons.
Yep.
So, Craig, what is that?
Our original con, really.
Right.
Or is it the Origin Con?
It's
Not
Origins.
to be confused
no.
with Origins.
No, it's not because we don't want to confuse it.
Yeah.
This is TempleCon, of course, we're hinting at.
Yep, TempleCon.
TempleCon, taking place in February. And what are we running there, Craig?
We are going to be running, well, you could probably guess it. It's the new hotness Dystopain Wars event.
Right.
We have a 4-hour block of time in which we can twist time and history and throw steam-powered monstrosities all over the board.
Right. 5 to 8, I believe we're running it from.
So it's a 3-hour.
Right. 3-hour tour.
3 hours, sir.
A 3-hour tour. That's a 3-hour
yes.
tour.
I hope the weather doesn't start getting rough.
No, it won't.
As our tiny ships will be tossed.
Exactly. So
Not for the courage of our tiny little crews.
That's right.
And here's the
ships
real
will be lost.
Here's the real zinger. I won't be playing Le Havre or Agricola. I'll be playing Dystopain Wars.
I know. How exciting is that?
Right?
So-
if you don't need any other unsolicited testimonials to get you in there, Rafe Granger has thrown his hat into the ring for a naval game.
I will be pushing models around. I won't just be standing around like a wallflower.
Right.
Well, you'll be dictating to other people.
Correct.
What they'll be
I will be actively participating.
yelling
Right.
in character too.
So that's happening on Saturday. Be sure to go to TempleCon's website and sign up.
Yeah,
for
sign
the
up
event.
now because spaces are going fast.
Space is limited. So good stuff.
Space is limited.
Now we have another small announcement to make. We are going to start releasing some brand new D6G content in a whole new format.
Oh, I've been so excited about this.
So, Rafe, what do you think of this? What's this all about?
Well, I'm excited. And what the three of us were talking about is there were so many times that we'd be on the air, and believe it or not,
even with a 4-hour episode,
more we wanted to talk about before I passed out.
Right.
And so we've been thinking for a long time on an opportunity to get that to you in a pretty unique and innovative way. Craig, what do you think?
I think it is an innovative way.
And what are we going to call this thing, Craig? Do you remember what our plan is?
No.
We're going to call it the D6G, the Lost...
the Lost Chapter.
The Lost Chapters, that's the one.
Yes,
Yep.
the Lost
You see, we thought this through very carefully.
Sorry.
The Lost
I'm trying to
Chapters.
multitask here.
The Lost Chapters.
The Lost Chapters. And so what's going to happen is these are going to be very special bonus content that will actually not be free. That's right.
No,
So
it won't.
the main ep show, the 4-hour show, is totally free. The bonus Lost Chapters, which will be sold as audiobooks, will run from 30 minutes to an hour, and they will cost 99 cents.
That's right. But I want us to be upfront about this.
Right.
They are not going to be core elements of the show. We're not going to be creating an elitist second group where we'll be referring to it but not telling you what it is on the podcast all the time. It's just going to be extra stuff for those of you who want a little fix between episodes. We are not establishing a class system where you got to pay your 99 cents an item,
No. This is just bonus stuff, and we figured we could do bonus stuff with more time, but we just need just a little ways. If you're really hardcore like the D6G and it was between weeks, you wish there was more show, you can pay 99 cents and get a little more show. And this is the only place on the planet where you can pay more for less.
That's right.
That's right. The free show is more, and the pay show is actually less.
That's right. Yes. We are pioneering this business model.
Right. This has never been attempted. This is another, hopefully not too horrible. Hopefully this will fail not to suck. Or no, we'll not suck.
I have to say that I feel really excited about it because the three of us made that commitment that we just said. There's never going to be a time that we're going to say, oh, we're not going to talk about that in the main show. That's for the bonus. No. That's not what this is about. This is about different segments. Could be interviews that we get that we just never seem to get around to, or people email us lots of different interesting questions that we think, oh, that would make a great segment. But just due to the interviews we have or the games that come out that we want to get to you guys that we can't get to.
Right.
Or it's not a full segment for the show.
Or it's not a full segment, right. So one bonus episode could be 3 15-minute segments. We don't know yet. It's still in.
Right.
Or we have lots of creative ideas that we're not sure how it would fly, and we're not sure it would make a full segment on the show. So, it's going to be like a test bed also.
Think of it like a little test lab, right? And if ideas do well in the test lab, then maybe they'll become full segments in the show. Think of it more that way. It's almost like a preview of what kind of things we're doing. So
you guys could be part of helping craft the D6 generation's future.
So we don't know what this is going to be exactly, and we're not going to say what's going to be in these things. They're just going to be little bonus episode things you can get. So keep an eye on the webpage, the d6generation.com, and it'll be released in the off weeks of the show. So a week after this comes out, keep an eye on that second week because that'll probably be when the first one goes up, and it'll have explain everything you need to do to try out this new thing. So we'll see if it works.
Exactly.
The Lost Chapters. The D6G Lost Chapters.
The Lost Chapters. It's very Indiana Jones-esque, don't you think?
All right. So that's all about that. But it's time.
Which is coincidental because I got a satchel for Christmas.
Ooh, neat.
Wait a minute. Do we get to say the other thing, which I think is good for both listeners and our sponsors, or no?
What other thing?
You know, how we've changed that format?
Oh, well, did you want to take up time?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess we can talk about this, too. So you may have...
I do, because I do think it's been on our minds, and it's something we want to do, and I think it's good for the listener.
Okay. Well, one of our goals was to help. We're just changing how the sponsors are presented in the show. So instead of having us take up space in achievements in gaming, right, with talking about our sponsors, we've instead moved the kind of stuff we discussed into ads later in the show. So you'll hear that new format in this very episode. So you won't have to hear us talking about the sponsors for consecutively, one sponsor after another in the intro of the show anymore. They'll now be spread out throughout the show, so it's a little easier to digest all that instead of having it all at once.
Yep. And they'll be done fresh for each episode. So those of you who are really upset about the quality and or consistency of those ads, not a problem anymore.
There will be no longer any ads that are reflecting a product that was launched over a year ago.
Right. They're not canned. We're going to be doing them live.
Right.
And what I like about that, too, is this is the typical win-win-win. It's good for us, keeps us fresh, keeps us interested, keeps the listeners interested, and it's good for our sponsors because they get a chance to tell what the very newest thing out that they have.
Right. So let us know what you think of the new format starting this episode.
That's right.
And now I think it's finally time for Achievements in Gaming.
That stinks.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, you're just switching it up over there, huh, Russ?
We have to switch it up because unfortunately, remember, we didn't talk about where we all are.
No, we should keep this a secret.
Okay, well.
That's my vote.
Okay. I missed my achievement noise. Oh, there it is. There it goes. So, Craig, whose Achievements in Gaming brought to us by today?
Well, Russ, Achievements in Gaming today is brought to us by The Warpath Forums. Present Animosity 5, a free online Warhammer campaign set in war-torn Estalia. Part campaign, part RPG. Join one of 8 factions and help your friends to victory. Use diplomacy, strategy, special projects, fortifications, local figureheads, and more. Any battle counts against any opponent. Animosity starts January 10th. Visit animositycampaigns.com to get involved.
Ooh, nice one.
That
cool.
that hesitation was because I was about to include the HTTP and pull a Rafe and get yelled at. So
don't do that. Don't be a Granger.
No.
Okay, so what have you been playing lately, Craig?
Well, I've been playing lots of Dystopain Wars.
Hey.
And hello. And we have been playing multiple games, playtesting a lot of different XCAM missions, and we're playtesting the recon level missions right now. That would be the smaller missions. Mm-hmm. So you're seeing lots of cruiser and frigate action right now.
Nice.
But because it's Dystopain Wars, there's also lots of plane and bomber action.
So how big roughly are the recon games in terms of points?
The recon games start at 400, and most of them will be 400 unless somebody wants to spend additional points within the XCAM format to lower or raise them.
Now, how many models are in a 400-point fleet, roughly?
Well, in a 400, last night we played. There was a game we played, Escape to Base, which is a very non-linear mission, which was really cool. And it was the Prussians were trying to flee to their base, which was a giant. It was actually the Amera vacuum-formed island and harbor set working as a bunker, using the rules of the game as a bunker. And the Prussians were trying to get into the bunker, trying to get into the harbor. And the harbor has 2 giant turrets that can fire out as the Prussians are trying to get in. The Prussians had a squadron of 3 frigates, a squadron of 2 frigates, and one squadron of 2 cruisers. Because the people who are trying to escape into their base actually have fewer points.
Oh.
The new tweak is they have 300, and that doesn't add up to 300 because we tweaked it after the game. But they have 300, and the Pursuer has 400. Because they get points for anything they destroy, they also get points for anything of theirs that escapes into the harbor.
Nice. Look at you, the asymmetric missions. What do people think of it? Did it go over well?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear.
It went over
last night, right?
Yeah, we played it last night. It was Brian versus Chris. And Chris played my FSA, and he had a battleship and a squadron of 2 cruisers, and he had a squadron of 2 bombers.
Nice.
And the way it starts, you have to start with half of your fleet in the back corners trying to chase the enemy fleet into their harbor. And then you can have the other half broken up into squadrons can come on basically halfway along the board in turn 2. Another tweak to the mission was because Chris very smartly chose his battleship to come flanking in the middle, so it just it immediately came in and started shooting at range band 2.
Nice.
With its full broadside and just basically blew the crap out of cruisers, and that was pretty much the end. Mm-hmm. So we tweaked that so if you can only take in a recon mission, you cannot take any massive models, and you can only take 0 to 1 large models.
Oh, okay.
And you don't have any Commodores. The whole point is these are supposed to be small, agile forces that are out there scouting the area.
Makes sense.
So the battleship in the new scenario would have to start in the back of the board trying to chase. But the FSA is awesome for this because you get those kinetic generators that throw your ships forward, which is awesome. And Brian played the Prussians, and the game is not. It's like if you love just running at each other and slamming in the middle of the board, you're not going to really enjoy a mission like that because, especially if you're the pursuit person, because you're trying to get away into your base, your main choices are going to be tactical choices about how do you minimize the damage and how do you try to slow the other guy down so that you can get the most points of yours back into the harbor as possible.
Right.
And meanwhile, if you're the guy pursuing, then you're trying to, take out the fast boats before they can get away. And so it's a lot more about choices than about just trying to throw damage at each other.
That sounds cool, though.
And Brian I think he loved the game. He liked the system and everything. I don't think a non-linear game like this is great for your first game.
Yeah.
Because he was a little frustrated. But as we talked to him, because you don't feel like you're doing very well when your ships are dying and you're only getting little ships into your harbor. Yeah. What you've got to figure is you're getting victory points for every little ship that goes into your harbor.
Right.
So Brian felt like he got decimated because he lost 2 frigates and 2 cruisers.
Okay.
But when you factored in the fact that he got 3 frigates into the harbor and he had brought one of the enemy cruisers down to 50%, the difference in points ended up only being like 50 points difference.
Right. Yeah, those are tricky missions for new players to introduce to the game, but it's an awesome one for veterans who tried something new.
Yeah. So it was a blast. We tweaked it a little bit, and then we did post it on the Spartan Games forums today.
Cool.
So it is up there. Yeah. You just have to search 2 homegrown missions. The original poster would be one Russ Wakeland.
Oh, yes, I remember that thread.
Yeah, that's the thread that
right.
particular conversation is in. So, so that's some of the many things we did. Oh, and we played a little game of Deathwatch.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yes, we will.
So it was fun, though.
It was fun.
I had a good time.
So is that
Where did those islands come from that you made, Craig? Or are you going to save that for modeling?
That's modeling.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
What have you been doing?
Ahead of myself.
What have you been doing, Granger? Yeah. What have you been playing for games?
I played with Breakfast Gaming Club. I played Agricola with the Goodies expansion, and that was with Dave Farr, Matt Alex, Andy. Somehow I felt bad for him. I invited him 2 times in a row.
So now does the Goodies finally add the meeples?
The Goodies is what you would want if you liked Agricola to be. So, yes, the Goodies expansion you get from memory. You get stickers to add to your wooden meeples that come with your game.
Oh, finally.
So you get these really nice full-color round stickers on your farmer tokens. You get sheep that look like sheep, boar that look like boar.
Nice.
Cows that look like cows. And your veggie meeples, you've got pumpkins for vegetables. I forget what the wheat marker looks like. Looks like little wheat stalks, I think. You get little wood piles. You get little rock piles.
Wow!
You know, so you're
it finally finishes
the item.
So it fixes the graphic design issues. What about
fixes the graphic? Although it was hilarious because everybody was taking pot shots at you and you weren't there. It was hilarious.
That's okay. Hey, speaking of,
you weren't invited because you don't like the game.
No. Speaking of Agricola,
everybody's like, I don't know, man. I need clay, and it looks like little clay bricks, but I can't tell what I need.
Now, if you check out, Nicole just gave me her word of the day calendar, and she reminded her of you.
Oh, okay.
Because the word of the day for January 5th, 2011, is agrarian.
Wow.
Agrarian. Of or relating to fields or lands or their tenure. And number 2, of or relating to farmers or farming interests.
Very
That's
nice.
Me, and I'm an agrarian.
And here's the example sentence.
Oh, go ahead. And the other thing the Goodies Bag comes with is you get 5 player mats. Now, I thought they were going to be 5 winter, 5 spring, 5 fall, and 5 whatever. Green grass, spring. They're not. You get 1 winter, 1 fall, 1 spring, 1 whatever I missed, summer. Oh, and a Mars one, Russ.
Mars. So
Mars. And the player boards have the icons drawn in for where you put your wood, where you put your wheat, where you put your food.
Good, that's fine. Oh, they finally fixed it. Yep. Now, how much does it cost to fix the game? I mean, add this expansion.
I don't know because again, it's it's the deal where I just walk in and I have money that I pay monthly for my membership. My silver membership, whatever I have.
Right.
So I just walk in and I get it. So I think it's $44 or.
Why is there a Mars mat?
Oh, well, the reason why there's a Mars mat is it also comes with some additional decks, and we have played with one of those, and it's a spoof, and there's an alien deck. And anytime anybody visits the quarry, you pull a card from the alien deck, and it has little Martians and stuff on them. And the alien deck is not your hand of cards. Your alien deck can get played as another action space. Like one was like a rocket ship. It was an action space. So if you took your farmer and went to the rocket ship and you donated, I'm making this up, 2 stone, 1 coal, 1 wood, blah, 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 a bunch of resources, your rocket ship would go into space and you'd get 5 victory points or something like that.
Wow.
Bizarre.
So now, hey, wait, but can they make a crop circle and ruin one of your fields?
Yeah, there was a card. I didn't read all the cards, but there was some cards with some crop circles on them.
Now we're talking. So you got your sci-fi in there.
Craig looked all like orky. Like it was made by an orc.
Now, is the rocket ship wooden, or is it made? Is it a cardboard thing, or?
That's a good question. I can't remember, but it had all these like big bolts, like big plates had been screwed into it, and bolted into it.
Well, that's kind of neat.
And the Martian looks like a little orc with like a Martian hat on or something like that.
So it really captures the farming theme there.
It really did. Well, see, they're able to poke fun of themselves.
Right? It looks great.
Are they poking fun at themselves, or are they poking fun at Russ?
They're poking fun at me.
Russ, I think. But actually, visually,
You've made it to the big time.
You know what, though? What I am excited about is they actually fixed everything I brought up with the graphic design, right? They added stickers, which, by the way, you stated categorically in that episode you'd never add stickers to your wood.
Oh, no, it's totally awesome.
See? Stickers make it better, and the shapes make it better, and everything makes it better.
And not in a way busting on you. When all the stickers are out there and all the farmers are out there and all the little wooden animeeples, it really looks sweet.
Yeah, because when it comes in the original box, it looks like a bunch of squares and...
Well, I still like that. It's very minimalistic. But...
Yeah, minimalistic's a word I would use. But anyway, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It sounds like you guys had a great time.
Yeah.
You got a good crew
I can tell you this, whatever the price was for the Goody expansion, I felt it was worth every penny.
Good. All right, cool.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then I also played, Dave brought out an oldie but a goodie, Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
That is an oldie.
Craig, you ever played Puerto Rico?
There's a definition of goodie I haven't used lately.
Yeah.
I'll let Craig hammer you on Puerto Rico because I've already taken me to task on Agricola. I have played Puerto Rico.
What do you think?
I like the problems I have with Agricola are more graphic design. I think Puerto Rico is a fine game in graphic design and everything. It's just it feels dry to me, but I like it.
Yes, that's what I think.
It's just dry.
I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, it's just dry.
No, it's so 2010.
It's so 3 days ago.
If it was made in 2007, really,
it's older
graphically,
than that. Yeah.
It was boring. I'm sure it's a great game in its day, but I didn't. Dave loved it, and everyone else thought it was a blast.
It's like one of the number. It's like the number one game on Board Game Geek. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it does.
how come whenever I complain about Agricola, they say the same thing? It's
Brian
number
Hurd
one on
said
Board
that.
Game Geek.
He was like, "Hey, we just played the number one and number two game in Board Game Geek, so that was pretty cool."
And those are 3 hours of your life you'll never get back. Sorry, that was not following our no hate policy.
About 3 hours of never getting your life back. I want to hear about Code 777. Loved talking to the creators of the game, but I don't like math games.
Well, let me go through my little thing here. Okay, so first, what have I been playing? I played. I didn't give you achievements, right? Here's a couple of achievements for your Breakfast Gaming Club, and good on you for starting a new crew. That's awesome. All right, so first,
the same old crew, just Andy.
Well, no, but I mean, you have a new event. You have the Breakfast Gaming Club still going, even though you had.
Oh, and everybody, Emmy is very safe.
Good. That's good to hear.
She was very safe. There was no injuries to any child.
No, good. No children were harmed in the gaming of
no
Agricola.
children were harmed during Breakfast Gaming.
All right. So I played Fitz again with my family actually over Christmas break there, that is the one. It's like Tetris. It's called. Fitz stands for fill in the spaces, and what it looks like is it comes with. It's got 4 of these little plastic, almost like troughs.
I have bad news for you guys.
What's that?
Puerto Rico is number 2, and Agricola is number 3.
What's number 1?
Twilight Struggle is number 1.
Oh, Twilight Struggle's climbed to the top.
Yeah.
All right.
Breaking
and
news.
Puerto Rico should feel old. It was done in 2002.
Right. Older.
It's so 2002.
Well, there you go.
So Fitz is by it's Reiner Knizia. It's really nice. It's got this nice, really great components, and it basically think about Tetris, right? So you got all these little plastic pieces, and they're all shaped like different Tetris shapes. And you put them on this little plastic slider thing, and it slides down, and you have to try to fill in and cover up this card that's under the clear plastic that holds the Tetris pieces. So you slide them down and try to cover up the card, and you're all playing at the same time, and you're drawing cards to tell you which piece to play. And as you slide the pieces down, you're trying to cover up all these little dots. And there's different levels. So on the first level, you're trying to fill in all the rows and cover as many dots as you can. And then you get score at the end of the round. And then you play it again, but you flip your card under your plastic over. And now it's got different things you're trying to cover. Like there's some dots have +3, some dots have -3. So any dot that's got a +3 showing through your Tetris grid at the end, that's bonus points. But anything that's got a minus showing is negative. That kind of stuff. It's really interesting. The kids love it. It's a very simple filler type game. But I like it. It's kind of fun. So I've enjoyed that. We played it a few times. We own a copy of that. I believe Dan gave us a copy as a housewarming gift once. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on my throat here today. Also played a couple games of Dystopain Wars. And I did post that thread over there in Spartan Games about that a while ago. It's good times. Dystopain Wars is awesome, and especially with scenarios. So we definitely need more scenarios for that. So we're working on those things to make that more interesting. Played also Alien Frontiers, with 3-player Alien Frontiers with Dave and Dan, not to be confused with Dan from Myriad Games, but our other friend Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the few times in a game that I actually allied with Dave to take out Dan. So Dave and I have played Alien Frontiers before. Dan never had. And so Dave and I were going along just fine. And all of a sudden, Dan started really, really, really getting ahead. And we looked at each other and we're like, we got to stop him. So we went to it, did the whole thing. We allied up. We got to the end of the game. And Dan was really cool because Dave and I had both beaten him down. And we were within 1 point of each other. And depending on what Dan did in the last turn, Dan couldn't win himself. But whatever he did could king make either me or Dave.
Huh.
And Dan chose but he had a third choice, which would make it end in Dave and I tying, and he made Dave and I tie. So I thought it was kind of nice of him to do that. So that was kind of nice. So thank you, Dan, for that. I'll give you an achievement for gentlemanly conduct.
Trying to come up with a name for that, but like conjugal kingmaking, but I can't think of one.
Of course, played Deathwatch. Now, I had an interesting question for you guys, because this came up when we were talking about the Warhammer Fantasy Battle RPG a while ago, and some of our listeners said, is one night sufficient? Because what we do a lot of times here is we don't have time for epic long RPG campaigns. I mean, I still play one semi-regularly with my D&D crew, although I haven't in a while because they've been all sucked into WoW again. But we play those regularly, but for the most part, we'll just do a one-off evening, right, of one particular game.
Yeah.
So we did a one-off in Dark Heresy, we did a one-off in Warhammer Fantasy Battle with Rafe, and we just did a one-off with Deathwatch. And one of those just said, well, you can't really pick on Warhammer Fantasy Battle because you only did one night, and one night's not really enough to evaluate an RPG.
I disagree.
Well,
me too.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on that? Would you think that's...
My thoughts are that we're discussing the mechanics of the game. And first of all, you've got to look at the environment in which we're doing it. So it's not like we're saying we're going to be experts on this game. What we are saying is that we're studying the book, or at least I can't speak for Rafe or anybody else, but when I do Deathwatch or I did the other two, I studied the book cover to cover. I looked through the whole thing, and is everybody there?
Yeah, we're here.
No, okay. So
we're letting you
so
wax.
Very quiet.
No, wax poetic, Craig. Take
I'm
it away.
wax poetic. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've got now. Am I making mistakes? Yes, and we found a lot of them when we did the role playing. We also have access to Ross, and so I got to email him, and I got some clarifications on that sort of thing. Am I going to be able to tell you this is the best game ever? No, but I'm going to tell you that I enjoyed it, or that I didn't, and why, and I think that's totally valid. We're not standing on a soapbox and saying, throw away your RPGs, you need to play this. Are we?
Right. No.
We are.
No.
No, what we're saying is we enjoyed it or we didn't, and we think other people are going to enjoy it based on our experience.
Right.
That's what I think.
So I think two things. I think we have to spill the beans that Craig is not in the same room with me today.
Oh,
which is why he didn't know if anybody was here. This episode's particularly interesting because achievements.
Wait! Russ, they might have thought he went blind for.
No, that's true. Craig is not blind.
Everybody go away.
Craig is, and in achievements in gaming, we're all separated. We're all remote. But then later in the show, we'll actually all be together.
That's right.
See if you can figure out which segment is which. All right. Well, I think here's my thoughts on this. I totally agree that I think the danger. There's two ways it can go. I think that if you think in one play session is probably enough to figure out if you don't care for an RPG system. Like, for example, when I played Warhammer Fantasy Battle, it's not that I think it's god-awful. It just isn't for me. I didn't leave that session thinking, I really can't wait to play this again. Mm-hmm. I left thinking, I'd rather play something else.
Yeah.
And if an RPG can't capture you in a session, then, it's failed, right? It's like a book. If you can't get into a book after the first two chapters, you're done, right? But I think what could happen is you could have what happened to Rafe with Warhammer Fantasy Battle, which is after one session, you think the whole thing is just the greatest thing ever, but the more you play it and the more you level up through it, you could realize, it breaks under these conditions, or it just gets fuzzy here. So I think the danger is more on the side of getting overly excited about an RPG that doesn't stand up with repeated plays as it is to criticize an RPG that really, if you only played it 10 more times, you'd realize it was awesome. Do you know what I mean? Like that's probably the danger. So, but anyway, but Craig's absolutely right. I think you got to. That's why we always are upfront about saying this is how much we played this game. Right. Because we want you to understand how much or how little experience we have with a thing before we give our opinions on it. So
that's what always confuses me when we get emails about that, and they're like, "You guys, tell us what you're playing." Hello, achievements.
Gaming, right?
We don't
Achievements
lie.
of gaming. Right. No, we don't
We're
leave
not
things out.
adding achievements, and we're not leaving anything out.
Right.
Yeah.
So achievement for that.
That was but that was before we go off the Deathwatch thing. I mean, I said this to Craig, and it comes across being said very proudly, but that was the best gaming session I've been in such a long time.
It was fun, and more about that
so
later.
Much fun. There was so much laughter, and we were all cracking jokes, and Russ and Dave had jetpacks, and they would sometimes fluff their rolls a little bit, and they would like trip over railings, and oh man, it was hilarious.
Jetpack humor. There's very little things you can't get funny out of it.
Jump packs and railings, really. That's all it takes.
All it takes. Now on to Code 777.
Yes.
So we've had this game from our friends at Stronghold Games for a while now, and I finally got a chance
By the way, we have another game from Stronghold Games.
we got it.
Right?
We
got it the day before Christmas, and it's been in my car, and I keep forgetting to give it to you when I see it.
Oh, is it Survive?
It is.
Oh, I can't wait. Okay, so anyway. Code 777. So had this game for a while, and it looks kind of like, when you look at it, the components remind me a little bit of like a game like Rummy Cub or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you got all these little nice plastic tiles with numbers on them. The numbers are different colors with different shapes behind them too, to help you with colorblind people. So there's like a pink 7 with a triangle behind it, and then maybe there's I can't remember what the colors are, but there's like a yellow 7 with a square behind it, that kind of thing. And what you do is, it actually plays nicely with two players. I was concerned because Nicole and I played it one night, and I was concerned that with two players, the basic premise of the game is you have this little rack that holds 3 of these numbered tiles, and you face the rack away from you, and you put 3 tiles facing away from you in the rack so that you can't see what's in your own rack, but you can see what's in the other players' racks at the table. Okay, so you know all the numbers everybody has except for your own numbers. And but with a 2-player game, you still set up 4 racks, which is kind of neat. So there's 2 racks that are being played by no one, and there are 2 racks that each your opponent have. So when you're looking out there, you're seeing 3 racks of information. You don't see your own, but you see the other 3. And again, each rack has three numbers on it. What makes the game interesting, and then you have these little notes of paper to keep track of information on as you try to figure things out. What makes the game interesting, though, is these little question cards. So you'll pick a question card, and it'll say something like, do you see more blue 6s or, black 5s? And I'm getting the colors wrong here. I don't remember what they are. But and you have to say, I see more, and I look. So this is me. So I picked a card. I'm looking out there, and I'm looking at Nicole's tokens there, and I'm looking at the other 2 ones as well. And I say, I see more blue 6s. Now, if she's looking back, and she knows what the 2 racks have, and she knows that one rack only has a blue 6 and the other rack has a black 5, and I'm saying there's more blue 6s, that means she must have a blue 6 on her rack.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it goes forward like that, and all of a sudden, what's interesting about it, you all of a sudden get these aha moments, like, oh, I must have that one. Because what's cool is on the paper you're tracking, there's a little pyramid structure that shows all the numbers in the game and their colors and their distribution. So, like, certain numbers only have one of a kind and things like that, and you immediately start crossing them out and figuring out. It's actually very fun, and we immediately started realizing who would really like this kind of game, because we kept thinking of, like, her mom, and my parents would have liked it. Susan, my brother's wife, loves this kind of stuff. These are the kind of games where people you play games with who like really deductive games but don't necessarily like theme on their games. This would be a really fun one for those kind of people. I think it's a great general game. Really liked it a lot, actually, and really enjoyed playing it. The only thing I'd recommend is it comes with a little pad of black and white notepaper, but then it also comes with these 4 full-color sheets.
I think those were actually sent to us by the guys.
Okay, the 4 full-color sheets are the way to go. Yeah. The little black and white notepads, throw those things out. What you want to do is...
I believe you can get those on their website.
Yeah, because you can tell when Nicole and I were playing with the black and white sheets, we were totally like confused and getting in trouble. As soon as you pull out the color sheets, it totally makes sense. And Nicole's like, they play tested this after they printed the stuff and they decided to go this way instead. And you can definitely tell. So definitely print out the PDFs, print them on a color printer, a little color inkjet at home. That'll make the game so much better. It really makes the game a lot of fun. So I really had to recommend, if you like little deductive games that aren't too hard, and you like playing with people who are like that and maybe aren't into big themes, I think this is a nice game. Code 777, really liked it. So those are all the games I played.
Game.
Well, it's deduction because you're trying to figure out what's in what numbers you have, right? So
I'd rather farm sheep. See, to me, that's my version of Agricola. What you just described.
Now you don't like Clue either, right?
No.
Yeah, and you didn't like.
Well, I like playing the little kid version of Clue.
And you didn't like Clue's deductive reasoning, and you didn't like Mystery of the Abbey either, right? Right.
Yeah. No.
See, those are all deductive games. That's why. And you don't like Mystery Express either, which I think is really awesome.
Oh,
right?
Man.
Yeah. See, It's all about deduction. It's all about Sherlock Holmes.
I think you're on drugs. I remembered another game I forgot.
Oh, what'd you forget?
Flames of War Skirmish.
Oh, achievement for that. Nice.
I just want to say that it was a lot of fun. Played with Tim, who tried to screw me up on all the rules. I've got to be better on the rules. And there's something fun. Oh, one thing that we're looking forward to is Matt, Don, and Tim and I are looking to try to get those new D-Day books that are out from the Battlefront.
Oh,
there's two. They're a collection of books. They're because there's different compilations of books that were out that compiled some D-Day material. So this is putting them into some new books with some brand new D-Day oriented lists. I'm looking forward to that. And I've got some Higgins boats on order from Myriad Games, so we can have the old landing craft landing ashore.
Nice.
Looking forward to getting that going.
All right, so what about modeling? What have you been doing for modeling, Craig?
What have I been doing for modeling? Well, I have been doing modeling. I've modeled, let's see, I finished, an entire fleet for Dystopain Wars.
That's worth 3.
So that's the battleship, 3 cruisers, 9 frigates, 2 bombers, 10 stands of fighters. And then I did the carrier and 6 more stands of fighters. And then I did another battleship.
We tweeted tons of pictures of that. Check out, and if you lost it in the Twitter feed, check out the facebook.the d6generation.com. Put them up there too.
And I have 3 cruisers that I still have to put together and everything, but I'm looking forward to that. So for our Deathwatch game, I really wanted to get involved. I really wanted to get everybody ramped up. So I went and I bought all the bits on eBay and I made 6 Deathwatch Marines.
It looked awesome.
Unfortunately, I ran out of time, so I built them and primed them, and I didn't have them painted for our game, but they were built and primed, so we could use them.
Well, I took pictures of them over the weekend and tweeted them, and you got some nice compliments on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
People
They're
really liked them.
very, very nice, because I did paint them after the fact. So they are now painted.
Twitter.
Yeah.
They're on the Twitter.
They liked your kilts. Your kilt on the
Oh, yes, the kilt for the Storm Warden.
Kilt was a big hit.
Everything about the Storm Warden, including the fact that they have claymores, screamed Scotsman.
It totally does. Yeah, the fluff totally does.
It needed a kilt. It's not really
I
a
just
kilt.
picture Ross Watson, and he's a Storm Warden in my head.
That's true. That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I actually I did a big old trade with Shifty, and Shifty had a long time ago picked up the Amera vacuum-formed islands that are built.
He had those.
Yeah, the Amera is the company, Amera, and they made them specifically for Uncharted Seas.
Oh. And
they do look very plain, and the plastic's not as thick as like GW plastic for the GW terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Will was very hesitant, and then of course he didn't want to play Uncharted Seas, and he's now since got into Dystopain Wars. So I don't know how he feels about the trade, but I feel pretty darn good about it.
Nice.
Because all I did was I sanded some of the flatter areas to give them texture. I glued and glued sand to the areas,
right.
And then I just painted it all up, and I'm really, really happy with the way that they came out. Rafe, you saw them. What do you think?
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with them. The way you jazzed them up, anyway.
Well,
I like the size.
The size is great. I think the they just look beautiful when they're all painted up. So I'm very excited. So that's what I've been doing as far as modeling goes.
What about you, Rafe?
I was actually busy too. I painted and bought the FSA fleet, and I wanted to start with the carrier. And so I painted the carrier, which is like a double decker, and it has planes kind of stuck to it. They don't come off. And I painted the whole carrier. And what I'm very happy about is I had a very rarely in modeling does my model match my mind's eye. It comes out looking really good, but the color will just be a little off what I had envisioned. And this particular carrier, when I was done, I was like a kid in a candy store. I just literally would I literally set the model by my bedside table, guys, and looked at it
fell asleep
before I went to sleep.
This show is really kind of opening
awesome.
a door into Rafe's ego. This episode.
Why?
This is the best game since the one I ran.
Oh yeah, I know.
And
That's all
then
true.
Whenever I'm painting, they come out great. They just don't come out the way I think they're going to come out.
Hey, listen, if you're not going to be your own best
Absolutely. That's what Donald Trump says.
promoter,
Right.
and who will?
Yep, that's right.
And who is more like Donald Trump in this show than HD? That's what I say.
That's
very
right.
true. I'm
Very
flipping
true.
my hair over my head right now.
Right. You're fired. Give us your fired.
I do. No, but I do like. I am happy. I am happy with my painting skills. I have to say.
You're
and,
very good. You're very
haven't
good.
won any golden demons or anything.
Neither have I. I just won a bronze golden demon.
Yeah. Who said that? Where they messed that up? Anyway.
Lots
Somebody
of people
was saying,
laugh
like,
at
did-
me when I say that, but I'm not
Yeah, they
sure
said
how
you
else
did
you're
win
supposed
one.
to say it.
You did, but you won third. But anyway, I have to say this is the first game that I've actually enjoyed painting more than I wanted to play. I didn't even bring him Tuesday. I played Flames of War because I didn't want them to leave my painting table. I didn't feel like packing them up. I'm just having a blast painting them.
Yeah, the models are that good. I think you can just buy them and paint them and never play. I mean, the models are so great.
Yeah, they're that good. So if you're out there and you're like, I really love the models, but I don't know if my game group's going to buy it, you can't go wrong with the freaking starter set too. I mean, what is it? $49? $59?
That's
Somewhere in there.
I think it's 55, but it's real for what you get. It's crazy good. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so basically,
it's an amazing deal.
Yeah.
It really is. I painted 3 other frigates. Now, Craig, are they frigates or corvettes?
They're frigates.
Now, what's a corvette?
I don't know.
Well, they named that as one of the types of ship models. Totally baffled.
I think a Corvette.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I painted 3 frigates and then I primed everything else.
Right.
That's my modeling.
I think a frigate's bigger than a Corvette, but I could be wrong. All right, so moving on to my modeling. I didn't do that much, but it was all related to Dystopain Wars. I did get finished 10 of my fighter bases now.
I know why you didn't do that much. It's an other.
Well, yeah, I've been doing a lot of... Well, the holidays, too. You have to understand, too, when you become a parent of children, Christmas goes from, hey, vacation time, you can get a lot done, to more and more things to do.
Oh, my God. And I
saying.
wanted to punch everybody when I got back to school this week. How was your vacation? What vacation?
Exactly my point.
You don't get a vacation anymore.
When you're a parent, you have no time off ever.
That's right. Well, you get time off, and I mean, it's not nearly as bad as it could be or it was when he was little. But
right.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because he's
I
6'4"
pick up what
now.
you're putting down.
Right.
Russ.
Okay. Good. But I did pick up. This is sort of interesting. I tweeted these pictures, and I think everybody's going to like it. And Craig, when I show you these in person, I think you're going to get this. So. I didn't even know Spartan made this, but the first time I saw it...
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
There's a little blister at Myriad Games that's in the Firestorm Armada themed blister, and it looks like little buildings. And it's full. It's this big blister, and it's just chock full of little tiny buildings and little turrets. And I'm like, these are the perfect scale for Dystopain Wars. And I'm looking at them, and they're a little bit sci-fi, but not really. I mean, they could easily be steampunk with some copper in the right places and everything. This is awesome. So I picked them up. And it turns out they're the Firestorm Armada base set.
Yeah, it's the military base.
So right, so I guess you're
set.
supposed to build it on an asteroid or a planet so that the ship's flying by look like that. But I think it's going to be awesome, except for there's one piece that looks like a little environmental dome. But even that could probably be tweaked. But everything else is awesome. Like this little, because when you look at it on their website, it looks all assembled in a base.
You know what it could look like?
What's that?
It could all look like Antarctica stuff.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Exactly. But what's better than that, though, is all the pieces are actually separate, Craig. So,
Right,
it looks like little freestanding structures and like little oil tanks. And it's phenomenal. I think you're going to like it when I show you it. But anyway, tons of bits, too. For $20, it's crazy good. So I got that, too. So I'm looking for, I haven't done anything with it yet except for oogle on it and tweet some pictures of the resin. But, I can't wait to try that out.
Yeah,
so
very cool.
Is that modeling, everybody?
It's my model.
All right, I'm going to start in other. So in other here, and other things we've been doing, I've been doing a lot of video gaming because it's the holidays. The girls are off. And they're like, what can we play? So I've got the new Rose, my oldest daughter, has totally been addicted to Kingdom of Keflings forever, which is this game where you can play with your little Xbox avatar, and you basically it's like a resource gathering, build the kingdom game. So you build houses and you have to bring supplies and it's like Gulliver's Travel. You're this big tall person. And these little Keflings, which are about to go up to your knees, they do everything, and you can kind of command them around. And
That's a pretty fun game, actually.
Right. Well, they came out with a brand new one called The World of Keflings, which is like these different themed areas. So one's like pirates, and one's like medieval, and then one's like the forest, and they're all interactive. And there's monsters and things that happen, and they love that too. So if your kids, and for the first time, you can play split-screen Keflings with 2 people on local Xbox, which my daughters have both been craving forever, so that was really nice. So if you have 2 kids, World of Keflings, nice game. Also, I got for Christmas Civilization 5. Mm-hmm. And, of course, longtime listeners of the show know I like Civilization games.
Yes.
And I haven't played the last couple editions of Civ because I knew that it's very addictive. And I would say Civ 5 is more life-threatening than any MMO ever invented by man.
I agree.
And by life, he means married life.
I mean any life. I mean,
he means life as we know it.
Right. I mean,
and I don't play it, but all of you guys are playing so many hours of it.
Wow, it's so just one more turn. Well, here's the other thing about it. It's turn-based, right? So, a lot of people don't like real-time strategy games like StarCraft and stuff because it's all about how fast you can click and how. Well, in Civ, it's a turn, so you can just take as long as you want for your turn, and it's always just one more turn. Like, I played for an hour, I'll just take one more turn and then I'll stop, and it's just so cool looking. Oh, and Rafe, you have to try building the Great Wall of China Wonder because it literally puts a wall around the entire area you currently own. So you have a big land. It's like this huge, massive wall. Oh, it's awesome. Anyway, Civ 5,
I have some thoughts on
very
Civ 5,
cool.
so before you move on, let me know.
All right, go ahead. What are your Civ 5 thoughts?
Okay, well, my thoughts are I want to like the Civilization games, but I never do. But I do like Sim City. So what I don't like about Civ before is the combat concept. I never know quite what I'm doing. But I played the board game, and I really, really, really enjoyed the board game. So I downloaded it, then I need one more MMO type of thing in my life. So I played the demo. And sure enough, in 5 turns, even though I played the board game, I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I gave up. Then I talked to my crack dealer, Russ.
Right.
And he's like, just build a city. And I'm like, all right, so don't worry about what the other people are doing. Nope. I'm like, I'm saying, are they going to come attack me? He's like, dude, the game is 500 turns. So just have fun in the beginning.
Right.
So when I did that, I did have a lot more fun. And I did see the addictive nature in it where I'm like, okay, well, all right, I'm going to build this, and now I'm going to build a pyramid. And I was trying to go for a diplomatic win or a cultural win.
Right.
And it was fun, and I'm building it, my little workers, and I'm clicking through, and I didn't give it too much mental thought other than having fun. But I have this one question for you.
Yeah.
It did when and then the demo ended, and I have to admit, I was like, oh, I did want to play a couple more turns.
Right, just one more turn.
But it didn't make me want to go out and spend $50. And I have a $60 Best Buy gift card in my pocket. So it's essentially free, and yet I haven't pulled the trigger on it, and here's why. I'm playing the game, and when the different countries would talk to me, they said, you want to make a deal? I would always talk to them and make a deal.
Yeah.
But when Rome, and I was playing Egypt, when Rome and Germany made a deal, I started to get nervous about that and going, uh-oh, is that going to be my demise? And I had no idea how I would even prevent that or deal with it or do anything with it. That made me think the game was too complicated, and I instantly started to feel stressed.
Well, I think you got to just let that stuff go. Like you can, if you're really like a high-end Civ player, you can worry about all that stuff and really follow the politics of the world. I mean, it's trying to... it's not really, simulate's the wrong word, but it's trying to give you the feeling that you're actually a world leader. And so there's these other world leaders also making deals, just like there is in real life. And it's like, do you care that France and Russia just signed an armistice agreement? Does that matter to you? I don't know, does it? So you can play the game certainly like I must win or I fail the game, or you can play the game as an experience and play however you want, and things will happen, and you can either let those things influence how you're building your civilization, or you can not let them. And hey, if some warmonger comes along and wipes you out in turn 475 or 5003 or whatever it is, it doesn't really matter because you had that experience. You know what I mean? That was the story you built.
I'm not missing 3/4 of the game by not paying attention to that.
No, you certainly can. Right, you can do that, but you don't have to do that. You can totally ignore that stuff. I think I told you this offline, but my oldest daughter, she likes Civilization Revolution. And she plays it. She's only 8, and she plays on the Xbox a lot. And she always agrees to whatever people tell her. They'll say, "We would like 500 gold, please," and they'll say things like that. And you're supposed to, say, "Well, hell no, give me something." And you can say, "Give me something," and maybe they will, maybe they won't. But Rose always agrees to whatever they want. Always, 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 always. And then eventually, one of them attacked her, and she said, "Daddy, I don't understand. How come people attack you even though I've always given them everything they've ever wanted?" And I said, "Ooh, there's a life lesson here someplace."
Yeah. Sad but true.
It's sad but true. So, but that's what's interesting about the game. And I also heard another thing. I was listening to a show with the designers of Civilization. It was interesting. They said, Civilization is not a history simulator. It is a game that is influenced by history. which is sort of interesting. So you're not trying to historically recreate events. It's just like all the ideas and the makeup of the game is based on true historical facts that are just in there. But the fact that China can build the Egyptian pyramids is one of those, is why that kind of thing happens. So it's kind of neat.
Now, Craig,
I have something totally off topic, because not that I'm not fascinated by these computer games.
Right.
The colored sheet that you enjoyed for Code 777.
Yes.
That was made by Steven's wife.
Oh.
Because she doesn't like the sheets that are included. He just plays with the sheets that are included, and I don't think they're available as a PDF right now.
Oh, they should be.
He just said that he sends them to people who want them.
Everybody sends Steve.
You might be able to get, you might be able to talk to Steven from his website.
Send emails to Steve, and he will eventually post a PDF.
Or we could send it, because he gave
we can post it. Right,
too.
yeah, if we have the PDF, we should send it out, because it's a good, it definitely makes the game much more playable, in my opinion.
Now, Craig,
So
you don't
Steve
have
Love.
any interest in Civ 5? Is it that you don't play it because you don't like it, your computer's not up to speed, or you just don't have the time?
All the above.
How much interest would you have if there was a video game about how the lawnmower developed over time between 1942 and 1958?
I kind of would have some interest in that, actually.
Halfway through that, I knew I chose
the wrong way.
Well, it's funny. That's one of the things I want to do is I want to learn how to build a lawnmower engine
from
scratch.
I have absolutely no interest whatsoever, and my computer could probably pull it off, maybe. I don't know, but I don't care to find out.
All right, so moving on.
Okay.
Speaking in other video game news, it seems like everybody I know who owns an Xbox has bought a Kinect.
Yep, Santa brought us a Kinect.
I saw that. I saw all my friends on Facebook who have Xboxes, no matter where they live, all got a Kinect. So I guess it's doing well. It seems like everybody likes it. Everybody locally who got it is all raving about their games. So I think it's pretty much doing very well. So I'm glad to see that for Microsoft. Also, speaking of Microsoft, I just bought the Xbox Live Family Plan for my family.
I got a couple questions for you on this.
So what this deal is Xbox Live is $60 a year for one person. And what Xbox Live, what that payment gets you is you can then use your Netflix account. You can then do all the little things. But the big deal is you can play games online with other people. If you don't actually pay for Xbox Live, you can still download demos and stuff, but you can't game online with other folks. So you got to pay for the service. And that was getting expensive because Nicole had an account. I had an account. My girls don't have accounts yet, but it's like, gee, Daddy, my friend down the street, he's got an Xbox for Christmas.
Did you already talk about this last episode?
Yeah.
Did I? Well,
yeah.
I finally bought it. I didn't buy it yet. I just finally bought it. So now it's $100 a year for your whole family of four.
Right.
And girls love it. My wife loves it. Everybody loves it.
Here's
it's really
my
cool.
question.
Yes.
How does it separate out the parental controls?
Oh, it's really cool. So the primary account owner, which is me, has the parental controls over everybody.
Well, when you say you, we really know it's Nicole, but whatever.
Well, it's under I'm the primary gold account. So and
she
it
lets
says,
you pretend that.
Right.
But okay, go ahead.
And it says right on your thing, you're the primary member. So you can then control what every other account can do. So I can say Rose's account cannot watch movies over PG-13, and Kit's account can't watch movies over TV-10, and all that kind of stuff. So I can totally control what they do. It's really nice. And I can even say they can't add friends on Xbox Live unless I approve it first. So I know that the only people they're talking to on Xbox Live are actual friends. I can say suppress voice communication unless it's from a friend I've approved, all that kind of stuff. So there's no way they can accidentally wander online. It's really, really very well done. And I think it's very groundbreaking. I'm not sure any other console really offers that level of parental control. It's really nice.
Right.
So that's that. Oh, and quickly, other board game news, or because I know we're going over on time here, but more board games on the iPhone and iPad. So now here's what I'm rocking currently on these things. I've got Carcassonne, Hiroshima Hex, Roll Through the Ages, Zularetto, Zombie Dice, and it just came out last week, Bang, the card game.
Oh,
How cool is that? Oh, it's awesome. So
it's ridiculous.
What I'm finding, though, is I don't play any of this stuff on my iPad. It's great because when the iPad first came out, I was like, oh, but it'd be awesome with board games on your iPad. The problem is when you're at home or someplace where you'd be using an iPad, I'd rather get the real game out.
See, I'm with you.
Yeah, the only reason I use the iPhone is because, the iPhone games are great because you're sitting at the restaurant, right? You've got a 45-minute wait for this table.
Right,
And the kids are getting antsy. You crack out, Zularetto or Zombie Dice on your iPhone, you pass and play it, and they're excited and they're entertained for an hour. But you don't have the iPad with you in that situation. So I'm finding that these games on the iPhone, awesome. But on the iPad, it's cool, but I'd rather play the board game.
Yep.
So that's whew, I started a lot in there, but that's my other.
All right, I got some others. I'll be quick. Playing Lotro, doing lots of cooking. As a matter of fact, before the show, I made 100 jars of mint sauce, which I
what
needed to use.
Wait, what do you do? What do you do with 100 jars of mint sauce?
All right, what you do with 100 jars of mint sauce is that ingredient is then used, and you have to get the mint from your farmers. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, you get that to make your wax of land. And the wax of land give you your in-game buff.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that in the Middle Earth they do like mint jelly with their lamb.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
Okay.
So I made some of that, and then what I need to do is I had to buy from the auction house some winter barley in order to make lamb and carrot soup, which is your fear-resistant soup.
Okay.
So I just let you know that. Oh, and I made, just for the heck of it, this is just pure fun now. Yeah. I made, let me see, Black Rock Ale, I believe it's called.
Ooh.
So, made some of that. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption because I want to finish that game, having fun with that. And my iPhone game that I'm enjoying is called Cut the Rope.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'm listening to Leviathan on Audible.com.
I like it,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I like that one.
You know, I love reading books at the same time you're playing your genre of games, you know?
Yeah.
You call that reading, Rafe?
No, I said listening.
Okay.
No, you said reading.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I said listening on Audible.com. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
You know what? It's on tape. We'll hear it back.
We will.
That's true.
I
think you may be right.
I am reading Flight of the Eisenhorn. So
No, you're not.
No, I am.
No, you're not.
Well, whatever it's called.
Yeah. Eisenhorn would be the Inquisitor.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's reading a book that features Eisenhorn in it.
Yeah. I can't
Flight
remember.
of Gareth. Flight of the something.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that book.
Yeah. The one that I said was next. That was
I had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you did. And you're talking about a Horus Heresy book.
I am.
That aren't following along at home.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
As far as other goes, I would include all of the prep work that I did in Deathwatch, which I think we'll talk about later in the show.
Yes, it was excellent.
As far as how I prepare for running a role-playing game. I am actually, Russ, I thought of you, and
yes.
I this is intriguing. I am reading the second Mass Effect novel.
Huh.
Really? Now, did you read have you read the first one?
I did I read the first one. I finished the first one and immediately ran out for the second one.
So you enjoyed the first one then?
I enjoyed it immensely. And it was actually recommended to me by my cousin on Christmas Day. And I thought, you know what? It does sound pretty intriguing. Now, it's just like most novels that are built around video games.
Right.
I can kind of tell that the cool story is taking place off stage.
Right.
And it's kind of like, oh yeah, these are, but at the same time, like for instance, Russ, in the game, are there specters?
Oh yes, you are in the first Mass Effect, you are a Spectre.
Awesome.
But you're the first human Spectre ever.
Yes, and what's his name?
Shepard.
Is it Shepard?
But Shepard, but Shepard could be a boy or a girl in the game. The Shepard's your last name, so the character you design the look and the sex, the gender, and everything. But you're always called Shepard. So when people talk to you, because it's all voice recorded, they say Shepard all the time.
And is there like a giant attack on the Citadel space station?
Yes, at the end of Mass Effect 1, the big climax of Mass Effect 1, sorry, spoiler alert, is that there's a giant attack on Citadel,
It's not a spoiler when the game's been out this long.
Good point.
Because basically the first book takes place before the first game.
Right.
And the second book takes place right after the first game.
Yes.
So literally it's like, oh, I wonder what he's doing with that big giant spaceship that's hidden in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Wow, that's going to be cool. And the beginning of the next book is, well, they're watching a news story about, there's another news story about that guy that attacked the Citadel and killed tens of thousands of people. And you're like, wow, something really cool happened off stage.
Yeah, in fact, it's awesome. The final battle, and a spoiler again, you have to choose between the council, which is on the Citadel.
Yeah.
You have to choose between going in and attacking and stopping the main ship. You can put all your forces there, but the council will probably be destroyed, or you can save the council, but then many more lives will be lost.
Yeah.
And what you choose affects the second game, so you can actually wipe the council out. That's which is the choice I made. And then they have to prick a whole new council, but the humans control it. But then
That's what happened in the book.
Yeah, but then in the
which
second
doesn't really give anything away.
But then in the second game, and you see this in the book too, all the other aliens are really getting nervous that humanity's trying to push too far too fast, and there's a whole political intrigue.
Is that where you have the Kerberos organization?
Yes, Cerberus. Yeah.
Well, it's
actually
pronounced Kerberos, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, it depends if it's in the game or in the books. But,
that's right.
right? They say it in the game, but yeah. But yeah, Cerberus is like this. Well, Cerberus in the first game they're in there, but they're assumed to be sort of like only worried about humans. But in the second game, you actually work for Cerberus in the second game. But it's this weird, complicated thing, and you have to choose between: are you loyal to them, or are you going to backstab them? It's a really cool thing going on there too. So it's really neat, really good political intrigue.
So I am
now,
really.
Craig, does that make you, if you had the time, if you were like 20, no kids or anything, no family, would you want to play the game?
I've always thought that I would want to play like that game or the Dragon Age game. Or, those games would suck me in.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I'm all about the story.
I think Craig's wise enough not to start them because he knows it would suck his soul in.
Yeah, it would be the end of me.
Probably wise.
But the books are good by Drew Karpyshyn, who is also the lead writer, I believe, for the video games. So that's why it's a very good tie-in, and he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, gotcha.
And then I just finished Harry Turtledove's United States of Atlantis.
Ooh, how was that?
It's intriguing. It's the third in the series. The first one is opening Atlantis, and the second one is liberating Atlantis. Basically, imagine if all of a sudden, in about the 1400s, a giant island appears in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and you don't know that it just appeared. People are like, oh, we just discovered it, which is fine, except all of the plants and animals are totally different. Nobody ever figures it out. Mm-hmm. And after that, it's pretty much American history, but it's in a different place, which is Harry Turtledove's sort of modus operandi now. It's not as bad as the Darkness series, which I really dislike, because that was like a one-for-one translation of World War II using like fantasy. But it was exactly what happened or was it World War I? I think I can't remember. But this is not quite that bad. But the United States of Atlantis is how Atlantis gained its independence from England, and it's like whole chunks of it are right out of the American Revolutionary War. And at times the main character is exactly George Washington, and then at other times it's totally not like the Revolutionary. So it seemed very patchy and spotty to me. I enjoyed it, but what it actually did was spurred me to be really interested in the real George Washington, and I ran out and got an actual book, 1776, which is about George Washington and the battles that took place in 1776.
Yeah.
So I'm very looking forward to reading that. But as I finished the United States of Atlantis and was like, I don't know what I'm going to do next, a listener, Gavin, and Gavin, you sent me an email somehow that I couldn't send it back to thank you, but he said, I'm going to start the Honor Harrington series, and I wanted to send you a recommendation just to check it out. And it's Lois McMaster Bujold, and she has a series called the Miles Vorkosigan series. And the first book, it's weird because there's two books before this, but it's kind of like the character she really wanted her. It would be as if the Honor Harrington books start with two books that aren't about Honor Harrington.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it's in the same universe and it's the same people, but then it introduces Honor Harrington in book 3. That's what this is. So the library doesn't even have the first two books of this series, but they do have the book that he recommended, which is Warrior's Apprentice, which introduces the character Miles Vorkosigan, who is I'm only about 4 chapters in right now, so I'm not sure what direction it's going to go in, but he's kind of like the anti-Honor Harrington.
Oh, neat.
And that, like, she's like tall and beautiful, and everything she does, she's good at. Mm-hmm. And Miles Vorkosigan was his parents are nobles, and somebody tried to assassinate his parents when he was in his mother's womb. And the poison that they used actually corrupted his system and affected his bone structure, so that he's actually more like Tyrion from Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh, right,
and
yeah.
He's like, and it's awesome the way it's described, because he has a head that's the size and shape for ideal for a man of 6.5 feet tall, but he's less than 5 feet tall.
Oh, nice.
And all of his bones are super brittle and they're always breaking, and so he's a genius, but he's in this body where he has to constantly compensate for that, and I am loving it. So thank you, Gavin. That was a great recommendation, and that's all I've got for other.
We will pass through the American patrols, past their sonar nets, and lay off their largest city, and listen to their D6 generation while we play our Russian board games.
You know what we need here now, Rafe?
What?
We need a howl. Right. You know what that sound means? Time to talk about our friends and sponsors at Lone Wolf Development.
Lone Wolf Development.
They make great software, including Army Builder.
Yes.
Brandy new version 3.3 just hit the streets this month, December.
Absolutely.
And that thing has got, now you can get your pictures of your models in there, part of your collection there, show off your cool works with your list.
That's cool.
A lot of new features in there. You got to go check out that page. And they have a lot of new preview stuff up on their website. Craig, have you seen some of this stuff?
I have, actually. I'm still looking at Realmworks, drooling.
I know. That looks
I want to check that
awesome. It's like a collaborative way, or it's like this really interesting way to build your campaign with a very structured, sort of flowcharty sort of design system. It looks really clever.
Yeah.
Now, is that out or in demo mode?
Neither. It's just there's a preview on their site.
Just a preview, okay.
And they're still working on getting the beta together. But there's a lot of cool pictures of it.
You know Lone Wolf, they're not going to let it go out of the booth until they're done
right,
and satisfied with the way it looks.
Yep.
And then also Tournament Ace.
Yes.
What do you know about that, Rafe?
Well, is it out yet now?
No.
Okay. Well,
this is the new stuff.
When it goes out, it'll be for stores to be able to run their tournaments and
or people.
Yeah, or people.
Want to run your
clubs,
own league or club
clubs,
or
exactly.
event? Yeah.
And it'll do all the number crunching for you.
Right.
So you don't have to do that
And they're
complicated.
testing the bejesus out of that too.
Very cool.
That's going to be a good addition for tournament play.
So we talked about the new stuff, but they also have, of course, great stuff, staples, including the Army Builder, the new version. They also have Hero Lab.
Yep.
Right?
RPG.
And they just released some new stuff for that. I think the new Pathfinder version just hit the streets.
Yes, I think
Update?
I think that's what's on there.
When's Ross Watson going to allow FFG stuff up there?
It's not up to Ross Watson.
Yeah, it's a complicated licensing thing, unfortunately. But they have tons of role-playing
You know what it
games
is?
licensed.
It's those intellectual property lawyers.
Yes.
They foul it all up.
They do. But there's tons and tons of great RPGs on there.
Yeah.
And
there really
also,
is.
Card
Including
Vault.
the Cortex system.
And Savage Worlds, which I know a lot of people play.
Yep.
And Card Vault also another piece of software they have for all your collection, managing a collection of materials.
Well, not ours.
Oh, who's ever's?
You know, like Magic players.
Like I can manage yours. Well, no, I can manage your miniatures, like
Monster
Apocalypse. Or if you still play those little Spanish boats games, or any collectible game like the
Spanish
Axis and Allies boat game. So even if you're
Yep.
not a big fan of Magic, there's still a lot of use. I use it for a lot of my stuff there.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Card Vault, Army Builder, and Hero Lab in addition
Lone
to two
Wolf
new
Development.
products. And now, what's in the news? With the shout out from Andy B to everyone out there. If you're looking for something different than an FFG big box game or a miniatures game, but still looking for combat, maybe looking for some hot Cold War action, try my favorite publisher, Lock and Load Publishing. Try the World at War series for a great game and a good game to introduce people to war games. Might be worth a look. And now, the news. Z-Man Games has released their latest newsletter, and in it is a very interesting interview with the Engelsteins. Jeff and his son have designed a new game coming out hopefully soon called the Ares Project. It's apparently an RTS-style board game featuring up to 4 players with some dramatically different races that can fight each other. If you want more information about the game and the design process, be sure to check out the newsletter over at zmangames.com. Other board game news. There are now monsters available in an expansion for Ticket to Ride. Yes, Ticket to Ride, the train game. You know, you connect cities together in a nice peaceful thing and learn a little about geography. Well, that game needed monsters, apparently, and Days of Wonder has brought it in. In kind of a tongue-in-cheek way, there are 2 monsters in this new expansion, little plastic guys that look like they're sitting on top of a building ready to eat the city. So Alvin and Dexter are these lovable, cute little monsters that are apparently causing mayhem destruction whichever city they're placed in. Basically, the Ticket to Ride game will be altered in that if Alvin or Dexter is in a city, you may not complete a route to that location. Players may also spend the Rainbow Engine cards, the very valuable multi-use engine cards, to move Alvin or Dexter around the board, thus foiling their opponents while making room for their own side to do well. These expansion can apparently work with any of the Ticket to Ride boards. Doesn't matter. So if you're looking for a little more tongue-in-cheek action and a little more tactical depth, and of course, monsters with your trains, looks like Days of Wonder's gone a little farther. Of course, if there had a shark monster been in the game, then it would, of course, jump the... We'll let that go. Moving on, this isn't really news, but in case anyone doesn't know, Lucas would like more of your money. At CES this past weekend, Star Wars Blu-rays were announced. That's right. Finally, you can get Star Wars Saga in high def. No word yet. It sounds like they're only the advanced, enhanced versions. Still the versions where Han did not shoot first. I think somewhere Total Fangirl's crying. Speaking of CES, there's been a lot of great stories. All right, hold on. I want to rant here. What? Wakeland, what's your problem? I want to rant about CES. Wakeland, what's the rant about CES? I did a Russ's rant. Oh, okay, everyone. Quick one, Wakeland, here. We got a lot of news to cover. And now, Russ's rant. All right, let me get closer to the mic. All right, thanks, everybody. Well, I've been listening to a lot of great tech podcasts as they all try to cover CES, the big consumer electronics show going on right now, or just ending this past weekend. We're recording here. It ended in Las Vegas, and it's a big show. They show all the latest technology, and all the great technology companies come out, and they showcase and they make their biggest announcements, except for Apple, because they don't like to go to CES. And I've been listening to all these guys, and the big news this year, as everybody probably knows, is televisions with stuff inside of it, software like Google TV and getting Netflix streaming inside your television, or a Roku box in your television. And all the pundits are saying, well, where's Microsoft's announcement? Microsoft has not announced any kind of television. What a mistake. Do you think they're ever going to get into the living room? Really? Really? I mean, come on, these are some of my favorite tech podcasts, but really, is Microsoft ever going to get into the living room? They own the freaking living room. I'm just saying, they've sold 50 million Xboxes. In 2 months, they sold 8 million Kinect. The Xbox does everything these other boxes do. Microsoft already, in fact, I would argue, Microsoft doesn't catch up to Google or Apple. They got to catch up to Microsoft. Point to one of these television companies that has sold 50 million of their boxes. Nobody else has. It's crazy. And they announced Hulu Plus, and they've already got Netflix, and it's all going to work with the Kinect, they've said. Why does Microsoft need a TV? They've got the box, people. They've got the box. I can't help it. I got it. Wakeland, get out of the way here. We got to get back to the show. They've got the box. Doesn't anybody understand? They've got the box. I'm terribly sorry about that, people. I don't really know what got into them. Anyway, back to game news. Privateer Press has been running some very interesting articles previewing some of their new units coming out in the Wrath expansion. Now, longtime Privateer Press fans will know that Privateer Press has been known to release these expansion books that expand all the armies and introduce a new mechanic into the game system. And Wrath apparently is going to be no different. And this time, they're introducing what they're calling battle engines, which is basically big vehicles into the War Machine universe. Well, we know they've always had two-legged jacks and sometimes just four-legged jacks, but now they've got these battle engines. And previews include the giant Menoth altar-looking thing pulled by some priesty, penitent-looking guys. Signar has a giant four-legged Storm Strider electric walker that looks like it shoots electricity out in every direction. Khador's got this giant armored wagon pulled by heavily armored horses with cannons festooned at a very port possible. Pretty impressive-looking stuff. Definitely head over to privateerpress.com and check out the designer diaries to see some preview artwork and even some concept art for these models. They look pretty impressive, and definitely going to add a new dimension to War Machine. Also, in other news, Mr. Granger will be happy to know that the Privateer Press has announced that there will indeed be the nice, pretty coins coming out for the 2011 Shattered Grounds campaign for War Machine and Hordes. So, Rafe, don't worry about that. And that's what's in the news.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
And you know who I'd like to talk about for a second? I'd like to talk about
Craig.
Battle Foam.
Ooh, Battlefoam's been a great sponsor of the show for a long time.
They almost since the very beginning. Right. Romeo and all of the boys and girls over at Battle Foam making custom foam trays, and you can get the pre-cut foam trays as well. Their newest items, you're looking at all kinds of specific Dark Eldar cut foam, some super cool Space Wolf stuff, and actually a bunch of fantasy stuff as well. So he's still serving the GW community, but let us not forget those beautiful War Machine and Hordes bags. Yep. And, of course, what's his latest big new item?
Well, the Malifaux bag's been out a while. That's
bag.
hotness.
Is there one that's newer than that, though?
As far as bags,
Yeah,
go?
I think when I was looking on there to look for
there's the Pack 216.
That's what I was thinking of. It's got card sleeves on the one side and foam on the other.
Yeah.
Does it really?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Now, a lot of people don't know about this. This is how he started, and he still offers this service. So I'm working on my new ships for Dystopain Wars.
Me too.
And these are some crazy shaped things. Like if you look at my Sky Fortress, it's got big discs sticking out of the side.
Yeah.
Well, with Romeo, you can actually just take your model, put it on a white piece of paper, trace around it with a pencil. Trace all the models you want. Fax him that sheet.
That's right.
Or
scan it, whatever.
Get it to him. He will lay them all out in the tray, make sure they fit the best way possible, and cut them so they perfectly fit each and every model.
That's right.
So you get wacky models like that. He did that for our Uncharted Seas stuff. It's awesome. I'm definitely working on that now for my Dystopain Wars. I'm very excited.
I like one. Cool. There's a new one now with a type of pluck and pick, but that you can modulate. I don't know if you saw this. In other words, you don't just pick a square. It's like you can pick just a little bit, and it fits in a pre-cut hole.
Huh.
So that looked really cool. It was like in the shape of like a hexagon.
And, of course, there's also the X-board.
Yep, the X-board is that cool portable display tray.
If you're
a tournament player, it's a way to get things around. So it's really nice. So check out battlefoam.com.
You guys might have lost that bet, by the way, because I texted him and he said it's ready for me to size my life-size D6G.
He did not make you a life-size
He did. He
case.
said it's ready to be sized.
What's next in the podcast?
The D6 Generation Podcast. All of the mysteries of gamer culture revealed. The D6 Generation. Born to game.
Welcome back, and now we are very excited to welcome somebody we've been trying to get on the show for a long time. We've been very excited about his games. Neil Fawcett from Spartan Games. Neil, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for staying up so late.
Yes.
Or early.
No, it's good. I've just got a huge, big jug of coffee. It's fine.
There you go.
Now, do you drink coffee? Do your neighbors look down upon you if you drink coffee, or is that a stereotype?
No, well, I mean, I do like a cup of tea. The guys in the office tend to drink tea, but I tend to put coffee straight in through an intravenous drip.
Now, is this just you? Are you trying to stroke the U.S. market? Is that what's going on here?
Well, that's a very forward accusation there, but thank you anyway. I spent an awful lot of my life in the U.S., so I was a journalist for a long time, and I spent huge amounts of time in the U.S., and maybe that's where the coffee book came from. Latin America, who knows?
Okay, well, very nice. Well, we're going to start. We have one place where we always start our interviews, and that is, are you, Neil, now, or have you ever been a gamer?
Oh, gosh, how do I answer this one? If you ask my wife, she'll tell you that I'm a crazy, lunatic, mad gamer. I've got to work. I mean, if she ever found out how much money I'd actually really spent on wargaming, she would divorce me about 10 years ago. So, I mean, my wargames collection's probably, I don't know. I've probably spent $500,000 on it, something like that.
Wow.
That's
it's difficult to calculate. I mean, I've got over 200,000 figures in my collection. I know I own 5,000 vehicles or something. It's on some insurance documents somewhere.
Wow, he's got insured too. Nice.
Wow. Now, are most of these?
No, I'm crazy. I've always been I've been a crazy wargamer.
Excellent. What kind of games are you playing? Are you collecting mostly historicals?
I used to be, before Spartan Games. I mean, World War II's always been a passion of mine. So I've got a ridiculous collection that ranges from, sort of 10 mil right the way up to sort of 28 mil. 20 mil is my passion, that kind of European scale of wargaming. We very much like the 20 mil stuff over in Europe and England especially. And that's where I sort of spent most of my wargaming time. I kind of went crazy for 6 mil Ancients for some reason. I don't know why. I had a kind of a strange... Maybe I drank too much coffee. I didn't drink enough coffee. And I got into doing sort of Alexander the Great and things. So I did Galgamela with 28,000 6 mil figures.
Wow. Wow.
Which was actually cool. I actually had my shield wall for my the Macedonia guys was in 6 mil, 6 feet wide and 11 figures deep.
6 mil? I got to do the math on that. Wait a minute.
Wow. You got it.
I'll email you some pictures. That it was really good fun. I've kept all the figures. I've got it. They're all somewhere in boxes.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, you got to send us some pictures.
that'd be
on
cool.
Neil, let me ask you the evil question. The evil question is, what percentage are painted?
I beg your pardon. What percentage is painted?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh well, you see, I'm just like hideously lazy when it comes to painting. I can paint to a moderately good standard, but I just basically I'm one of those really bad war gamers that just threw money at it.
Right. Yeah.
So Elaine Padfield, who works on the rule books with me, if you kind of roll back about 10 years, Al basically was a full-time figure painter with me. He just painted for me. So that's how I met Al. And I used to have 3 or 4 painters on the go at any given time. So I'd probably say 90% of my collection's painted, maybe 95%.
Yeah.
But sent out.
Like I say, I'm lazy, you know.
Right. There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
But that's the economy needs that kind of thing. How many children have your lack of painting inspiration sent to college?
Right.
Well, my children, no. Yeah, there was
they were hurt by it.
Yeah, there's the 3 children I had to sell to pay for the war games. No, ask me the question again. I didn't get it.
It was just a joke about how many of your painters had children that went to college on your dime.
Oh, I see, I got you. I don't know. I think they probably saved it all for the medical bills to pay to have their fingers rebuilt.
Right. That's true.
So,
That's true.
You know, I've probably kind of destroyed people's hands with painting over the years. I don't know. Hopefully they used the money wisely.
Well, I'm sure they did. So you mentioned that you were a journalist. Tell us a little bit about the Neil Fawcett origin story. Give us a little bit of background so we can bring it forward to when Spartan Games began. But let's get a little idea of the man behind Spartan Games.
Gosh, that's a crazy one. I'm a technology journalist at heart. I mean, my background is science. Many moons ago, I worked in the US. I've been connected with a number of technology companies. Did a lot of work in Silicon Valley for a while.
Oh.
If I was to say I know Seattle very well, then you may go things like that. And then basically, I by complete accident, I went from the technology industry into journalism. Got addicted to journalism. I spent about 5 years of my life working as a war correspondent as well.
Oh wow!
I was very much a backroom boy in that, but I wasn't kind of public facing in that. I was the guy at the back who basically told people how, I wrote the stuff about how missiles blew things up and how tanks worked and how, if you wore your Kevlar vest, maybe you'd survive, and don't stand on a claymore, it tends to hurt, that sort of stuff. So I spent a long time in journalism and particularly technology. That was very much my forte. And then eventually I kind of decided that it was time to... I'd kind of done a lot. I'd written several books and I'd worked for most of the TV stations in the UK, and I decided that it was time to kind of basically retire and have an easy life.
Wow.
So I basically stopped, and then I became a house husband, looked after my children while my wife kept working, and then she got incredibly bored of me being around too much. So told me to go and do something, and the net result was that I kind of played around with the wargaming stuff, and then eventually we got to Spartan Games. So I kind of missed out on some of the other boring stuff I did when I was young, but that's kind of it, really. That's kind of me.
Wow. So we have your wife to thank for this, basically.
Excellent.
It's the fact that she got hideously fed up of me spending too much time in the house and said, go and get a hobby and do something.
When you said you wrote a couple books, what kind of books did you write?
Technology books, things on stuff like multimedia, Java, stuff like that.
Oh, gotcha.
I was a bit of a... I think I probably landed in the uber geek category because I was kind of I could program computers, I understood technology and I war games. So generally speaking, that made me, most of my friends they all thought that was completely weird.
Someone's got to be that person.
Yeah, Russ is that person in our group.
It was an interesting thing. It was always kind of funny, with most of my colleagues that. Excuse me. They never really got the whole fascination with toy soldiers, but they never kind of got the fact that I loved the history of it.
Yeah,
right.
And so,
and you start having conversations at dinner parties, and you can just kind of watch people go, their eyes just glaze. And
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're a brave man to even try at a dinner party.
That's when you bring up rugby, right?
Oh, well, like I say, I'm a journalist. I'm normally paid by the word, so the more words I can get in, the better for me.
Right.
I don't care who I talk to.
Nice.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'll tell you one funny anecdote with that. I remember my wife used to have a hairdresser used to come to the house, and she was always working, and in fact, she still always works. But she'd have a hairdresser come to the house, and one day it was kind of pointed out to me that my hair was looking a little bit shabby. So it was just this woman said to me, "Well, sit down, I'll cut your hair as well." And at the time, I was opening up a box that had just come from a painter. And she sort of looked at me and she said, aren't you a little bit old to be playing with toy swords like that? And I said, well, yes, that's kind of true. I said, but just as a matter of fact, I said, how much do you think those little box of toys are worth? And she sort of stared at them for a bit, and she went, I don't know, maybe, £30, £50. And I said, that's probably about £1,000. And I just said, you're going to have to cut an awful lot of hair for that.
Wow.
I don't know, they were works of art. They were beautiful Napoleonic figures that had been done by, actually, sadly, a painter who passed away a number of years ago, but he was hugely talented, and the figures I never ever wore game with them. I put them in sad as it may sound, they weren't on the shelf because they're beautiful. They were absolute works of art.
Nice.
And I kind of, I love to appreciate them,
Yeah, absolutely. So that brings us to the beginning of Spartan Games. Why don't you tell us a little bit about... So your wife tells you that she's sick of you lounging about the house.
Right.
And so you decide, I might as well start the next big thing in miniature gaming.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks for that. No, well, basically what happened is I was going to say something really controversial. I met a young boy on the internet. No, I met a guy. I came across. Yeah.
Stay where you are. The police are coming, Neil.
Yeah, that's right. This is all that I think the company. No, I'd met a sculptor on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I'd bought some models off him from eBay, and I kind of chatted to him about the fact that I wanted to get some models made to myself. So this was before. Excuse me, I apologise for the.
That's okay.
This was before Spartan Games even existed as an idea, really. I decided that I wanted to have some fantasy model ships made for myself, because I just really, it was one of those things I'd kind of, I'd played Waterloo too many times, and I'd kind of stormed Arnhem too many times, I think, and obviously, by the time I kind of got all my 28 out, or all my 6mm ancients out, it was time to go home. So I decided to do, I really liked the idea of having some fantasy naval ships done. So I've been chatting to this young guy, Dave, and effectively I commissioned him to do me some models. And he used to go to his father's chateau. I think it was a chateau. He was in France somewhere. His father was a wealthy banker, and he would basically vanish for 6 weeks to his father's house in France. And he would sculpt. And he came back after this period, and he'd sculpted what was to turn into the Dragon Lords and the Dwarfs.
Oh, very nice.
For me. And they basically, they arrived back, and then they sat on a shelf in my house for 2.5 years.
Well.
And I kind of got them, and I was kind of looking at them and I kind of think, yeah, they're really cool, I like these. And then I put them back on the shelf. And eventually what happened is a number of my friends would say to me, they're really nice models, you really should do something with those. And I sort of, I would kind of go, yes, at some point I'm sure I will. And I had, I got a guy to cast me up a lot of the resin ones, and then I thought one day I'd try and find something to paint them. Anyway, to cut a long story short, basically I met somebody else, another guy who we were discussing doing some modelling work for me, and I would do some sort of typographical type work. And eventually the kind of the nexus, I suppose, of what was to become Spartan Games was formed, the idea of doing a fantasy naval game with the fantasy ships. And spaceships, we talked, very much at the beginning, we talked about doing spaceships, and hell, we talked about doing, you name it, we talked about doing this sort of thing. And that was sort of that. It was, it started off as very much an idea of doing something that would be quite quirky, quite fun. I I use the term beer and pretzel. I don't mean it in a rude and derogatory way, but in a kind of a simplified game that people can kind of pick up, play, have some fun with, and then just put to one side and not get too stressed about. That they can have fun with their mate. Because like a lot of war games, I enjoy the models, but I actually enjoy the social aspect of it. I enjoy getting, it's having my friends round to war game, and when we can get the weekends where we can all go and play silly buggers for 3 days, it's great. Basically that was the kind of the formation of what was going to be Spartan Games. Things changed a little bit at the beginning. I think you have to make certain decisions when you're doing that. Are you going to keep it kind of small and something that's fun that you want to do without it growing into a big business? And the issue of Spartan Games was actually our hands were tied very much from the beginning, because it went from 0 to 300 miles an hour practically overnight.
Yeah, right.
I had this grand plan at the beginning of Spartan Games with Uncharted Seas that I would kind of release the models and then bring out the rule book and have something that would allow us to bed ourselves in as a company. Maybe take a year to settle down and get to know what we were doing. And because I'd never done anything like Spartan Games before. I mean, I spent all my life selling me as a concept to people, no idea. And it just they went mad.
Right.
We had to get used to selling, I thought we'd sell, hundreds and hundreds of models, but we ended up selling thousands and thousands, and it turned into tens of thousands of models.
Wow.
Very rapidly, and it caught us, I'll be very honest, it caught us by surprise. It caught us, we were not prepared for the volume that we had to deal with. It was for something that literally started on my dining room table, on the garage of my house, and then I think it was about 3 weeks after that I had to go and rent the first office space.
Wow!
Right.
So you didn't even have any office space when Uncharted Seas launched?
No, we had a third party company that manufactured the metal and resin components for us. And we literally it was going to be, because I expected it to be a very slow burn. It was one of the things where literally I was anticipating several months of kind of bedding ourselves in, while we figured out what was going to happen.
Wow.
And literally the traction got hold on the thing, and it just shot off, and we hung on with both hands. It was crazy.
Now let me ask you this, because I know a lot of small game company people out there, like, that's the dream. How did that happen? So, I also know that in the back of my head, as being a small business owner myself, that dream can also turn into a nightmare very quickly if you're not careful. But what do you think made Spartan unique, or what did you guys do, you think? Was it simply the concept you had and the quality of the models, or were there some things you guys did that, looking back, you're like, that's really was how we made it happen?
I would love to tell you that to be sat here I'm sat in my little office at home at the moment. I would love to tell you that that it was basically down to incredible business acumen and skill and prowess and my gigantic intellect and all of that sort of nonsense. But I have absolutely no idea. It's a complete and honest answer. I thought the models were cool.
Right.
I liked they were my models. I think everybody when you design something, you think it's a really cool concept, and you hope everybody else will enjoy it as well. I'm just going to have a drink because I'm sound like I'm actually sort of like going to start singing to you in a minute. Hang on.
But it does sound like you guys tapped some sort of vein that maybe you weren't aware, or maybe no one was really aware was there, which is that there's lots of different miniature war games out there today, but there's definitely a deficit of naval combat games. Everybody's tried them in the past, and they've been reasonably successful, but they've sort of all faded away.
Yeah, I think I very much with Uncharted Seas, I wanted it was the whole premise of it was to be fun,
right?
And it was not. Not that I don't think that we never wanted it to be taken seriously, but we wanted people to walk away from the game having had fun.
Mm-hmm.
And that was foremost at the front of our minds when it was done, was that people would would literally put the models on the table, play for an hour or two, and then they'd have a laugh and a giggle, and they'd kind of like, those moments where you're looking at your opponent and you're kind of pointing at them as if to say, how the hell did you do that, you lucky so-and-so, that,
right.
And insert whatever choice expletives you may want to add to that statement. And that was it. And I think that we sort of The models were for us. We felt they were very good quality. But even back then, we knew we could do better if we actually sort of put more resource behind it. And we worked incredibly hard, we think, to raise the quality levels of the model. Because the first models are cool, but the models that we're doing now are better.
Oh yeah,
insane.
And at some point this year, this coming year, we'll be basically. I mean, we've got to do some to work to things like the Dragon Lords, because we had an unfortunate problem in our mold room where some of our master molds got destroyed. Well, they got damaged, and so things like the Dragon Lords, we're going to have to do some work to fix. We have to replace some of the masters. So we're going to roll that into something later in the year where there'll be some an update to the initial fleets that came out.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So you started this thing out, and it sounds like you said that a friend of yours sculpted a few of these models for you, and they look great. So you obviously made your masters off of those, but then you suddenly realized, oh my gosh, we have lightning in the bottle here. We got to produce these things well and reliably, and we got to design some more. And it seems like Spartan does some interesting design processes. Your models are resin. You got a lot of CGI mock-ups coming out. Can you kind of describe how you kind of got to where you are in terms of how you produce stuff and what exactly the production process is there, Spartan?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Yeah, okay. It's all done by a wizard. We hired a magic guy. And it all comes out of the sleeve of his robe.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, it's just great. I just wave a magic wand and it all.
I can tell. It really, absolutely.
Yeah. The original process we used, it was all physical sculpting, and the issue with physical sculpting is it was always a time thing.
Right.
Especially when you're doing this with straight line stuff as well. It's very hard for the model makers to make the model accurate and keep it accurate across the models, and do them in a very timely fashion, because we've had a very rapid rollout of models in our range.
Oh yeah.
And actually that's going to accelerate over the next year. We'll double our product range by the end of this coming year.
Wow.
And we've got a very aggressive schedule for new product. Basically, so when we started taking a look at the CAD side of it. Again, I mean, I'm fascinated by the whole world of technology anyway. It's kind of one of my passions, and I'd started taking a look at the 3D stuff, and I've been talking to a company in America about some rapid prototyping technologies and how far we could push the envelope in terms of what could be sculpted on screen, and then what we could rapid prototype, and then what the model makers. I hired in professional model makers, the guys who run my studio. I call my studio. Christ, that's incredibly. excuse my language. That's incredibly pompous. The guys who run the model room.
Right.
Studio. Yes, they all sort of sit there in their little white jackets and everything. No, the guys who run us, they're all professional model makers. They're all trained model makers, and they all understand the physical world and they understand the digital side of it. And what they did is they went away and they basically took a look at how we could take the CAD technology, prototype it, and then how we could then manipulate those models to get them into rubber in a way that worked well and translated the detail, and then allowed us to make them. The issue with the models is I mean, for making 1,000 models is easy, but when we produce a model, we have to consider how do we make 20,000 or 50,000 of it.
Right.
Good point.
And that's where it gets really fascinating, because that whole process of looking at a model and anticipating how it's going to perform in a mold. And how rapidly do you? Because we tend to destroy a lot of our molds in about 14 days.
Wow.
Because we run them, and we have a break point on all of them, which the guys they kind of learned a little bit with the molds as to how fast they will burn the silicon out, and obviously from that point of view, then things start failing. So we then have to start trying to extract those molds and remake them. So we literally make molds every day of the week, 7 days a week. We make brand new molds across the product range, because the process by which we anticipate models, literally it's a volume game. That's been as complicated an issue for us to learn the actual process of manufacturing the models as well. So it's been really interesting. It's a whole kind of new world of skills to learn. But the guys I'm really proud of the work they do, because they work incredibly hard, and that's generally because of the stick that I beat them with.
Right.
But and occasionally when that one breaks, I just get a bigger one. So back to your question. Now, the digital side of it is it's a very exciting thing for we. The fact is, we Chris who runs the designers, they can design some models. The speed at which they can create some of the prototypes, it staggers me sometimes.
Wow.
I mean, some of them, you look at it and they can take days and days and days. But some of the models, I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. Have you seen the French battleship?
Yes.
That we got? Okay, that was 3 days.
3 days. Wow.
That was 3 days of CAD work.
Now, how long does it take to go from finalizing the CAD design to production on something like that?
We got it down to that's actually really cool. We can literally finish the model design, get it to the States. We can get it back from the States within 36 hours, and we can have it in a master mode within 6 hours of it working through the door.
Wow!
So we can actually turn some of the models. We can turn it around in 5 days. If it goes well, we can do a 5-day turnaround on some of them.
Wow!
So what's the turnover looking like for that French battleship?
Well, actually that's I love that model, and it's amazing how much we got a little bit of controversy in our forum with that one, because obviously it's not in the rule book, and it fits in with what we call the Alliance Suite, which is an important part of the way that Dystopain Wars goes together. But I would anticipate that I can probably send you some of that resin by the end of February.
Oh wow!
Oh well.
It was going to be January, but we had to push it out a little bit because of capacity planning for some of the other products that we've got. The tanks that are coming out, the ground vehicles for Dystopian. Our pre-orders on those are pretty interesting.
Now I have to ask you a quick aside here. This is just as an Englishman, okay? How could you give the flying battleship to the French?
Different. Sorry?
As an Englishman, how could you give the flying battleship to the French? No, seriously.
You don't seriously expect an answer from me on that.
Remember, the sculptors...
Let me just answer that really, and most of you by giving some xenophobic answer. I always play. I've got a French army in World War II. I've got a huge Napoleonic French army. Get off the French back. What's wrong with you, man?
All right, there you go.
It's just Russ.
Happy French lover there.
Wow. He's a Francophile.
The forum thread got a little bit out of control as well. That was interesting as well.
It did.
That got a bit naughty, but never mind.
Now, speaking of the forum, and you said there was some controversy on the forum, one thing that really sets your company apart from pretty much every other gaming company out there that I've come in contact with is how close a connection you stick with your fan base and your players. It seems like right from the outset that made it. I know I was a little confused by the depth of the integration that you had planned for that side of your company, but it seems now, looking back, that was the part of the plan all along. Maybe it was just a happy coincidence, but that connection seems to allow you to adjust. For instance, I didn't play the Orcs when Uncharted Seas first came out. Russ did. I guess those rules changed relatively quickly. It just seems like with that connection, it allows you to react to things that another company might maybe fawn off as, oh, no, that's the way we designed it. That's the way it was supposed to work. It's just because you haven't figured it out yet, or maybe we'll adjust it in a supplement 3 years down the road. But like how conscious was that internet presence in your business plan as you started up?
Well, we've got a forum.
I don't know. Somebody's posting there with your name on it.
What can I say? I'll answer by rolling it back to my job as a journalist. One of the reasons I used to get in trouble with some of my editors, there's many reasons I got in trouble with my editors, but which is why it was much better to get promoted and become the editor, was that believe as a journalist that if in order to be a good journalist for my audience, I actually had to care what they thought.
Uh-huh.
And, you'd be amazed how many newspapers out there really don't care. So for me, it was an interesting passion that how do I know what to deliver if I don't actually ask people what they want? Point. And so if I kind of translate that forward into Spartan, I mean, war games are a vocal crowd. I mean, if there's one thing that you will get from war games is they will tell you what they're thinking, whether you want to hear it or not, whether it's good or bad, and that feedback's going to be there. The technology companies out there would pay a fortune, and do pay a fortune, to get that sort of interaction from their customer base. But these guys, they come back and they tell you with a passion what they like, and they go and they play with your product, they read your books, and they come back and they tell you right slap bang between the eyes what they think.
Uh-huh.
And you have to be, as soon as you put your head above the parapet, you have to be willing to kind of take that on board. You have to listen. But if you don't listen to these guys, then you're just insulting them, because you're rolling a product out and you're kind of going to people, just buy it, just give me your money. I really don't care what you think. Just give me your money, and that's nonsense. Any company that does that they want to put them against the wall and shoot. That's just crazy speak. You've got to engage with your customers. You have to listen. And, and I can sort of sit here, and clearly I can sit here with my IQ of 5,000 and tell you that everything I do is incredibly perfect, and we nail it on the head every time. Well, that'll be nonsense as well. Of course we don't. If we get it wrong, then the important thing is to fix it.
Yeah.
We have done things where we can, the Orcs is a good example. We did a few things with the Orcs where originally when they first came out they worked well, but as they expanded and a few things changed, we realised that actually they were slightly broken, and we basically sat down, we discussed it, and the logical thing was to take it straight on the chin and say to the customer base, we're terribly sorry about this, but we've got to change them because right now they don't work.
Yeah, right.
Or rather, they work, but whether you want to call it power gaming or whatever, power creep, things like that, or whatever you want to call it, would make them an unpleasant thing to have in the game. So we need to fix it. We need to do it now. And we're terribly sorry to those of you that we're going to upset by this. But for, I guess if you want to call it the greater good of the game or whatever, they had to check, and we did, and we had a few people who were sore with us. But I think on the whole, a lot of people, appreciated the fact that we corrected an error.
Well, I think the reaction that I see is just so positive, mainly because there are really so many game companies out there that are exactly as you portray, like just buy my product, give me your money, and then go on your way, and maybe next year we'll give you a little something too. And to have,
don't worry, I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal that we're perfect.
Oh no.
My statement to that was more.
You are not. No.
I actually, I think I've probably said it on the forum a few times. When we judge what we do as a company, we base it on we're interested in what we do. I have absolutely no interest in what other war games companies do, and that's not an arrogant thing. I just don't. They don't influence my product development. They don't influence the company. So I really, most of the time, I don't care.
Right. Well,
what anybody else is up to. We run the business the way we think it's right.
Yep.
And I'm sure that some of them may look at what we do and they kind of think, who are these crazy guys from the UK? But hey, we're having a huge amount of fun doing this. It's so cool. My guys, we get to the office. It is a blast. Even the days when they're hammered into the ground work-wise, they always leave with a smile. And it's normally because I've super glued it in place.
Yep.
You call it crazy glue over there, don't you?
Right. Crazy glue, yes.
Yeah, crazy glue, yeah.
I think it's time to start talking about games now.
Okay. Well, we might as well start at the beginning.
Yeah, I told you I get paid by the word. I'll
just keep talking.
That's true. Well, I am. One more thing is, I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. Resin. Very few companies have that as their primary material. Why is it that you decided to go with that at the beginning? I think probably because it's less expensive than plastic or of getting the big machines that do metals. But now that you're advancing, and I think it's great. I love working with your resins and the quality of the models as they come out.
It's interesting. Yeah, the materials is an interesting one. I mean, basically, it's like with all of these things. We selected a business model and embraced distribution. I mean, clearly, if we'd gone for kind of a direct mail relationship with our customer base, it would be, we'd be a very different type of company, I suppose. But we embraced distribution, which automatically puts you in the volume side of things, because you're not selling 1,000 or something. You tend to be selling multiple thousands, if not tens of thousands or something. So you immediately the numbers of things you make. So if you imagine, we kind of have three categories for how we pick it. Metal is great for high speed volume, because you can make an awful lot of pieces very rapidly in pewter. So you tend to lose some detail if you're not careful, and you have to be cautious with your molds. But for things like turrets on Dystopain Wars and stuff like that, it was natural to get some of those kind of little pieces out. And we made vast volumes of turrets for Dystopain. It was almost crazy how many. Watching these huge big boxes of I remember moving a box in the office and thinking it was incredibly heavy. And I asked one of the guys what it was, and he said it was 36 kilos of Britannian turrets.
Wow, 36 kilos.
Now, you got to imagine, I sort of stared at him and I said, there's 36 kilo of Britannian turrets. And I said, how many is that? And he just looked at me in a kind of blank way, as if to say, pick the box up yourself, you're a big bloke. So it's kind of, it's great. I mean, pewter's an interesting one, because we do use a lot of pewter. Excuse me. It's tricky from a packaging point of view, because it does tend to weigh an awful lot, and you don't really want to have too many of your objects in too much of that. So our next option was resin. I mean, resins are great if you know what you're doing with it. Resin's fantastic because it's. I mean, the guys worked with it all the time. Because three of the guys anyway have worked in the movie industry, and as I said, the proper model makers, and they're familiar with working with resin, so they know how to manipulate the properties. I mean, we've got a fantastic supplier who helps us out with sort of technical issues. Every now and again, we'll come to them and say, we have this object that's just not performing, and we need to make 15,000.
Yeah.
How do we get this thing to do this? And they'll kind of. They'll send one of their engineers over, and they will work with our guys, and they'll say, okay, if we make the mold this way, then we can get it out. It's sort of. So we love resin because the skin detail you get on it is incredible. Our CAD model makers work at 0.0016 micron detail level, I think. So that's how far we can take it down. And the rubber that we use a very high quality silicon rubber. We'll actually take that skin detail and we'll take as much as we can throw at the model. Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen the American Carrier, but there's a set of stairs on the American Carrier underneath the hangar deck. Yep. And at the bottom of the stairs is a 1.5 mil high door.
Yep.
That was one of the guys just showing off. I didn't even know it was there. The only reason I found out it was there was I was reading the forum, and I actually saw that somebody had posted that there was a door at the foot of the stairs, and I was like, no, there's not. And I actually went and picked one of the models, and it was like, oh, hey, look, there's a door.
Yeah, and they're finding it on production quality. That's the thing; it translates all the way to production. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we do. Obviously, we get failures. You try and catch them as many as you can. But we try to be vigilant. But of course, some errors do slip in. It's sort of like we throw it away. We do throw things away. I mean, our failure rates are pretty low, I think, across the board for the numbers that we're doing. But the guys work incredibly hard for the molds, which is why we replace the molds so often.
Yeah.
And as soon as the mold starts showing an aging process, Because basically the silicon, there's oils in it, and when it dries, two things happen. Firstly, it starts contracting on the model, so there's a shrinkage. But the second thing is that the object refuses to come out of the mold.
Right.
And as soon as it starts refusing to come out of the mold, that's when your defects start kicking in, and that's when things can start going wrong for the customer. So that's the point at which we literally just take a big knife to the mold.
Okay.
New one. So the guys are constantly watching for that in the demolding process. So resin is it's a scalability issue with resin. It starts coming down to numbers of bodies that are connected to the vac chambers that basically kind of like control the number of units that you get out each day.
Gotcha.
We cast 8 hours a day.
Wow.
in the mold room every day, day in, day out. During the course of next year, we're going to have to move that to shifts to actually start probably casting 12 to 14 hours a day.
Wow.
Because to do with the volumes. Right now, we're in a good place with what the guys can get out. But obviously, when you look at the scalability of the business, resin starts. For me, a lot of resin holds the detail better than plastics anyway.
Right.
But plastics, of course, is that wonderful thing where you spend a chunk of money, design the molds, you press a button and you walk away, and next day there's 30,000 pieces or something or whatever. So you've got that kind of you've got that kind of volume. You can massively ramp and scale your business up to meet the demands of plastics. We've been looking at plastics and talking to plastics companies for the last 6 months. It's something that will come to the company.
Yeah.
But right now, we're enjoying what we can do with the resin, and all the time we're learning how to make the resin better.
Right.
We're very proud of Dystopain Wars, but especially the models. The guys, I think, have done a great job on it.
Incredible.
Actually, I use the word proud a lot with my guys because they do. I get to see the models every day, and sometimes they give me stuff and it just blows me away.
It's fantastic.
Thank you. So, did I answer your question, or did I just talk?
I think you got that covered.
I think you hit that one and several others. So let's keep Russ calm, and we'll go into. You already talked a lot about Uncharted Seas, where it came from. You like the models first, and where did the core rules that basically carry over through your game systems, or at least through the two naval, and now the new.
D6.
Yeah. Now, where did that come from?
Believe it or not, it started off as a set of skirmish rules.
Oh.
We're going a bit wobbly on the phone. Can you hear me?
We got you. Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, there you go. It started off as originally I wanted to do a set of skirmish rules for Spartans and Greeks.
Yeah, the heroes of myth and legend.
And Persians.
Yep.
Yeah, and we call it, actually the rules are called Death and Glory. They're all finished issues. We just haven't had a chance to get them out yet. Great set of combat rules for skirmishing, and basically, so that's where the mechanic was built from, and then it got. We looked at it and realised that. Excuse me, I'm really sorry about the coughing.
It's okay.
We realised that the mechanic itself would lend itself to a number of sort of genres and things, and so we had to go turning it into some naval rules, and that worked quite simply. And it kind of it sort of happened, but in the background we knew that they sort of started as these skirmish rules. Death and Glory will be out this coming year, principally because me and Al have put an awful lot of work into the book, and we're really pleased with what we've built, and we're going to bring them out, but we just haven't had time. It's always time. Everything's always time.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So the mechanic came out. It was quite cool. Then we sort of like realised that we could get them to manage fantasy ships, and then we realised that we could get them to manage sort of spaceships. And within Dystopain Wars, we thought, well, we're going to push them a little bit harder and see whether we can get the aerials and naval and the ground stuff into one and see whether we could kind of roll them all in. It was something that I wanted from the beginning of the project, was to do that. And it does work, but if you're into tank battles, then I think people are going to want a lot more from a set of rules. So what you're going to see in 2011 is a new set of tank rules for Dystopain Wars. But we're going to give them away.
Cool.
So we'll actually. So there you go. I'll just kind of announce that on your show.
There you go.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for that. So basically, you can use the existing rules in Dystopain Wars for tank battles, and it'll work. Or you can get this free PDF download or whatever you're going to do that's going to have more advanced sort of extended tank rules.
Yeah, basically, yeah. We've actually created it. We've got one of the things that we started looking at last year was Firestorm. Armada was that we started looking at a way of doing very large fleet action. So the idea being is that at the moment, and I play Firestorm was probably about sort of like 30 models on the table.
Right.
And I'm happy with playing a game that size. But every now and again I kind of talk to the guys, wouldn't it be cool to put 100 ships on there?
Yes, it would, Neil. Yes, it would.
So we talked about it, and we came up with a different mechanic, which is still based on the exploding D6, but we've if it's possible, we've streamlined it even more.
Wow!
Which
nice.
We've taken the rules to look at less about the model and more about the unit.
Oh, that'd be cool.
So it's whether be it the squadron or whatever. So basically, we've kind of like abstracted to another level with the engine, and we designed these rules. And one of the first things that we actually sort of we tested it on and got it working nicely with is ground vehicles for Dystopian. So I mean, I played a game the other day where I had about 130 Britannian tanks on the table.
Wow,
nice.
That's cool.
I had 16 of the land ships.
Nice.
And a ton of artillery, and I think I had about 15 airships. And I got my backside whooped. I know I'm obviously crap at the game, but obviously can't play at my own games, but never mind. But it was great fun because I actually played this ridiculously sized game, and it was huge fun, and I think it took about 2.5 hours to
that's awesome.
for me to be totally destroyed. But so what we're going to do is we're going to make those rules available, because we've got the core book, and that is, that's the foundation of the rules now in the game, and that's for people who want to basically embrace the idea of kind of air, land, and sea. And we play a game where if you want to have your tanks on the mainland engaging with your battleships and your airships, then we think it's cool for that. But if somebody wants to play a very large ground game, then these rules that we're going to give away will embrace the vehicles and allow people to actually play a big game.
That's fantastic.
Nice. Now, do you foresee doing that for releasing the large fleet action rules for Firestorm also? Someday?
You want two announcements from me?
Well, no. You said you filled with it. I'm just saying someday. You don't have to tell me when. Just someday.
We haven't quite worked out how to do that yet, because one of the obviously I don't want to make too many product announcements, but because people this end tend to get really upset with me when I open my mouth. It's one of the things that we did last year with Firestorm is when I started banging on about wanting to play a game with 100 spaceships. We tried it, and you can imagine putting 40 Dindrenzi battleships on the table.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
But, they're big. They're big, highly detailed models. And so what we did is I went to the CAD guys and I went, I want some small ones. And they looked at me and they said, okay, just give us more work. So we took the actually, do you know what I'm talking about? We took the Aquans and the Ceruleans, and we shrunk them.
Ooh, neat.
We made them smaller, and basically, if you can imagine an Aquan, a Cerulean battleship, a little bit bigger than a cruiser.
Oh wow!
And then your cruisers down a little bit bigger than your frigates, and then you've got a base where you've got 3 or 4 frigates on one base.
Oh, nice!
Representing a unit of frigates. Then you can imagine sticking 100 of those on the table.
Wow.
You can actually do it.
That would be amazing.
So, yeah, and of course the amusing thing is that because we can actually sort of miniaturize them that well, you take all of the detail that is on the battleship at 110 millimeters or whatever.
Wow.
Is on the ship that's 60 mil.
Oh, that is awesome.
And we lost no detail.
Yeah.
See, I like how Neil's mind thinks here. I like this whole. You just need to get more stuff on the table and make it playable. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
I love it.
So as to how we do that with Firestorm, I don't know. Is the honest answer is we're going to do something.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I seem to be drying up here. Too much talking, you say.
You're doing great. Hang in there.
Yeah, I'm hanging on in there, yeah. If it all goes really quiet, and obviously I'm on the floor.
We'll call 911 or whatever that is.
Yeah, basically, we'll do something. I mean, obviously, these days, it's not just about what we think as a company. We have to say, we have to be respectful of what our distribution and our sales partners expect from us as well. Because, it's sort of, I can no longer just have some crazy idea and say, put it in the box and sell it. Right. Everything has an impact point now. Right. And I have to kind of it's sort of, we have to make sure that whatever we do sits comfortably with these guys as well, because they do a fantastic job of getting our product to everybody to buy.
Yeah, right.
So, yes, we will. You will see, I don't know how yet, but you will definitely see the ability in Firestorm to double, treble, quadruple the number of models you can blow each other up.
That's awesome.
Oh, good.
And that is definitely coming. And highly likely that it'll come down the food chain to Uncharted Seas as well.
See, he's making me love the fact that I own all three of these games.
Already,
but now I need to get more smaller models.
There you go. Absolutely.
But you don't have to. You can stay with the beauty of the way that the rules will work is that you can just stay, if you want to just stay at the scale you're at. Then great, go for it. But I mean, I think if we're going to, we don't. I mean, I'm not a big fan of trying to make people buy stuff. People, you give them stuff and you let them, they will make an informed opinion. And I don't want to ever have a situation whereby people get upset with us because they feel that we're making them buy something.
Right.
I want people to want to buy what we sell. That's very important to me. I don't want people feeling that I'm forcing them into a corner to have to buy something.
Yeah.
That's not the way we design our games. That's not what we want.
No, it's not. It's not how any of us feel about the company. I mean, you feel so good about Spartan Games.
You feel you want more. It's just because it's so cool and the details are amazing.
Now, another thing about Spartan Games that I think is very clear to those of us who've been following from the beginning is how much you guys learned from your experiences one project to the next. What would you say was like the biggest lesson learned from Uncharted Seas going into Firestorm Armada?
Should have bought more cattle prods at the beginning.
Alrighty.
Planning.
Yep.
I would say that the one mistake I made with Uncharted Seas was being almost apologetic about the product when I released it.
Yeah.
And when I say apologetic, I don't mean about the quality. It was that I didn't properly perceive how big it would get, how fast. I found that was probably some interesting syntax I got wrong there. But the thing outgrew my perception of what it would be.
Yep.
I got completely wrong in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And so as I said to you, I expected a slow burn. So I didn't plan enough in advance as to where the product would be in 6 months or 12 months.
Yep.
So if you look at when the first book came out, there was 16 models. And then the Uncharted Seas is fast approaching 100 models now.
Right. Yeah.
And a lot of that happened really quickly. So we got a little bit out of synchronization with some of it, and we got taught a few lessons on how to do things, and you learn that that people want the stats quicker, and they want the kind of stat counting with the products, so you kind of retrofit some of those. And then I guess what I should have done is some of the rules that I wanted to go into the game that I kind of stripped out to make the game faster playing. I should have had in at the beginning. So there's little lessons like that. So when you do Firestorm, Again, you learn lessons, but then you get taught a few more lessons as well, such as if you're going to launch a game in November before Christmas, you have to realise that you're going to sell an awful lot. Because it's like really cool spaceships that are good size, well priced. Okay, I sound like a sales.
No, but that's exactly right. It is true. It's exactly describing your product.
I don't like that stuff. But without wanting to sound like an advert for it, there were good models at a good price.
Yep.
And I think we anticipated sales, but again got that slightly wrong.
Right.
In as much as it went mental. So I think lessons from Uncharted Seas to Firestorm. Planning. It's always going to be planning. Basically, I need to. You've got to factor in a longer range plan for things. You've got to kind of grow the product in your mind incredibly quickly to where you think it's going to be in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months time. Have a little bit more courage about your conviction. But like I said, with Uncharted Seas, didn't really know where that product was going to go. It went incredibly well and continues to go incredibly well. But you kind of have to have a little bit more belief in that,
Right.
Yeah.
And that's good. So far, and then Firestorm came along and has been great. And we've got many plans for Firestorm. We've got the Alliance Fleet books coming out, which I think people are going to really enjoy that. We've got a new CAD artist in charge of that project now, Dave Kim, who's basically going to be running the Firestorm product development side of things, and he's got a real fire in his belly for what he wants to do with that.
Oh, cool.
So that's really cool. So I think, I definitely kind of like factoring in more planning, and we do that. Well now. My wife is also kind of like sort of business partner in what we do. She's getting a lot more involved in Spartan Games, which I think was a hell of a shock to her because she's basically like a global project manager for people. She's
that's awesome.
She looks after multi-million-dollar portfolios, and she's a very, very clever lady who's very savvy at organising big, complicated things. And the idea that she would ever get involved in wargaming, which I think was a bit of a shock to her system. But she's a lot more about planning, which is really cool because I just want to keep designing games.
Right.
It's what I love doing, and the logistical aspect of Spartan Games is not something I necessarily want to do, but it's something that obviously I get involved in. But I'd rather leave it to people who are much better at the spreadsheets. The only time I want to get anywhere near a spreadsheet is when I'm calculating odds.
Well, a smart leader knows what he's good at and what he should delegate to others. So it sounds like a smart leader knows what he's good at and knows what he should delegate to others. So it sounds like you got that under control there.
Yeah, well, I think clearly in the new year I'll probably just have to fire myself for being substandard and just kind of like hiring somebody who's good at what they do and then to take the company forward. I'll be retired out to tea by a janitor or something.
Right.
So there you started at Uncharted Seas and learned a bunch of lessons. Went on to Firestorm Armada, which is an awesome space game, which actually you were mentioning you were thinking of right at the very beginning of Uncharted Seas. But that culminates in what we consider probably the best kept secret in gaming in 2010, because none of us even knew this game was on the horizon until about a month before it came out. And that would be Dystopain Wars, the new big thing from Spartan Games. How did you?
Yeah, that one just stayed for a while. That one, I actually had the idea for Dystopain about the same time that I kind of started coming up with the background pieces for what I wanted Firestorm to be. I love that stuff. The whole kind of like Victorian sci-fi stuff. As a young guy, I was an avid reader of Edgar Rice Burroughs stuff.
Yeah.
I loved, the kind of the Mars and Venus stuff. So I think, excuse me, it's one of those things where it's very evocative. It's a wonderful subject matter. You get to play around with some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And the issue there was that we got one of the guys to start doing some CAD mock-ups. I mean, we've had the models in the office for we had the first 2 fleets about 14 months ago.
Oh, wow!
And they just, we would kind of like look at them, and we were like, this is cool. Even we thought this was cool stuff, and we thought, well, it's interesting to see what people think of this one. But again, like I said, I think I said it, as I said earlier, it's not just about what we do anymore. It's about how we work with our sales partners and things. So we had 2 games, Uncharted Seas and Firestorm, which we're very proud of, and it's important that those projects are looked after and catered for. And again, we've only got so much resource that we can apply to things,
right?
Because we're not a vast entity. So we had to develop it, and we kept it quiet because as soon as people hear that you've got something, they tend to want to buy it. Because as soon as they see a picture of something nice and they want to own it, it's kind of like, they'll be knocking on your door saying, I'd like to buy that. But we didn't want to take away from the focus of what we were doing with the others. Uncharted Seas had grown rapidly, so we had to, we wanted to get that to a kind of a level playing field, into which a solid bedrock into which we could build, which is the work that the Boren's doing for us with the new supplement and the new fleets and things. Excuse me. Firestorm, we knew exactly where we were heading with that. Plus, of course, we've got Invasion that's coming along. So we had, we had a direction and things that we wanted to do with Firestorm Armada that we needed to keep. So we didn't want to defocus people's attention on the business. So we just kept quiet. It wasn't because we wanted to, there wasn't huge, grand conspiracy. I'd like to think that, it'd be quite cool if we sat in the corner and I was dressed as Sherlock Holmes and one of the guys in Moriarty having a fantastic, dastardly plot to foil everybody. It was just something that we did as a business to just, we wanted to just build it and we wanted to get it right. Now, we bit off a hell of a lot with the rules to actually, to get the 3 in, because to some extent, making them all work together has been an interesting exercise for us. And I think that that there are some areas that we need to tweak and improve on. And I wanted to very much then work with the guys to work on the background and the artwork. Cause, if we're going to make this world, I wanted to make it embraceable by people. I wanted people to kind of like enjoy. I wanted it to be a good read. I wanted people to kind of like want to be the Kingdom of Britannia. I want to be the Empire of the Blazing Sun, or to actually like the idea of what the Antarcticans are all about, or to speculate on what the Russians are going to be and things like that. So it was it was an interesting one. I mean, I was I can't tell you how nervous I was the week before I announced Dystopain.
Oh yeah.
Because I was sort of staring at these models, and I was thinking, well, gosh, we've put a lot of effort into these, and the CAD boys have been going absolutely crazy making the models, and it was sort of, we were very excited, and I was thinking, what if people don't like it?
Yeah, you always, looking back on it as gamers, we're like, how could they not have thought it was going to be awesome? But I can imagine, it's such a different departure from what you've done so far in terms of theme. I think, just to try to gush for a minute, just because I have to wait on the phone, I think you did an amazing job in a couple areas. First of all, bringing all the 3 different kinds of units together in a way that works is really impressive. And I'm a big fan of simple, elegant rules that work, and I think it's a pretty impressive. And I can't imagine the amount of playtesting must have gone on there with all that to bring all that together and make it work somehow.
Yeah, Al's now 114 years old. They practically killed the guy. But if it happens, then if he dies, then we just get somebody else.
Fair enough.
If you're listening to this, Al, it's a joke. Possibly.
That and the theme too. You can see also, like, and you mentioned before how you'd learned about you wanted more graphic arts in your things, and you can just tell when you look at the 3 books. Dystopain Wars definitely feels to be they're all great books, but Dystopain Wars feels the richest, the most theme filled of the bunch. You can definitely tell how you brought that all together. It's a really
every
nice book.
page.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Sally's. Actually, ironically, with the rule book, it's. looking at it now, I kind of I probably should have put about another 60 pages in there. I mean, we got looked at that. I mean, Sally is working in some beautiful artwork at the moment. She's I love her work because she's what I call a traditional. She's an organic painter, so she actually paints. It's completely non-digital. She paints everything. And I just love the feel of that. And I thought, although we used the digital stuff on the rule book for things like the metallic work and all of that, which we spent a lot of time creating all of the cosmic. In fact, it was young Chris's idea for the idea that all of the imagery would be coming in on the metal rollers and the cogs.
Right.
And I remember the day he was trying to explain it to me for the rulebook, and I was looking at him, and I must have had my mouth open or something, because he was kind of looking at me as if I was stupid. Because he was kind of doodling like I really couldn't get it into my head. And then eventually one of the digital guys just did a mock-up, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, the pictures are on rollers. And you could sort of see them kind of like, wanting to leave the room and cry at the boss's brain that just wasn't working, But no, I think we've done a good job of it. It's like all of these things, we could have done a better job, but and I think we will do a better job of it with the next variation of things. And again, it's learning. It's like every time. One of these days, maybe you'll talk to me, and I'll tell you that I think we've done a perfect set of rules. Actually, I probably won't. It's probably highly unlikely. We think we've done a good job, but we constantly strive to try and do better.
Yeah.
And Dystopian is I've enjoyed that. Of the three projects, that was a really fun one to work on. It got a lot of me in that one.
Oh, cool.
Actually, a lot more, because what happened to Firestorm is that Firestorm had less of me because I was more preoccupied with running the business. But on this one, I actually kind of like pushed the business away for a bit and got into Dystopian a bit. So I've enjoyed this one because I've actually got to be more creative in this one.
Very nice.
As opposed to kind of worrying about some of the other things.
Well, judging from our local reaction that we've been having, we have friends who, most of our friends all like either Uncharted Seas or Firestorm Armada, and we play that every now and then. But there's been a huge reaction with people who have just jumped in with both feet into Dystopian Wars. Have you seen that kind of reaction globally? Has it gotten a really good reception from the gaming community?
Well, my mother bought a lot. I think she's got a warehouse now in a few. No, it has been. It's been very, very. As a launch, it's been a successful product. My printers love us, and they love you all for buying everything because Because just before I shut the company down for Christmas, I had to place another order for a load of printed materials.
Great.
So given that, when did we launch it? November 17th?
Yes.
Yeah, so 4 weeks in, I had to basically reprint everything.
Wow.
We kind of guesstimated that it would go on the numbers that we would do in sales-wise, and Dystopian has been one of the guys, Gary, asked me to describe it. He said, what sort of project is it? I said, well, it's going to be one of those things where everybody's going to kind of like be lukewarm to it, and they're going to like it, or it's going to just be a dark horse and go ballistic and kind of like and be an incredible success. Well, it certainly hasn't been lukewarm.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know, again, it's one of these things, but you put it down to, well, I think we did well with the models. I think we did a cracking job with the models.
Yeah.
My boys have certainly pulled out all the stops there. And to be honest with you, the models, I mean, the stuff that's coming down the line, I think you're going to love it. When the ground vehicles come out, I think you're really going to like the ground vehicles.
I can't wait to see them.
And stuff like that. The flyers that are coming out are great, especially that the medium Blazing Sun one is just my favourite.
The gyro, yeah,
great piece. Great.
Can't wait to see that either.
So I think the models got people. The rule book, I think when people pick the rule book up, it looks it looks good and it feels good. So I think that was a good warming effect for us. And then of course, but the interesting bit is that we've got we know exactly what we're doing with Dystopian for the next 12 months of releases with it. That's completely before the product even released, which is what I said to you about planning.
Right.
We know exactly where we're going to be at with that product.
Wow.
Right the way out to the end of the year, and you should never wish your life away, but I can't wait until the back end of next year.
Oh yeah.
Because I tell you, the throttle will open up in this game. At the end of next year,
I can't wait to see.
Dystopian will take off.
Wow.
I think that,
like it hasn't already, though. I mean, that's the thing. That's what's amazing about it. The models.
This is I could sit here and kind of pontificate about it, but I think people are going to. It will grow and it will evolve as a project for us in an exciting way. But equally, rolling it back to the other games, I think we've got the Alliance fleet coming out for Firestorm, which is going to change the way Firestorm is played, because we've got the 40 new ships coming out,
right?
For Firestorm, and we've got 14 new races, I think.
Wow.
That will be detailed, and there's a lot of stuff there. We've got decks and other stuff that we haven't had. There's a myriad of decks of cards coming out to upgrade and enhance each game.
I was going to ask that. So those are those decks going to give you race specific decks then, like Uncharted Seas has?
Yes.
Oh, great.
They're coming out. There's also Alliance decks to go with those as well, which you'll be able to play. And then on Dystopian, there's an interesting deck coming out, which will be characters and scientists and military officers.
Oh,
you can basically hire them in, and they can add abilities to your fleet. And it's just an excuse. It's an excuse to have an oversized deck of cards with some fantastic artwork on them.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
So that's going to be a cool addition, we think, to Dystopian.
Great.
Excuse me. And then Uncharted Seas has got a new supplement, which is going to bring a whole lot of stuff with it, and the new models. Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds wonderful, Neil.
We haven't even talked about any of the new games.
No. Well, I was going to say, we've kept you on later than we warned you, and it sounds like you're laid low. Just one more thing, though, because we have a friend here who will not ever forgive us if we don't ask about Invasion.
Okay. It's a game.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yay. What would you like to know?
Just when is it coming out?
Or
if you know.
I'll tell you that. I know, but I can't tell you.
Okay.
Say that. What I will tell you is that. Excuse me. What I will call is coffee you.
That'll teach him.
Yeah, quite absolutely. You don't actually speak cough. It's an interesting one for us because obviously we've got 6 races that are out there now. The game, when it arrives, has to embrace all 6.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's got there's 168 models detailed for Invasion. For those first 6 races, obviously, then all of those models are coming out at release.
Right.
But they're the ones that we spec'd out for those models. It's the focus of the game is about commanding a large ground force. It's about orbital command to ground command to commanding large units of vehicles and troops.
Wow.
And it's about how you it's about taking a planet. It's not about capturing a bridge.
Uh-huh.
It's about invasion. It is about, we're talking, sure, play with 15 tanks if you want, but if you want to play with 65 tanks or 165 tanks, then you're invading a planet.
Wow.
And the idea is about how do you actually manage and manipulate those core troops and how do you do that.
Yeah.
The models themselves, we showed some of the preliminary stuff off at last year at Gen Con, which was they were early models. I mean those are to be honest with you, compared to the final models, those ones are pretty crude.
Oh wow!
And they were quite nice models, I suppose, but compared to what people are going to get, was crude. Which I find quite funny because actually they're not crude, but they've moved on a lot.
Right.
So the game it's fundamentally it's managing your assets
right.
as much as it is using that unit of tanks to engage with another unit of tanks and destroy it, or capture a fortress or a citadel or a military installation or whatever. It's about, how do you actually control, the first wave of troops that come in and the second wave of troops that come in, and what are your dropships going to do, and how are you going to actually drop in?
Oh, neat.
And then also there's concepts in it for how do you actually, you can have, say, 2 games running simultaneously, and you might have a Firestorm Armada game on the table, where you've got a fleet coming in to attack a planet. Within that fleet, you've got, say, 10 transport ships that are carrying your assets.
Neil, I think I have to declare my love for you now. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't really know what to say, but but just put your name on the list, please.
All right. Wow.
Because you're behind my children and my wife, clearly, and my mother and my cats. Clearly, the cats.
I'm after the cats. Even that's embarrassing.
Wow.
Especially in the days when I feed them. If I don't feed them, they don't look. No. I mean, I'll say it's going to be a fun project. I mean, it's a tricky one because actually it's a hard one to get right from the rules point, because it's not. It's about it's command control. So so yes, you've got these lovely assets on the table, and they look great, but it's about it's kind of getting the mindset to the fact that you're orchestrating an army.
Yeah,
an invasion force.
Wow.
We better not go soon before hundreds of gamers. If we kill them here by keeping one too late,
absolutely true.
The hordes will hunt us down.
That's true. So, you have certainly given up more than you ever intended to give up, Neil. So we'll give up now at this point.
No, first, and thanks for putting up with me. It's been a pleasure.
No, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, and
thanks for being on.
Guys, it's talking about something that you enjoy doing. It's it's a cool thing. I mean, I'm very blessed to be able to do this because, I've had a couple of careers that I've very much enjoyed, and journalism was a heart and soul thing for me, and it's nice to actually do something now where, you kind of really, I love what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I've got great people that I'm working with, and they're staggeringly creative, and it's really cool.
Well, glad.
I've got crap days as well.
Well, that's good to know. Everybody's got a crap day.
No, but it's good to it's good.
You can actually bleep that one out or something like that. I have no idea. It's kind of like something Neil Fawcett was starting to just bleep. bleep. I should let you get on with your life.
We should let you go with yours.
Neil, thank you so much again, and we look forward to seeing all the...
Thanks for sticking with us, Neil.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks,
Neil.
guys.
And we'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye.
I hope so. Bye.
This is the D6 Dice Demon, and when I'm not tormenting souls in Hades, I'm listening to the D6 Generation. Shouldn't you?
The D6 Generation.
Dice are our vice.
I'd like to talk about next the War Store. Craig?
Bringing the war to your door since 1999 for a decade and more.
We still haven't got that phrase really sounded sweet yet.
No. Let me tell you what I like about the War Store. The War Store, I sent my links for some Flames of War stuff I wanted to get. I got some new priests and new stuff. I just sent the links to Marisa Poo, and Santa Marisa, hooked me up through the War Store. And shipping came, everything was awesome.
Nice.
Very cool.
So they have some of the best prices on the internet.
Yep.
They're a great alternative to your local store if you don't have a local store, or if your local store doesn't want to go deep in a particular product range.
Right.
Or if they're not friendly and or professional.
Right. Great for they always have the latest releases right to go too.
Yes,
yes they do.
When P3 Paints first came out, they were like the place to go for that.
Yep.
Dystopain Wars, new hotness from Spartan, they have all that stuff.
Yep.
If you're looking for some of those games that you're kind of having a hard time finding, definitely check the War Store out. Easy to navigate website.
I think Neil sold his soul to the devil.
You think so? I hope
think
not.
There's some sort of... I think he met old Scratch at the crossroads and he laid it on the line.
To be able to offer those great deals.
So could they start the new Reaper? The new Reaper series with Neil?
They're not making a new Reaper series.
Well,
That's
they should.
mean. That's
no,
mean.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
That's
Neil
mean
could,
for you to even
you
say
could bring that back. It could be an autobiography.
Is that a TV show?
No,
or just
Neil did not
miniatures?
sell his soul to the devil. We're not
he did
suggesting
not.
that.
I'm just saying that the efficiency with which he runs the war store
Right.
would almost indicate a supernatural pact of some kind.
I'm looking forward to seeing them down there at TempleCon, too.
Yeah, they got stuff from
They have a
GW,
big presence down there.
Privateer, Spartan, Battlefront, everything.
The
Check
whole
it out.
9
They got
yards.
the whole bit there. Even board games, too.
Can't miss them when they
you
set
know
up.
what? They have the whole 10 yards.
Do they?
Yeah.
They take it all the way. They got the first down
All
every
the
week.
way.
When they set up
Nice.
at cons, you
That's
can't
what
miss
she
them. They
said.
get the big cargo netting.
Yeah,
That's
they
how
have
you
a big
find
War
them.
Store weekend, too.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's awesome.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, so look for, and there'll be a TempleCon this year, so be sure to check out their booth at TempleCon if you want to make sure you
Absolutely.
get what you need before
The
you go.
War Store.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute. All right, we got ourselves a little bit of a treat here today. We're going to go old school and bring you some of the voices that you hear about all the time. But before we get too further, this shout-out comes from Rick from Connolly, Perth, Western Australia, who is considering naming his Star Wars RPG character Jimmy Django Fett. Thanks, mate. He hopes we have a great 2011. And again, that's from Rick. Rick, I gotta say, if you name your character Jimmy Django Fett, that is, of course, wait for it, Jimmy Django. All right, so again, on for the special edition Hollywood Minute. Before I bring you the voices of old Andy, Brian, Dave, and Matt, some of the fellows that you hear us talking about all the time, I've asked them 3 questions. I'm going to leave the room, and they're going to answer the 3 questions. But it struck me, really relevant to my last Hollywood Minute about reading the spirit of the rules versus the letter of the law and how courts look at it. A perfect example of this is the new Dystopain Wars rule, where if you take an airship, if you read the letter of the law, if you take an airship and it cannot land in that space, it continues to move forward until it has a space to land. So if you have 3 fighters lined up, you could literally get, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra inches of movement, and you could see how somebody reading the letter of the law could say, well, that's what the rule book says, so I get to take advantage of that and move my airship an extra 6 inches. Boom, it's in the middle of your lines, it has range, and all sorts of interesting things would happen, and you could see somebody saying, wait a minute, that is an absurd result. The writers of the rule could not have meant that, and to use backup evidence for that, they could say there's the shimmy rule, and that's when you get into analysis to say, a court would say, we're going to look at the intent of the legislature. That makes an absurd result, and the court would render a ruling and perhaps, institute a shimmy rule or something different. And again, you could have people in the courts that say, no, you can't do that. The statute's clear. The legislature knew what they were doing, and that's what they wanted it to be done. So it's just interesting that right after I said that Hollywood Minute and then I read my Dystopain Wars rule book, I said, that's a perfect example to illustrate what I was saying in the last Hollywood Minute. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up our first, voice from the past? Yeah, let's call him Voices from the Past.
Hello, this is old Andy, or Andrew Howard. I've known the guys of the D6 generation for a number of years now, and Rafe has us answering a few questions for him this afternoon. So the first question he asked us is, what is your favorite game of all time and why? Despite the fact that, this is primarily board games, I do have to say that my favorite game of all time is probably the Civilization series from Sid Meier's. I even picked up the new board game for it. One of the reasons why is I spend more time on that game than any other game. Always like the idea of developing a civilization, so it's a little bit of resource gathering, it's a little bit of army building. Always coming up with new and innovative ideas in that game, so it's always been a favorite of mine. He also wants us to tell the listeners what we really think about one of the D6 It's kind of hard. I think of it as a group. I met Craig first, and then through Craig, I met Rafe and Russ before the D6 generation actually formed. So it is one of the podcasts I listen to all the time. Oftentimes find myself in long car rides, so I've listened to entire episodes in one sitting, which for those of you out there know that can be 4 hours at a time. So what I really think, I really like the show. I really like those guys. Please eventually put some type of bookmarks in so I can move around to different sections. It's not necessarily that I want to skip over advertisers, but sometimes I just want to move to a particular section and listen to it again. The last question is, it's your chance to say what I want in 2 minutes or less. So I don't even need 2 minutes to say what I want to say here. Despite Rafe's teasing, I'm actually significantly younger than he is. I do remember going to his 40th birthday party where he came to my 34th birthday party. So that's one thing that I'll always remember is every time he calls me Old Andy, I know that just means that he's significantly older than I am. So, again, I want to thank Rafe and the guys for giving me a few minutes to say this. Have a good day.
Hi, this is Matt. I'm a member of the game group of the D6 generation. And the question, what is my favorite game of all time and why? I don't really think I have a favorite game of all time, but right now I think Civilization, the board game, is my favorite game. Plays really well. Everything feels really balanced. And every game I've played in has been close as far as who's winning. So that's my favorite game right now. What do I really think about the D6G? Well, it's kind of interesting to have your friends talk about you. Sometimes it might seem like I have sort of an inflated head because I won the Epic Championship, but I really don't. And I really don't think I'm as good as they say I am, but I'll go with it. And other than that, there just isn't enough time in the day to do all the gaming stuff I want to do. Like, I have so much stuff to paint, so many games I want to play, and there's just enough time. And I'm sure as you've heard, every couple months we're playing something new, so it just makes it that much more difficult. But I got to say, this is a great gaming group we have here, and if any of you guys can get anything close to what we have, you're pretty lucky.
This is Brian Ahern. What is my favorite game of all time and why? Well, my favorite game is Advanced Civilization from Avalon Hill. It's an oldie but a goodie. I think my copy's from 1980 or 1981. I have the advanced and the regular copy. It's a game that I don't get to play very often because it takes about 12 hours to play. Or as I like to call it, it's a 3-meal game. Meet for breakfast, have lunch and dinner ready to go, and you sit down with your friends and you play a Conquest of the Cradle of Civilization game that is, in my opinion, absolutely fantastic. It's a 12-hour game that doesn't feel like it because time just flies by. Because in every turn, everyone gets to act. There is a trading phase that really it makes the game very dynamic, interactive, and really determines the outcome of the game. So it makes it a lot of fun. It's not as militaristic as a Civilization game might be. There's a little military, but it's usually just when you get backed into a corner, you need to push back to make some room. So really interesting game. It's been out of print for many, many years. And it's one of those games I'd love to get to the table more often, but most of my friends can't dedicate that much time at this point in their life, so I only get to play it every couple of years. But it's some of my favorite gaming memories, and it's just a great day of having fun with your friends in a really excellent game. So tell the listeners what you really think about the D6G. You know, I really like the guys. I'm friends with them for quite a while and really enjoy their company. But I really enjoy the information. I'm a sucker for info and sucker for all that great stuff that they share with us. What they're playing, I love to hear who they're playing with and what they're playing and what they like, and their opinion really matters to me because as one of the guys that plays them regularly, what they like to play often comes into what I get to play on a regular basis. So really enjoy the product that they put out. I think it's competitively the best in the marketplace, and it really scratches my itch. I don't mind the length of time. I really enjoy the length of it because I spend a lot of time driving around or back and forth to work or with the kids, driving them here and there. So it's nice to have something to do in the car when I'm trying to drown out some crazy music my kids are listening to right now. So what do I want to say in 2 minutes or less? I don't have a whole lot to say. I guess, being a gaming podcast, I think gaming is one of those greatest hobbies there is out there. It's great for the family. It's great for your friends. It's one of the great social experiences I get to have. And it's been a big part of my life for a long, long, long time. And I enjoy the opportunity to discuss it with folks and share the time. And face-to-face gaming is absolutely fantastic. It's one of those great social experiences that you get to have with friends in place of drinking a lot, which I used to do more than I do now. It's a great time to spend time with friends. So game more, game often, game early, and teach your kids how to game. Because the next generation keeps it all going on.
All right, so this is Dave Farr taking part in one of Rafe's many experiments. All right, what's my favorite game of all time? Probably XCOM UFO Defender. I could play that game forever. I wish that they'd remade one that didn't suck. And I'm loving Civ 5 right now, which is what I'm playing all the time. And for board games, I love Eurogame. So Puerto Rico, which we played today, Agricola, those games I really enjoy. All right, what do I really think about the D6 generation? As most of you know, I have only listened to probably 3 episodes. The first one, I tried again at like episode 15, and then I just recently listened to one where Craig busted on me for supposedly cheating in his pumpkin contest, even though they're not really contests, just so you know, with the Skandarians around. But I don't mind it. I mean, I think it's cool that the guys have a way to share what we do, which is, we're very passionate about our games. We play a lot, so that's pretty cool. I think it's a little too long for my taste, but I try to listen to it from time to time now that I have an aux port in my car, so it's not bad. And free time talk. So, yeah, I think the only thing I'd say is that our Tuesday night gaming is, hugely important. If you don't have a game group, you should build one. Make time for it. I've never found that I've had any. I think it's made my marriage stronger. I think it makes me better at work. Even though I've got a daughter, I mean, taking that extra time for myself, like really kind of blocking that off as something that's really important to me, makes a really big difference in the rest of my life, because I look forward to it every week. I've built some great friendships out of it. Craig was the best man at my wedding, which was great. He was an incredible best man, and Rafe was in my wedding, and there's been some really true lifelong friendship. So that's it.
All right, well, I haven't listened to it. I'm going to wait and listen to it when it comes out. And that's the Hollywood Minute. Here's hoping everybody has a great 2011. See ya!
Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where PaintedFigs.com can help. For over 4 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures for their most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board game pieces. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembling, painting, and basing. And they now offer a super affordable dipping service starting as low as 99 cents per figure. Because they are able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only a fraction over the retail price. That's why PaintedFigs.com is the official painting service of the D6 generation. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth, even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 generation sent you.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can find me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin. Check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com, or even find me on Facebook. Just look for Total Fangirl. This week, our shout-out is from Squid Eye to Justin and Cindy, two of the best hosts west of Mississauga. Hope I said that right. And my ambassadors to Doctor Who. Happy New Year. Now, today I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about a board game that I am really looking forward to, or I should say was really looking forward to. I think a lot of you probably know I have a serious addiction to the little tiny app for Angry Birds. It's the cutest game you'll ever play on your cell phone. You fling these little birds across the sky to hit pigs that are in various constructions, knock all little pigs down. And you're trying to do this because the mean, nasty pigs stole all the birds' eggs. It sounds really silly when I say it, and it pretty much is really silly, but it's the most addictive little game I've ever played. I love Angry Birds. I even bought the little holiday apps where you have the one that it's at Halloween and it's all spooky and there's lanterns floating around, and the one for Christmas where it has a different level every day, and you click on the little level like an advent calendar and poof, little presents and sparkles and stuff fly out at you until you play this level. Which, by the way, is really hard if any of you haven't tried it. The Christmas version of Angry Birds is the toughest thing you will ever play. It is really tough. They even came out with a new thing for the game. So if you get totally stuck, you can break out the Mighty Eagle. You pay an extra, I think it's 99 cents for it. And then you can have the Mighty Eagle come in and destroy all the pigs. But I will have you know, I can't do it, even though it's technically a legal part of the game and you can buy it for 99 cents. And I think you can use it then once every hour when you're playing. If you play that frequently or that much at one time, it still smacks of cheese to me and I can't bring myself to play it. I've nearly thrown my phone across the room in frustration, but I have not used the Mighty Eagle. Well, I heard of something that came out at CES that they were debuting there, and it was from Mattel. And even though that's the Consumer Electronics Show, this was not an electronic in any way, shape, or form. It's the Angry Birds board game. So I saw this, and my first thought was that I had to have this game, an Angry Birds board game. How cool would that be? Something to take it off my phone and be able to play something with the kids and with the hubby. This is going to be awesome. I was all excited. So I went online, I did all sorts of searching, and I found a video of this game. And then all my hopes went crashing down to nothing, because all it is it has little plastic birds, which I will give you are really cute, and has a couple of plastic pigs, which are just like the pigs in the game, and little plastic building blocks and a little plastic slingshot. And then one person draws a card, and on it is a picture of how you're going to stack up the pigs in a little construction. And then the second person uses the slingshot and however many birds it says you're supposed to use, and you knock it all over. This would be cool, except this looks like, and watching them play it, plays like something my kids would play. Now, I know it says it's actually for ages 5 and up, but honest to God, I showed this to my kids on my phone, a live-action shot of the person demoing at CES. They watched it for about 2 seconds, and then they were done. I was so disappointed. I wanted this to be a fun game. I mean, I remember there have been board games that came off of silly little, very not difficult video games before. Anybody remember the Pac-Man board game? Yeah, I know I'm getting totally old school on you, but even that little game was kind of cute. It had little plastic Pac-Man and little plastic ghosties and little white balls you had to gobble up as you went along the board, but it actually had a board. It was a board game with a board, go figure. So I was really disappointed in it, and the only thing I could come up with when I was watching it, I thought, the birds are really cute. I mean, despite the fact that the game with the sound of the plastic going ping, 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 and falling on the floor every 2 minutes would drive me absolutely batty as a parent, the birds are cute. And there's only 3 of them. You get one of, I think it's a blue, a red, and a black, I think. And I like the little birds. So what I envision for this game is I think it's $14.99 from Mattel, and it comes out in May. I think the best use of this game is as follows. If you're an Angry Birds fan and you want to have the game, don't get your hopes up that this is going to be the next big thing and you're going to love it, because it's not. But if you work in an office, you could buy this game and have the most wonderful decor in your cubicle. Just imagine those little birds stacked up on top of your monitor. And imagine on a Friday afternoon when you get really sick of work, if your coworker on the other side has Angry Birds, you could fling these back and forth at each other. I think this could be more fun than the actual game itself. Now that's the perk. You could have little Angry Birds all over your office and you could fling them at each other. I think the possible downfall is that, say, it's a Monday morning and your boss is being a real jerk and you fling that Angry Bird at the back of his head. That might cost you your job, but that's just a small little obstacle. So I'm disappointed in Angry Birds because the game does not look like it's going to be really that fun to play, but I'm still considering getting it just as a prop in my home. That's all I've got for you guys this week. Have a good one and take care. Bye.
Conglomeration, Louisville, Kentucky's own multi-genre science fiction and fantasy convention. Our convention is fan-run and fan-focused, so come join over 500 other members and celebrate the best in sci-fi art, literature, new media, costuming, gaming, and more. Conglomeration is coming to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Louisville from April 22nd through 24th, 2011. For more information, visit us at www.conglomeration.info.
Now we'd like to tell you a little bit about one of our sponsors, Myriad Games.
So many games, so little time.
Right. Dan and the folks at Myriad Games are always happy to sponsor our show on behalf of who, Rafe?
On behalf of all friendly professional gaming stores everywhere,
that's the kind of guy that Dan is. Dan is not a guy that stands alone.
No. And what do they in fact, Myriad Games has got that great game library.
Yep.
Huge. It's swollen.
If you're in their if you're one of their members there, you can try any of the games in the store.
You know what my favorite thing is?
What's that?
Game Share.
I know it's
works
still in
just
beta,
like Netflix,
but it's exactly. You get the game, try it out.
Yep.
If you want it, pay for it, keep it. Otherwise, send it back. Get one.
Dan's really good about that. There's like zero pressure behind that.
Totally
none.
Awesome.
You keep it for as long as you want. You want it, you buy it. You don't, you bring it back.
And
he's
of course,
happy.
he's got 2 locations now. He's got the original location in Salem, and then Myriad North in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Right. Don't forget their podcast too, Myriad Presentations.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. And he's got a lot of stuff churning up for 2011.
That's right.
What's going on over there? Game Salute.
Well, they're a member of Game Salute, and that's the big website that keeps track of all the different games coming out. Great for news.
Gaming News Clearinghouse.
Yeah, BoardGameNews.com was down for a little while, and Game Salute was a great alternative to that. So if you're having trouble getting on there,
I didn't know
check out Game Salute. Great place to go for that.
Absolutely.
So good stuff.
Thanks, Dan at Myriad Games.
Thanks, Myriad Games.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Welcome back, brothers.
Ooh.
See that theme right at the beginning.
See, it's appropriate that we're recording the Deathwatch review here at the palatial Gallant Mansion, cathedral, if you will. Because the large ceiling.
Top of the tallest tower.
You probably noticed we sound a little different this episode because you got that nice, echoey, we're in the cathedral of the Emperor of Man.
That's true. Indeed. In fact, there is a huge statue of him on his golden throne.
There he is, right around the corner, the left in the
That's
bathroom.
my German Shepherd. Sorry.
All I know is I feel like a little Inquisitor lackey because you two guys are looking at me. I'm not used to it. I'm a little bit
we do
freaked
have
out.
we do have Rafe is in
Rafe's
the house.
in his house, right?
I feel nervous.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense though, because you do have an affinity for those little weedy games where you're like a menial.
All right. Well, let's talk about Deathwatch.
Crap! I just spilled some soda. Rafe, could you get that?
Nice.
All right. So
Nice.
Deathwatch. The third in the Fantasy Flight Games Warhammer 40,000 RPG line was released. Where? Where was it released? I wasn't there.
Gen Con 2010.
Gen Con 2010.
Thursday.
And it sold out so quickly that the 2 D6Gers who were there didn't get a copy.
Nope, I didn't. I still am copyless.
Yeah, me too. Actually, only Craig of the three of us owns a copy.
Right, and it is a beautiful book.
Although several of our friends have acquired it.
That's true. Yep.
It's the only book I owned not signed by Ross Watson too. So I'm gonna have to get it and
What do you
have
mean
him sign
own
it.
it? I think you own a copy. How do you own it and not have it signed?
Of his series, sorry, Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader.
So you did have a copy?
No.
I'm confused.
Right.
So far, it's the only book you don't own, and you don't have it signed. The book you
Correct.
don't own is not signed.
Correct.
Gotcha.
The reason is that's why because when it's
Burning daylight.
when it's
Anyway,
sold out- I like it better when I'm home.
So about this game.
We find it easier to crush you.
About this RPG.
So, well, first we did mention Ross Watson. It is designed by Ross Watson with a beautiful, his name's right up there, with additional concepts by Jay Little and Sam Stewart. Right. Sam, we've talked to in the past on the show.
Yes, we have.
He's taken over Rogue Trader, the Rogue Trader line, I believe.
Yep. In fact, we interviewed Ross about Deathwatch a few episodes ago.
We did.
But I'm not going to tell you which episode it was, even though I could. Here's my tip. Every once in a while, someone says on the internet, hey, Russ, what episode did you guys talk about this in? Well, here's a tip. On the right-hand side of our website,
the website,
the D6generation.com, if you scroll down, there's a little search button there. If you type in, like, Deathwatch and hit search, every episode with Deathwatch content will show up.
No kidding.
Including this one, as well as the one we interviewed Ross about.
Huh.
So be sure to try that feature
Which
out.
makes our search function way cooler than almost every discussion forum's search function.
Right, it works. So if you're trying to find an episode about Battles of Westeros or whatever, just go in there, type the search, you'll find it.
And it's filled with truth.
It is.
Not just
and
hypothetical thought.
That's true. There you go. Absolutely.
Anyway, Deathwatch, this role-playing game.
Deathwatch, the book. Okay. This is a monstrous book.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I'm looking at it now. It's ginormous.
Glorious.
Okay. It has almost 400 pages. It is so huge.
Color.
Okay. It is full color, 400 pages, 396 to be exact. It has a 3-page table of contents that goes in depth. It has a 4-page index that's beautifully cross-referenced.
It works. You can find things.
Absolutely. And it retails for just about $60.
Wait a minute. Is it $60 or $59.99?
I believe it's $59.99.5.
Why do you guys not round up?
Anyway,
I just want to make sure.
In those 396 pages is not included the awesome character sheet that's included in the back and the solo/squad mode sheet, which we'll get into later, which is actually pretty important.
That's a big mechanic of the game, the whole solo versus squad. It takes a while to get the hang of that.
Yeah, it does.
More about that.
More, as I said. To break down the book really quickly, Rafe, open the book for me.
Okay. Oh, that's so awesome.
Look at the servo skulls are everywhere.
Was there a gas trap in that book?
I was opening the metal one.
Oh,
that was
right.
trapped.
The collector's edition.
Oh, and it was trapped.
The collector's edition.
Yeah.
Crazy
That's
cool.
just a crazy cool book.
Right.
Okay, so inside, well over 100 pages, people, of fluff, background, adversaries, and adventures. Well over 100, including breakdowns of the 6 major chapters that are involved.
Yep.
And we'll talk about
Almost a full
chapters in
quarter
little
of the
bit.
book.
Almost indeed. Actually, more than a quarter of the book is all this fluff and all this beautiful stuff.
Cool.
Character generation, skills, talents, traits, armory, and psychic powers is 200. So half the book is all this character stuff, the meaty stuff that you're going to want to get into.
All the stuff you can do.
And then playing the game, combat, and game mastery is 82 pages. So don't be overwhelmed at a 400-page rule book.
Yeah.
The rules themselves are 82 pages. Everything else is reference and character generation.
That's a good point.
And cool stuff like that.
Now, I had the starter kit when it came out, and it talked about the breakdown of how a Marine has multiple organs. Did they go into more depth of that?
Not only do they go into... Don't go there.
I'm being good.
Not only do they do that, but they actually tell you what each one does, and each of those biological pieces has an in-game effect.
Well, just do what you go, because every living creature has multiple
Anyway,
organs.
alrighty.
Multiple of the same organ.
There you go.
Gotcha.
In a row?
The very basics of the game.
tandem.
How would you say the very basics of the game? Are they similar, the same, or vastly different from Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader?
I would say they're very similar to most D100 games, including
Dark
Heresy and Rogue Trader.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is nice if you don't want to have to be totally...
Right.
It's nice to know that whenever you're trying to do something, and just for people who aren't familiar with D100,
Yeah.
basically everything you're trying to do is based on a percentage, and all your skills are also these percentage numbers.
Yep.
So if you know your agility is a 60, it means you have a 60% chance, basically, of succeeding at any average agility challenge.
Right.
And if the DM says, that's a really hard jump, I'm going to make that like a minus 20% to succeed,
Right.
you now know, okay, 60 minus 20, I only got a 40% chance of making it.
Yep.
It's not some kind of hard, complicated, well, do I add 3 more of this color dice or that or whatever to figure it out?
Not a lot of tables involved as far as your skills and
I like it.
abilities.
I never thought of that before. I never could. I know it's a D100, but I just knew 65 was good. I never said, more than a 50% chance that I'll
There you go.
succeed.
A 65% chance.
Now I won't have as much fun.
Oh, jeez.
I'll never know.
But yeah, it comes with a small table of modifiers, so the GM can figure, it's very hard. in my head, a Space Marine jumping, doing a double gainer and a half twist, and shooting his bolt pistol into the maw of the Hive Tyrant. That would be very hard. So I'm going to make it a minus 30.
Nice.
Okay, or routine things plus 20. So if you're doing something basic, either don't have them roll at all, or there's so many bonuses that they're not going to have
But it's
a problem.
easy for the GM to gut check it and just say, it feels
absolutely.
like it's a 10%
Gut checking
penalty.
is huge, I think,
Yeah.
in this
Mhm.
game.
It's not hard to get into, basically, is what we're saying.
No, exactly. You've got the same characteristics as the first two, so weapon skill, ballistic skills, strength, toughness, agility, intelligence, perception, willpower, and fellowship.
Right.
Fellowship becomes much more important in this game than in previous
And this is the
games,
one area
however.
of the book. If you're kind of a veteran of these systems, and you're like, what do I need to really get into to understand what's unique and what are the innovative mechanics, if you will, of that of Deathwatch? It's definitely the squad versus solo mode and the fellowship concept.
Yeah.
Spend some time in that part of the book because that'll get you the what's different and new about Deathwatch.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everything else is just beefier stats and more skills and big thick armor.
Incredibly thick armor.
Right.
Now, speaking of the skills, talents, and traits, 38 pages. That's a lot.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Skills, you've got everything from acrobatics through wrangling. That would be training an animal.
Right.
I think
Well,
that was
Space
one of the
Marines wrangle
options
a
I
lot.
gave you.
Yeah, you gave me that option.
The
I
Space
didn't take
Wolves
it.
are
Space Wolf.
relatively good at wrangling.
Dog wrangler.
Talents, that's things that you're naturally good at. Abhor the Witch through
Nice.
Whirlwind of Death.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh?
And then traits, stuff that you sort of carry with you throughout life. Amorphous through
Nice.
warp weapons. So you've got a whole bunch of all those different things.
If it's in 40K, it's in this book.
Yeah.
If you read it in some obscure Black Library novel, it's in this book.
there somewhere.
I'm trying to remember if skills, talents, and traits, they're probably in Dark Heresy. I can't remember.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
How
Well,
about Rogue Trader?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
That's all comes right
Because
through.
I really do think of Rogue Trader as a different game, and I think of Deathwatch and Dark Heresy as,
It's sort of
as
more
similar.
well, that's because
yeah.
of the inquisitorial connection, probably.
No, because of the way the whole Endeavor system works, and with
'cause
Rogue
it's got
Trader.
a lot
Yeah.
more
there's
interesting
more of that,
stuff. Like, okay. So we shall now delve into character creation.
Ooh.
It's got the same basics as the first two. So you're rolling your dice for your stuff.
Yep.
You get all your you get your hit points, which are way more than if you're the window washer from Dark Heresy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, in the front of the book, in case you want to bring Dark Heresy characters into the Deathwatch game with you,
Yep.
it says assume that a starting Deathwatch character is equal to a starting Dark Heresy character plus 13,000 experience points.
Right.
So that's an
Unbelievable.
awful lot of skills and
that roughly
abilities and
13 levels
talents,
up?
and that's roughly I don't know what that would be.
Or
I
10
know
levels
it's
up, maybe?
probably more than I know that it breaks down to approximately 25 or 26 gaming sessions
There you
worth
go.
of experience.
That's a lot.
points. That's a lot.
It feels like it, too. I mean, I remember like 5 minutes into our session, just feeling like, I remember playing Dark Heresy, and it's like we're walking amongst Imperial Guard, like, please don't shoot me. And in this one, it was like, we were walking, and I was like, just don't even look at me funny, dude. I'm just going to squish your head.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Actually, into a massive cathedral, not unlike the one we're in right now. With an Inquisitor Lord looking down at you, surrounded by his retinue, and all of you are like, bring it.
We're like talking smack.
Right.
This guy doesn't like us, and we're like, dude, we're Space Marines. You don't even have direct.
If it has to go down,
it's going to go down now.
I'm okay with that.
He's like talking. We're like, look, if you're going to send us out,
I remember being the least interested to play Deathwatch because of that uber powerful feeling,
Yeah.
and it was really fun to put that mantle on and be like, yeah, whatever.
We're
the Inquisitor Lord.
We're
Bah.
flying down. I'm not to jump too far ahead, but we're flying down to the planet, and Dave and I have jetpacks. Right?
Yes, I remember.
And he's an assault marine. I'm a librarian with a jetpack, and we're flying in this ship, and we're like, we're not sure what's down there. Like Dave's like, should we just drop in from orbit? And he's like, how high can we do it from? And Craig's like, I'm not sure there's a restriction. I'm like, we just halo jump, plummet 30,000 feet.
There is no restriction. It says no. There's no height
Fire the
restriction.
jetpack.
Well,
It'd be awesome.
in the miniature game, jetpackers can deep strike,
Can
right?
deep strike.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
almost from orbit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. So character creation. Now, what is a Space Marine Russ?
Well, he's a big, giant, genetically engineered human, typically 8 feet tall.
Yep.
In addition to having multiples of the same organ, like for backup, and other abilities, like, for example, they've got enhancements so they can't really have excessive blood loss.
No.
A lot of the normal vulnerabilities that a normal Dark Heresy character would face are gone.
Yep.
But in addition to that, the guy wears, that makes them claim to fame, the super heavy power armor that is the icon of the Warhammer 40,000 game.
yes.
Right. And so that armor has history like your character, and you're going to build and design sort of the background of that armor in addition with your character.
Yeah,
and Space Marines aren't grown in vats either, at least with Space Wolves. I remember
with all of them. They're taken as young pre-adolescent men who have already shown themselves to be a really
aggressively, or whatever the chapter may be looking for. You know, Ultramarines might want a different type of warrior. And then they're taken back to the home world of the chapter, and
all
then
of these organs are basically
they're bio-enhanced from there.
Yeah, and I think less than 5% of the people survive, I believe.
Oh wow,
it's a messy business.
It's a messy business.
And then they start out as scouts.
Exactly.
Unless you're a Space Wolf.
Unless you're a Space Wolf,
right.
Exactly, as well. But you've got all kinds of... You can go into suspended animation. You can detect any poison by eating it. One of my personal favorite skills that I didn't bring up because I didn't
everybody can detect poison by eating it.
They can survive it. They can actually detect what poison
Wait a minute.
is.
Not iocane poison.
You'll know when you drop dead.
Iocane.
You can't smell it before you...
Odorless, colorless, and dissolves instantly in liquid.
I'd swear by it. I'd stake my life on it.
I spent the last 5 years developing an immunity.
We'll spend the rest of the show doing...
okay, anyway. They have the ability, and I didn't write down what the organ is. They have the ability to gain knowledge and skill levels by eating parts of their foes.
I thought that was a Tyranid.
No, I didn't know that. No,
Yes.
really?
Yep.
Huh. Really? That's awesome.
And of course, they can spit acid. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We didn't do that. We should have spit some more acid.
I forget. Can they breathe? Can they breathe in space, or is it only like on toxic worlds they can filter out toxins?
Well, their armor they can exist in space like for a brief period of time.
Okay.
But then they can go into suspended animation. They have the sus-and gland.
That's what it was.
That allows them to go into suspended animation.
And what's great is it's all in this book. So if you've always wondered like what the full background of a Space Marine is in one nice big spot, this book's just worth getting just for that.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's your starting point. Your starting point is a giant 8-foot-tall, genetically enhanced warrior, the best human warriors in the galaxy, who actually step on Dark Heresy characters accidentally and scrape them off their boots.
Yes.
Right. I wish I remember the spitting acid thing. I'd have played a Country Boy Space Marine who spits there's a hole in the wall.
Okay. That's the basics. Now, the new stuff, when you're talking about creating your character, when it's a Space Marine... Select your chapter is the first new thing that we're going to come to. What is a chapter, Rafe?
Chapter Space Marines is 1,000 strong, broken up after the Dark Heresy. And
where they used to be legions.
Where they 10,000 strong.
Yep.
And I don't know how many chapters there are now, but they're your battle brothers. You've got 1,000 led by a captain typically, and that's it.
No.
Nope.
Led by a chapter master.
Every chapter has their own Primarch and their own...
No.
No, they don't? What happened to the Primarchs?
No. Well, there were 20 Primarchs, and now there are hundreds, if not thousands, of chapters.
That are Primarchs?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, they do. Well, no, they do have a Primarch, but if I'm a member of, let's say, the Iron Snakes, my Primarch is Rubaut Guliman, who is the Primarch of the Ultramarines.
Right. So some Primarchs share gene seeds.
So yeah, because basically what happened was you had the Horus Heresy when half of the Space Marine legions turned on the Emperor, and after that they decided they didn't want any one group of people to have that powerful army.
That much an army anymore.
Right. So they split them all up, and that's where you have the successor chapters.
So the Deathwatch are like the Wall in Westeros, because different chapters send Marines to the Deathwatch to help defend the galaxy.
Except that the Wall in Song of Ice and Fire, you never get to go back.
Yeah, it's kind of a punishment.
But they all send them. So the reason you have to choose a chapter is your Marine's going to have his own unique background from his chapter. So an Ultramarine or a Blood Angel or a Space Wolf or
Dark
Angel.
Yeah.
And
Salamander.
They come in and they're then part of the Deathwatch for a while, and then they're going to go back home. Exactly. So you're playing a Marine who's just joined in. Right. So now the leveling up process is like we have to learn how to work together. You worked in your own chapter before.
Yep.
Now you got to learn how to work together with these new guys who you don't know from your Primarch, or from Adam, but see, I was going to use
nice.
and you don't know how they work. You may not like them. Like, for example, in our squad, I was a librarian from the Ultramarines, but we had a Black Templar in there. And as everybody knows, Black Templars do not care for psychic powers.
Yeah.
So he was giving me garbage the whole time, but I'm not going to do what the librarian says. He's a freaking librarian.
Yeah, I saw Andy at Breakfast Gaming Club, and again, not to get too far off, but remember when we'd all come up with an idea, and he'd be like, no, we're going to go down the other way?
Right.
He was role-playing being a Black Templar against Russ.
I was the leader.
I had no idea.
I
thought he was just being obstinate.
No, he was totally like, I'm not following that librarian crazy monkey. And
Yep. Now, the book itself contains 6 chapters in detail. Do you remember what they are, Russ?
No. No, wait.
I want to try.
Right, go ahead.
Space Wolf?
Yes.
Dark Angel?
Yes.
Blood Angel?
Yes.
Black Templar?
Yes.
Ultramarine?
Yes.
And the new one, Raven Guard.
Storm Warden.
Storm Warden. Raven Guard's from Death.
Raven Guards are real.
Okay.
Well, so are the Storm Wardens.
Yeah,
they're real
they're
too.
all real.
Storm Wardens are the Fantasy Flight Games. Ross Watson and his team got to create a whole.
But officially sanctioned.
They are now officially sanctioned.
And they all carry claymores, which is just cool.
Yes, they do. Well, not all of them. You can choose to leave your claymore at home, but they all own a claymore.
They all own a claymore. Who wouldn't really, though? Let's be clear.
I would want one.
Now, anytime I hear that word, I just keep thinking of Vietnam and Claymore Mine. So what's a Claymore?
Giant two-handed sword usually has a second metal cross piece, diamond shaped for so they don't slide too far into the foe.
Oh, okay.
Right. Big sword.
Yep.
Big sword.
And I believe it was electrified, wasn't it? Because Dave's was zapping people, I think.
No, it wasn't. No, it's just a giant, heavy piece of
I
metal.
thought he had a power with that. Maybe it was something.
No, he does have. No, the Storm Wardens have a power.
They
that
just
allows them
energize
to
their
just
weapons?
basically he sort of does like a hammer throw without throwing it. He just starts spinning and goes into a horde and cuts up a bunch of guys.
Nice.
So you're going to have to choose your chapter, one of those 6. You can choose other chapters, and it actually spells out a little bit on how you might want to do that. And later things that they're going to come out with, supplements and things like that, are going to have new chapters included in them. And some of the things you get from choosing your chapter, your some characteristics might go up a little bit. You get a demeanor, which we'll talk about later, and you get some solo abilities, which we'll get into later, and squad mode abilities, which we'll get into later.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to talking about the demeanors, and because I did get really confused between the skills, the talents, the traits. Then there's demeanor, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, it's all coming down the pipe.
It's all in.
And then you've got to come up with your background, and there's a table where you can start. You roll on it, and I think it's got 5 or 6 different things that you may have done in your background. Like Russ, for instance,
I was in the Tyranny Wars with the Ultramarines, which is great because it turned out we had to run into some of those guys. So
that did work out.
So what you can do is you can just use it as your role playing and say, "Hey GM, I think I should know about this because I always fought them."
It's a role playing point.
So I'm the blind gamer again. I did not create my character with the book. I created it with the assistance of Craig. Craig, remember that thing in Rogue Trader with the table with the grids and the
doesn't
bullet?
have
that's not in there. That's unique to Rogue Trader.
Okay.
It just says tables where you roll on, and it says what your past is. But there are places where, for instance, one of the things you can roll up, which was my personal favorite, was as a Dark Angels character, one of the possible pasts is the Lion and the Wolf, which Dark Angels and Space Wolves hate each other.
That's right. Yep.
And whenever they are forced to fight side by side, they have a ritual duel beforehand. And your character, if you rolled up that past history, was actually chosen at one point to be the champion for your unit, and you had to fight the duel, and you had actually beaten the Space Wolf champion, and so there's like this animosity. And
now I forget that. So the head of the Dark Angels is Lionel Johnson, right, and the head of the Space Wolf, Primarch of the Space Wolves, is Lehman Russ.
Yep.
Is it because those two Primarchs hated each other?
They didn't get along, and they actually had fought several times, and their demeanors, their personalities didn't
just clashed.
Go very
What's
well.
interesting, though, is they're both loyalists. Not
So
like
it's
one,
Warhammer
not like
40K
one went to
history
the
101.
Although
Exactly.
people could argue with Dark Angels, and they don't know with the
Well,
Fallen.
we don't know exactly what's going on with Dark Angels. But anyway, okay, so the next is you're going to select your specialty without looking at the bullets. Rafe. What are the possible specialties?
No, Brandon. I never look at the bullets. When are you guys going to figure that out?
Good point.
Apothecary?
Yes.
Librarian?
What's an apothecary?
An apothecary is the version of a Space Marine medic.
Yep.
Although in the fluff, and they really don't do much except steal back your progenitor gene.
Progenoid.
Progenoid gene?
No, they heal you, and if
No, they don't. They suck.
They do heal you, and if they do not succeed in healing you, then they will take the progenoid gland, which is actually another of those organs
Carries
that
the
actually
gene seed.
carries the DNA of all of those new organs with you. So
Correct.
so a new Marine can be created.
Well, what's funny is in the fluff in the books with the apothecary, it's not like World War II naval medics running up and healing Marines.
Right. It's not like medic. It's more like, oh crap,
because the battle brother usually,
Rafe is dead.
He's going to fight till he's dead or has his entrails on the floor.
We also learned, if you watch the Ultramarine movie, that apothecaries are whiny little cowards.
They're wimpy, right?
No hate.
Just saying. All right. I'm not hate. I'm just telling you what I learned in the movie.
We have the
I'm
librarian.
taking the fluff together. I'm merging it all together.
We have the librarian.
Yes.
The librarian is known as a psyker, but not really. I mean, they are, but you don't say psyker because then you might have to go to a black ship and be killed.
Right.
So they're librarians. So they don't look over books. They blast you with their mind.
They do, actually. They're also in charge of books and stuff. But
we have
okay.
we have chaplains, which I don't believe are in the
No,
book. So we're going to
chaplains aren't in the
skip
book,
over
so you skip
chaplains.
those.
We have
They wouldn't go
tactical
on that
Marines, which is what I played, which was awesome fun.
What's a tactical Marine?
Tactical Marines? Your basic foot soldier, your
G.I.
basic
Joe.
Yep,
your basic
there you
battle
go.
brother.
Excellent. Good.
You have a what's the mech dude?
Tech Marine?
Tech Marine, thank
Yep.
you. Comes with a servo arm typically.
What's
and
a servo arm for those who don't know?
Russ, what's a servo
Giant
arm?
mechanical arm on his back that can
That's
do
right.
small efforts. Also rips open doors quite nicely.
Yes,
So-
it,
size of a
actually,
power
it,
fist.
it can hold a tank up, so you can work on the underside of the tank.
Right.
And then we have the Assault Marine, which wimpy chapters other than Space Wolves use jetpacks, chainsword, bolt pistol.
Right. Good.
And
you missed one.
Oh, we have the famous Devastator.
The Devastator Marine. Those would be the specialists of what type of weapon?
Carries the heavy bolter, las
Heavy
cannon,
weapons.
or
Heavy
the
weapons.
missile launcher.
That's right. Excellent.
Did you mention the librarian?
I did.
Yes.
Mhm. They look up books. They carry
They
them
cast
around.
spells.
Yeah.
Bzz, bzz.
Okay, and so once you've chosen your specialty, you're actually going to get equipment and further skill options get unlocked from that choice.
Yeah, because you get special skill op. No, well, are they skill? You get special something when you choose your chapter. So I'm a Space
Yes.
Marine. You get special something. What are they called? Demeanor skills.
You get a demeanor.
You know everything. But you have choices. So this is where it gets so interesting in the book. So
Yeah.
when you're building your character, in addition to picking your background, your chapter and your specialty. So you're saying, I'm going to be an ultramarine and I'm going to be a librarian.
And I'm going to be a librarian. Yeah.
Then you got to pick your skills and your other things.
But you get something with the right away Ultramarine. It says,
well, you get your demeanor.
I'm looking at the Ultramarine book. You get the Ultramarine often serve as standard against which all Space Marines are measured, and these qualities encompass a variety of strengths. Ultramarine Space Marines get the following benefits: +5 to 2 characteristics
Right.
of their
Get your
choice,
basic stat
and
bonuses.
the Favored Son solo mode ability.
there it is. That's what I was
Also,
looking for.
you get the Honor the Codex demeanor.
Right.
Okay.
So you get different things. It depends who you are. Not all of them get the same
So
thing. Like
that's
I get,
analogous to the dwarf. He
Yeah,
gets the +2 to Constitution or whatever and can detect tunnels.
Your chapter gives you something, but not all the chapters do that. Some chapters
Right.
do different things, just like races in D&D. But what's interesting about it, what made it sort of challenging is you have to go through and look. So you have these basic skills you can choose from. Then you have skills that your specialty gives you. And then you have skills that your chapter might give you. And so you have to go through and flip through back and forth in different sections of the book to find all that stuff. And that was one of the sections that was a little tricky.
Bit of a cumbersome point.
Yeah.
At this point.
I mean, I liked it, but it's one of those things where if you're spending time going through the book slowly, it's awesome. But if you're trying to quickly create a character, it's a little more cumbersome.
Yeah.
There's no way to go from point A to point B. You're going to go to point A to C, back to
Right.
B to D, back to A again, and it
Right.
does get a little
It's a little tricky, but
harrying.
not too hard. It's just a little tricky.
Right. And that's basically what happens. You've chosen your specialty.
Yep.
Your move comes out of your characteristics. Your wounds you roll up. There's a table.
your stats, yeah.
Your fate points you roll up. There's a table, and then you have 1,000 points of experience basically to spend on these skills that we just talked about.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally you've got your.
I like that method, by the way. Using the experience to buy the skills.
You
It's
can
cool.
kind of customize your character
Yep.
even further.
Yep.
Yep. Then you've got your character's past, which we talked about. You can be a tyrannic war veteran or the lion and the wolf or whatever. And then what Rafe is having some issues with, demeanor.
Yeah, what are
you
these
choose
things?
your demeanor. The demeanor, who are you? Okay, that's basically what overriding personality trait. I really want to know. Okay,
Stop distracting us, Ray.
There's a pause there, and I didn't know whether I was going to embrace the madness or not. I decided to go with it. Okay. Basically, your demeanor, you get 1 for your chapter.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, if you're an Ultramarine, your demeanor is stuck-up pig.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
It can be
not
all
stuck-up
snobbery.
pig.
It's all snobbery.
It is.
No,
it is totally snobbery.
It's quality breeding.
Right, exactly.
It's you get a bonus,
which is
of
exactly what you expect a stuck-up pig snob.
If it's the height of your chin, you get a bonus.
Exactly.
10%
Yeah,
tilt
the height of
bonus.
your nose.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's one demeanor. So basically, you're going to have two demeanors in the game. The other demeanor you choose, it could be scholarly. You enjoy studying things. It could be gregarious.
You can make your own up, can't you?
You could.
Someone did.
Yeah.
Matt did. He probably cheated.
He did. He was.
Someone took accuracy. I don't know if that was demeanor.
He's not a cheater, but he probably
he didn't
created
cheat.
something
he
cool.
He was using the wrong word. It wasn't a demeanor.
Okay. That explains it.
Anyway, so I think this is an awesome idea because it basically builds into every game session a moment that every player is going to be able to shine. Because basically, if I'm... You used gregarious on one of the survivors, right?
I was studious. Dave was gregarious.
Dave was gregarious. So basically, you've got this shell-shocked survivor in front of you, this imperial citizen. He's already soiled himself. There's absolutely no way you're going to get him to calm down and give you the information you need. Dave says, I'm going to be gregarious. What that means is he unlocks basically this whole slew of things. He could re-roll the skill if he fails it. He could add +10 if he wants it. It's basically a free fate point, which can do all kinds of different things. But he has to role play it out, and then we all decide if that has earned him what he thinks he should get. Yeah. So basically he said, okay, I'm going to be gregarious. So he kneels down on one knee in the street.
Takes his helmet off. Said, I'm going to get gregarious on his butt.
That's right. And so he's like, okay, buddy, now here's the deal. These are dark times, and blah, blah, blah. He went on and on and on, which was hilarious because later on, Rafe basically just quoted him. I do the exact same thing. These are dark times. And
I used my chapter, which I think was not favorite son, it's the wrong thing, but like Lehman Russ, and I was able to use my charm and fellowship abilities or something like that.
I don't know. I think I just gave it to you.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what I could
but
do.
It's really cool, and I've seen this, for those who play a lot of role-playing games, there are similar triggers in other role-playing games like this, and I like this a lot. I like the idea that there's stats on your character sheet you can kind of point to, and it's something I think that people who role-play a lot sort of built into their characters anyway, but it's really nice to have it sort of the mechanics in the book saying, here's how you do this and here's what you get.
Now, this is what I remember back from the Ross Watson review. You know how he was saying that there's always that moment in role-playing where you have this really cool role-playing moment, but then you roll 100 and you fail.
Yeah.
And is this what we're talking about? Is this what demeanors do?
I think so. I think the goal is even if you blew it, you get a little something.
Right, because you role-played it so well.
Exactly.
But that's an actual mechanic of the game.
Yes. Yeah. Everybody basically says, yeah, I think Dave deserves to get that re-roll or deserves to convince that citizen to listen to him and give us the information based on his role play.
Okay.
And it's awesome because it's built right into the mechanics of the game. Because normally, I'm the wizard. Okay, I'm going to be in the back. And then when we meet the gelatinous cube, I'm going to shoot my magic missile and then step to the side.
And then I'll throw my darts.
Okay, exactly. Now, which is nothing about 4th edition, because 4th edition is awesome.
You can mind melt blast him to pieces.
But anyway. But yeah, this game has built in every session you can do that. And you can only do it once a session. And those of you who are listening very carefully have noted you actually have two demeanors. You have your chapter demeanor and your chosen demeanor.
Right.
You have to choose one of those to use
per
each session.
Okay.
You only get one. And but basically,
what did Son of Rust do? That was my chapter demeanor.
You're ferocious, but you're also very tactically minded. Basically, kind of what Russ did when he analyzed the city and decided what the best defensive position. Yours is more in the moment of the battle, kind of.
And D&D players, don't send us emails. We know that your dailies still work even if you roll badly. We understand that D&D did the same thing.
Yes, that was my point. Is that my example was coming from ages past.
Right.
Okay, so that's. I love the idea of the demeanor.
You
very,
mean
very
will
cool.
powers?
No, dailies. Like your dailies, your big once-a-day thing.
Oh, the dailies.
Your dailies still affect things even if you fail.
Okay,
That's the same idea Ross was trying to do.
And then finally, your power armor, which we talked about. Your power armor is actually ancient and semi-sentient.
This I like in the book.
Okay,
this
so
is cool.
you roll it up, and your power armor actually has almost a personality all its own. Rafe, what was yours?
I can't remember, but it had something cool.
Okay.
I remember. I remember. Lightning reflexes.
Okay, cool.
Which gave me like a +10 to agility tests.
Yep. Andy's was caused fear because for some reason over the course of the power armor's life, the repairs had actually slowly changed its appearance to make it look even more daunting. Russ, what was yours? What was your armor quirk?
My armor was very lightning quick, so it gave me bonus to initiative. And it made my agility better.
We had the same one then.
Yeah, very fast.
That's very common lightning.
It was
quick
cool.
armor.
It was great for a librarian with a jetpack. I'll tell you what.
yeah. How'd that work out for you?
Anyway, great to charge
so,
a high time.
And the power armor is crazy because if it wasn't enough that you're this giant 8-foot tall genetically enhanced warrior,
dude,
now your armor gives you +20 strength.
Yep.
I mean, it's just insane. It gives you amped up senses if you have your helmet on.
Right.
In fact, everybody was way better than a normal human being except with their helmet on, except for Rafe, whose skills and senses got even better with his helmet off because he was a space wolf. It gives you can go weeks without food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Walking in space. I mean, it's crazy.
I wish I could go weeks without food right now.
Yeah, I know. You could probably. That'd be great. And then, so that's character creation. That brings you through all those skills and abilities and everything. So now, playing the game, the new stuff.
Right.
The psychic powers, this isn't really new, but just as a really quick overview, remember Rogue Trader gave you 3 power settings for your psychic powers.
Works pretty much the same way.
Yes.
It's carried over here. You're either fettered, you're kind of using it at half power.
Yep.
You're unfettered, you're using it in your normal ability,
power.
and then you're pushing your power, which is super powerful, but you may attract
I like how psychic powers
entities
work.
from the warp.
Yeah.
I didn't do it with the Rogue Trader, and as a librarian, it was fun. I really liked them a lot.
Yeah, it was very cool. The next big thing is cohesion. This is a new concept. I've never encountered this concept before in role playing, and I like it. In fact, we've had. Did you guys do Dave's GURPS campaign?
Nope. I did.
Many years ago. It was a just really quick overview. It was a military unit, except that there was no chain of command. There was no real reason for us to work together. One of our friends had decided to go.
Was it GURPS or Rifts?
Oh, it was Rifts. You're right. It was Rifts. It just really didn't work. And I've seen military unit role playing not work before.
Right.
It gets really iffy. Well, this game's got it built in, this whole idea of teamwork, and it's called cohesion. How the team works together. Your cohesion is set at the beginning of each mission, and it's dependent upon the leader, which is another new concept that I like. There isn't. I'm the party leader all the time. It's, okay, this is our mission. We're going to have to go to A, do B, and then get back by C. Who's the best guy for leading this particular mission? And you choose from your kill team the best leader. And you want to be very careful because your leader choice is going to depend upon how many cohesion points you have and what kind of abilities you unlock for your squad, things like that.
And because I had the back banner, they chose me.
Yeah, you did have a back banner.
So the cohesion's not... Is it when the squad comes under stress?
No, because that's when you take damage.
Okay, because they did have that concept in role.
We use cohesion.
Warhammer Fantasy role playing.
What cohesion lets you do is like you can be in squad mode and say things like we're going to be on fire mode or whatever. We can shoot the enemies that come up. This was a tough. I understood the mechanics that way. This cool little sheet that you can rotate to one way and you track your cohesion points. I didn't understand how we got more because we never really got more unless we spent fate points.
There's probably just a rule. That
Let me because we did it kind of wrong.
It confused me. I didn't really understand it.
First, your cohesion is a resource.
Yep. Yes, that's a good way to put it.
You've got a finite amount of it. Yep. You can gain more over the course of the game by spending fate points. And remember, fate points, you have between 3 and 5 fate points. And these are like your get out of jail free cards. These are like, holy crap, I need that roll to work and I failed it. So you're not going to just lightly throw away one of these fate points. Right. The main thing you're spending your cohesion on is to go into squad mode or to activate squad mode abilities, which we'll talk about more in a second. But basically, that's a tactical, either offensive or defensive skill that your group has worked on working together, and you need to like activate it. So let's say you have 5 cohesion at the beginning of the mission, and you want to do a bolter assault, which is basically run forward, firing your bolter as you go, and then get into hand-to-hand combat. That's going to cost you maybe 2 cohesion.
Right.
And that's a one-time thing. So once you spend it, it's gone. There are other things where you can do, for instance, the fire for effect, which means basically your entire squad fans out. They've got their bolters at the ready, and they're going to get a free shot off if other people start interacting with them, like that ambushes or things like that.
And that's on that sheet?
And that's on
yeah,
that
we had
sheet,
that on, but it didn't really work. But there was one on there that was really cool was regroup, which I should have popped.
Yeah,
there was a time where we were spread out in the city, and one of our Marines got jumped by a lictor.
Yeah.
And he radioed on his comms, need help. And the jump pack guys, I got there quick, but I could have done a regroup order, and this is just from not knowing the game well.
Now, but that probably wouldn't have worked very well for you guys at this point because you only can use those abilities if you're within 30 feet of, or 30 meters of another.
So then what does regroup do for you?
A regroup might be one that's better as you get more powerful.
I see.
As you go up in levels or ranks, your cohesion goes. Your support distance gets.
So that's what I found. Like I couldn't really figure. Like we had the one which was like the rapid fire, the fire one, and it never really seemed to. It was a couple moments in the game where you got to use it.
Yeah.
But I just felt like I don't know if it was just all of us learning, including the GM, trying to figure out how to use it. This is the part of the game that's really the most new and unique, and I think it takes a few times to figure it out.
I think it totally does. But also,
it's cool, though.
If you're going to activate an ability that allows you all to shoot when enemies pop up, don't walk in a straight line. Because that's what happened, right?
Oh, that's
you were all
right.
walking in a straight line, and you had the ability activated that allows everybody to react.
No, we had it on
shoot.
when we did the final battle, too. It didn't seem to matter. Except Dave used it once.
Yeah, that was more
all the gone for charging
that
forward.
Was more
I think that's what I'm saying. It's
basically
like
it's a free shot.
It's all stuff.
Yeah, that skill is a free shot every round.
Yeah.
If you're not dodging, but you guys, you needed to dodge, and I don't
know. It's tricky. It's tricky to learn.
It is.
I like it though. It's awesome.
I think
it's a great idea.
It's a great idea, and I think once or twice through, you're gonna. Just like in the game, you're going to have to learn how to work together and what the best squad modes. There's a whole bunch of them in the book, but you only get certain ones based on who you choose as your leader.
Right.
Meaning the chapter.
No, meaning a lot of things. Like a librarian gives something special, or an ultramarine gives something special. Depends on everything.
Tactical marine.
Skills you took.
Tactical marines have access to a skill that unlocks their chapter-specific squad mode for the entire squad, which is awesome because every chapter has a squad mode ability also, but only members of that chapter can use it. So it's very complex mechanic, but I love it.
I almost want to play again and make new characters because I think you have to play the game a time or two to understand the mechanics before you can understand what you want in your character. You know what I mean? Like because it's hard to understand what is it.
Yeah.
Plus two cohesion, what does that mean? That kind of thing.
Right. So you've got this resource, and that we just talked about how the squad, the abilities work. You can also your squad can take cohesion damage, which is if you're hit by a weapon that's going to damage your comm, basically.
That happened to us. We had a hive tyrant go, and all of our comm got blown away. We lost all our cohesion.
True, yeah. You have like sniper fire, the scream, the psychic scream of the hive tyrant.
Yep.
Blast weapons do it. Creatures who cause fear do it. And basically, they do cohesion damage, which requires the leader of the squad to start taking skill checks against his willpower, or you start losing your cohesion points.
As Jane would say, you're damaging my comm.
Exactly. That's where I was going with that. Okay, so then we actually went over solo mode versus squad mode a little bit. Solo mode is basically your normal role-playing, right? You start in solo mode. You have your abilities that are dependent upon your rank, which are twofold. You get Codex standard abilities that everybody gets. And at rank 1, there's only 2. Yeah. There's Burst of Speed and Burst of Strength, which is basically like once per game.
So let me ask you, before we go into detail, the solo mode sort of like you're a space marine and you're working in squad mode, whether you're looting, and at some point you're just like, screw this, I'm going back to what I know, and you like check out of the squad and you're in solo mode?
Yes.
Or are you still in both? You can only, if you're in solo mode, you don't get bonus. Right.
Yeah.
So you're like, I'm out, I'm going to do what I know best, I'm a space wolf, and I'm going to like just start whatever.
And anytime you want to go back into squad mode, there's actually a test that you have to take. I think it's on your fellowship. Again, remember, fellowship is much more powerful.
Kind of like your leadership / group ability.
Exactly. So you've got your Codex abilities that everybody has. There's like 7 or 8 of them, but at rank 1, you can only use those 2, Burst of Speed and Burst of Strength. And then there's chapter specific. Every chapter has one. Blood Frenzy and that's what Will did.
That's right. So he checks out. Blood Angel goes crazy.
Exactly.
Right.
Favorite son, he basically becomes a massive snob of an Ultramarine and shows everybody how it's done.
Yeah, the favorite son was tricky. We never had. She had. The job is it resolves an argument essentially amongst the troop.
Yeah.
And I was never able to. Never had a really big argument.
Yeah.
There was a couple times we had a bit of a confusion. But
you could have chosen to have an argument with Dave when he wanted to go to the warehouse. I mean,
there was the basement
door.
and warehouse argument. Yeah.
Well, the problem was they conflicted because here's what happened to me. It is a role-playing note. I had two abilities. I took the chapter one, which is to resolve an issue, but then I have my other one is pride. So pride is I couldn't be upstaged by a crazy jump jack troop, and I think I also interpreted pride because the character I was trying to play was I think I can do anything.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like a paladin D&D, the old school paladins, where it's like as soon as you see evil, no matter how bad it is, the paladin's going to charge and kill himself. So I was kind of like in that mode. I'm like, well, if he thinks he can do it from the back, I can do it too. So that's kind of where I was. So I was kind of conflicting there.
Is that why you jumped down and faced a hive tyrant by yourself?
That was my plan no matter what.
Okay.
And there's another
How'd that
part.
work out for you?
Well, there's another part too I want to talk about that, but I don't want to jump ahead.
Okay.
Figuratively or literally with my
Gotcha.
jetpack.
Alrighty. So anyway, those are your solo mode abilities. Basically, they specialize your character a little bit.
Right.
And as you get up in levels, which is ranks in this game, you're going to be able to unlock more and more of those and do more cool individual things. And then squad mode, which is the innovative mechanic we already talked about, it's dependent upon the leader, your cohesion. You have to take a cohesion test to assume the mode. The leader can do it free once a game. Other than that, you have to test to do it. The leader can declare it. Everybody who's in support range of him all becomes goes with it. And the abilities are dependent upon the leader, but they're also each member has their own chapter squad mode ability that they can activate on their own. It still costs cohesion from the whole team, and only they can do it. So if you had 2 Blood Angels or 2 Space Wolves, you might want to do that. Generally speaking, costing yourself cohesion, unless it's like really important and it's going to be really useful, it's I don't see it being used very often unless you've got multiple guys from the same chapter. Support range, we already said at the beginning in rank 1 through 3, the support range is only 30 meters, and you have to have line of sight. And then you benefit basically with additional activations and things like that, like fire for effect, we said. So that's your solo mode versus squad mode. The next cool thing that I thought is it actually gives you how to structure a mission in the GM section.
Yeah, it was really evident from your GMing.
And I really enjoyed it. It really made it much easier for me to organize it.
It seemed it.
Basically, it breaks it down into groups: preparation, execution, mission, and rewards. Preparation is your briefing, which was awesome. I just actually wrote up a briefing.
Really nice.
Then you select your leader because now they know what they're fighting or theoretically what they're going to do.
Know, right?
So you need to select your leader. Then you get this awesome thing called the oath taking.
Oh, I like this part.
Yeah, that was cool.
The leader unlocks certain oaths that you can take, and their benefits basically that last the whole.
And there's this cool mission sheet that's sort of for the party,
and
that tracks your cohesion and everything. In the middle, you write your oath, right? It's like, here's what we're going to do, battle. This is our main battle plan.
You guys do the Oath of the Emperor, I think? Or?
I think so. It was like
I don't remember.
Plus 10 willpower for the whole.
It was plus willpower, right?
Yeah.
Which was awesome as it turned out.
Good for fighting Tyranids.
Yep. And then you do your arming, which is another cool thing. So your character doesn't have all of his equipment that he carries with him as he adventures through the world. He's basically got his power armor and his basic gear, and then everything else he can requisition
It's
from
just like any
stores
soldier,
before he goes off. Exactly.
But it's a high-ranking soldier. It's like, I'll take one of those and 2 of them, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the book actually has how to break down how many requisition points depending upon how many different objectives there are.
Right.
Which then leads us to execution. The execution of the mission breaks it down into primary objectives, secondary objectives, and tertiary objectives. Your primary objective is probably going to be the one big thing that you need to do over everything else.
Right.
Yep.
Then your secondaries are going to be a series of things that you should be able to do as you go for your primaries, and then your tertiaries are target of opportunity. If you have the chance, go ahead and go for this, but it's not a big deal.
Nice.
And then it breaks those down into how many requisition points you should
That part
get.
reminded me a little bit of Rogue Trader with the
me too.
mission thing, and I liked it because I liked
it too.
It also felt very military.
Yes.
It felt it was perfect. Like, here's what we're going to do.
And it gives you structure when you're building.
And we turned to it as players. When we were actually discussing what we should do, we would say, well, brothers, our mission, our primary objective is this. That what you're trying to do, saving these citizens, is not even on our list.
And right. And I don't know if this was because we're old farts sports now, and we only role-played in one night, but I think there's a tendency to GM, it's to hide the ball. And by
Right,
doing
yeah.
these objectives, you weren't hiding the ball, and which made it so much more fun.
Elements were hidden.
Yeah, I can't help it. There were many I hid many things in this. In this,
Tell us, Craig, where do you hide your balls?
In his extra organ.
Sorry.
Guys,
what's going on here?
Somebody's just went off the road trying to scramble to turn their radio off.
But that might be the scenario that makes it fun for you. But we weren't like, well, now I don't know what to do. Like you said, like we didn't have to save the citizens. We just had to promote the leader.
Right. We could do other things too, but he was still able to hide things like the full
Yes.
parameters of the mission, just like any Army intelligence, quote unquote, the oxymoron. They don't really know everything going in, so your mission objectives are based on. You still have to get creative about how you solve the objective, like fixing the guy in charge.
Well,
and things
actually,
like that.
it's funny you should say that because there's a table which I didn't end up using, and I had all kinds of cool stuff in my head. There's a mission complication table, which when they're on their way to the mission, the GM rolls and says, "Oh, look at that, bad beginning," which is what I rolled, but I was like, "That's just silly." Bad beginning is the first moment a random character gets out of whatever transportation they're using to get themselves to the mission site.
Yep.
Something blows up and they take wounds.
Nice. Huh.
It's just like, wow, you're starting at a deficit.
Oh, I see. I thought you'd be going there that would derail off the mission objective.
It does.
Like
It quite
secretly.
often does.
Oh, okay.
There's one that's unexpected enemies.
Yes.
Well,
yeah,
I had
like
all
that.
kinds of really cool, but I didn't get into the cool stuff.
Sounds
so
like
I
a
just kind of
wandering
ignored
monster
it.
almost, you know.
Right.
Well, no, there's a wandering monster stuff too, but the mission complications it'll actually turn the whole thing on its head if you get the right one and the GM wants to play with it.
Well, it's cool. It's all in there because I haven't really looked in the DM section. So it's really nice that it's all
very,
covered
very
in there.
cool.
Nice. That's very cool.
And then the final section of the mission structure is your rewards, which is basically how many XP you get and how many renown, because you need to build your renown before you can get the really cool stuff like
better
Terminator
recognition,
armor and your requisition stuff is dependent upon not only the requisition points you get, but also your renown. So that's...
I was like listing off the things I wanted to start with. Like, I will need Terminator honors. I will need Artificer armor. I will need an Iron Halo. Craig's like, that's all in the game, but no.
Right.
You don't have the renown for that yet.
No. So, and that's the mission. I loved the way it was structured. It made it much easier for me to write that part of the adventure down, and I really enjoyed the way it set up the whole overarching story.
And to give a tableside view, so you basically have your combat knife, your bolter, your bolt pistol, depending on your thing.
Actually, it depends on your class.
Depends on your class. Like I was a tactical marine, so
Like
I had
started
a bolter.
I had a force weapon and a bolt pistol right out of the chute.
But I had a bolter, but you guys
had
don't have a bolter.
not a bolt pistol.
A bolter. I thought it was a pistol.
And then
That's the model.
I used the requisition points to buy the Inferno rounds for my bolter.
Yeah.
And
You got those for free because you're tactical.
But I bought extra clip.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Extra
Cool.
set of
Yep,
clips.
yep.
And I bought a comlink so I could use it to contact the ships.
Which actually ended up being
being a big
huge
help.
because
That's
you
right.
can't talk to the ship in orbit
Exactly.
without that.
We have short range comms in our helmets,
Yes.
right? We can't get to the orbit. Yep.
So that's the kind of stuff to give people an idea. The other things you could do were
Melt a bomb. People pick those up. You actually have to equip your medical kit.
Your
if you're the
apothecary has to
apothecary.
equip with this Narthecium and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah, so there's
How
all
about for
kinds
the
of cool
librarian?
stuff.
What did you have to buy?
Well, I came with the core. I mean, but I wanted to have a jetpack, so I got my jetpack.
There
as
you
part of
go.
my requisition. I had the force weapon and
Oh,
the
because
pistol.
you weren't an assault marine.
I bought a
That's
pistol.
right.
I wanted the pistol, and that's why the
okay.
bolter. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to go outside the box, you can do that.
Yeah.
But I had to get a special skill.
It gives you all
personal
kinds of
flight
yeah.
for that. So
Yeah.
I wasn't probably as powerful as a pure on foot librarian as I could have been, but I had this other ability to jump
Yeah.
around.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's so I really, really enjoyed the way that was all set up
Nice.
and the way it worked. Combat is the same as the first two games, but brutal. And then wounds is something I'd like to talk a little bit about because I think this is how it works in both Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader, but I never really I think in this book it's presented better.
I like the entrails.
Yes, you do. I actually wrote that down specifically. Basically, your wounds characteristic is a threshold. It's not a finite resource like hit points in D&D.
Right.
You're like, oh, I'm at 0 hit points, I die. No. Okay. Actually, what happens is when you reach 0, when your number of wounds reaches the number of wounds you started with, basically, you now start rolling. Every point of damage you take rolls over into a critical hit table, which actually describes further damage that you're taking. Which
is cool because Marines fight beyond what a normal mortal would pass out.
Exactly.
They're like still going, but then things start falling off.
Right. Yes. For instance, a 9+ on the impact damage over your wound stat gives you the following Result. The target's head bursts like an overripe fruit and sprays blood, bone, and brains in all direction. Anyone within 4 meters of the target must make an agility test or suffer -10 penalty to all weapon skill and ballistic skill on the next turn as Gore gets in their eyes and visors.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that did
beautiful
happen to one of our folks,
Beautiful.
unfortunately.
Now, Warhammer Fantasy Role Playing has the same type of
Yes, I think that's a standard to
mechanic,
this.
which was pretty cool. Which is like not D&D. So although people play D&D,
Yeah.
when you hit 0, you don't pass out.
Right.
You get to live a few blows on.
Which is this is exactly the same, although both because they're a Space Marine and because of their armor, they get to go fight beyond even the level of fatigue that would normally knock you off.
Yes,
And 9+ is pretty hard to get unless you're like a high Tyrant, which we saw a lot of that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so that's cool. Adversaries, excuse me. Every book that they churn out, you've got more and more bad guys. And the cool thing about these systems is that you can go back and forth with these monsters. So, for instance, there's a lictor in Creatures Anathema. And so I went back and got that. I souped him up a little bit to make him a little more worthy of a Space Marine. But so all these monsters are the same stat-wise throughout. So it's awesome.
For people not knowing lictors in the 40K universe, a lictor is a single beast that is very, very, very deadly, like aliens in the
His
movie.
camouflage,
Aliens,
more like Predator.
Predator.
But he's camouflage. But now here's the thing. The Creatures Anathema book we gooed over about a year ago has all the great extra monsters in there. That works in this game too.
Totally. Yes, yep.
Which is where so you could have orcs out of there coming in or Eldar or whatever.
Yep. Absolutely. Eldar, huge. Yep. In this particular book, you're gonna get Chaos Tau, which is actually awesome. You got your Tau battle leader in the crisis suit.
Awesome.
You've got your Tau warriors, your fire warriors. Yeah. You've got the scout suit warriors.
Right.
I mean, and drones.
So what's nice now is you could have a Tau now show up in your Rogue Trader campaign.
Does it?
Because you got the stats.
Is it just Chaos Space Marines?
That was Chaos Space Marines
as enemies. I mean.
Yes, in this particular book, I believe.
Because I'm wondering if it would retro back. If I could, I mean, I'm sure skill and rule wise it would, but I'm wondering, like, an Inquisitor team in Dark Heresy isn't going to be able to take on a Chaos Space Marine. But I wonder if they'd have different.
You can fight them. You can use them
if they had different Chaos people.
His stats will work.
Yeah, his stats will.
You just need a lot more. You need to give you. Well, you need to give
That'd
your.
be like them fighting a Hive Tyrant.
Well, you need to give your squad of support.
Okay,
like
in this book, you
get
get Demon Prince.
Yeah.
Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah.
Renegade Militia and Chaos Heretics.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's cool because you can
they have that in the other
you could have that
books,
as a villain, and your poor Deathwatch, your poor Inquisitor squad could know to be smart enough not to fight him if they're not that level yet.
Right. Yeah. That's right up your alley.
Yeah.
Putting a monster in there that's so tough, you've got to know not
run.
to fight it.
Right. I got some stuff to talk about that if we get the chance.
Okay.
Nice.
So, and then the last innovative mechanic is got to be the hordes.
Right.
Yeah,
the
this
hordes,
was cool.
I love this.
Yeah,
mechanic.
this is really nice.
Have you ever done your role playing game and all of a sudden you wanted a giant army to attack your characters, but you knew it was going to take all night? Well, why don't you open up the hordes rule and help yourself out? Basically, you're going to use the standard creature's statistic, the stats for the standard creature, and then you're going to decide on the magnitude of the horde. How big is the horde, which is an abstract.
Right.
So, for instance, when you guys were attacked by the Palace Guard, and it was,
It's like
40 guardsmen.
40 it was way more than 40 guardsmen, but it was 40 magnitude.
So,
and we used a model for each magnitude just to keep.
So imagine, you had 5 Space Marines walking in this room. The Imperial Guardsmen go nuts, and you get charged by basically a platoon of guardsmen.
40 models.
We resolved the combat in what, like 20 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
Not even.
And we were mowing them. It was awesome. The heavy bolt was mowing them down. And we're like, psychic powers are zapping into the middle of them. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. And the very streamlined, very cool. And the way it's written in the book is even cooler because I didn't have time at that point to go into it. But if you're doing damage to the magnitude of the horde, that may not even be killing guys. That could be guys running away.
Right.
And they're like, oh my God, they can't fight anymore. It's all.
And there's even special rules injected, like Dave's Storm Knight or Claymore. It's a big wide sword. It does bonus damage against hordes because he's basically cutting a swath through them with his big twin
It felt
weapon.
more cinematic than the minion rule in D&D with just the 1 hit point. Because somehow you was another 1 hit point. But this was more cinematic because it was abstract.
I just like how all the role playing games are doing this. I mean, D&D does it with minions, which I like, and also Warhammer Fantasy Battle has something like this too.
Yes,
with a giant group of guys, and I think it lends to the heroic feeling.
Yes,
if you can take on lots and lots of guys, the battle can resolve quickly, and you're basically cutting through the 1 hit each.
Right.
Because essentially in Horde mode it was the same thing. If you just do damage, it's the same mechanic as a 1 hit point, right? If you just do damage, 1 point off the horde comes off.
Right.
So it's the same fluff mechanic.
But it's cool
But
because
it's
all
just
of
neat.
your weapon stats and everything will upgrade that. For instance, a bolter, which is actually firing a small explosive missile, has the explosive trait. So it
affects
does
hordes
an
more,
additional point of damage against a horde. So you shoot your bolter, the bolt round goes through the guy in front, hits the guy behind him, and blows up.
Yeah.
And you're doing 2 points of magnitude damage.
But somehow the subtlety of the magnitude is good because when we were fighting the Hormigons, it took 2 hits or wounds to remove one Hormigon, which was
That's
cool.
because I was using 1 model equals 2 magnitude.
That's what I'm saying. That was really neat. So it's not just one for one.
Abstracted. It's really nice. It's a very nice mechanic. Very
cool.
simple.
Yep.
Very elegant. I like it a lot.
So if you're attacking a horde, just like we said, you do any damage, you take 1 magnitude away.
Right.
Which is why a las cannon and a bolt, you'd actually rather have a bolter than a las
Right.
cannon if you get charged by a giant crowd.
And again, the heavy bolt does something like 10 attacks in some cases,
it's
or some
crazy,
dice number.
crazy,
so the heavy bolt is mowing them down, where a las cannon would have been useless in that situation.
And this may seem subtle or in verbal, but you got to remember, Craig's not saying, okay, roll your D8. Okay, check an armor class. Okay, you killed him. Oh, no, it wasn't that. You hit, done. You just did your hits, resolved it because you did damage.
Shows how much of the extra stuff you're getting.
It's nice. It's a really nice mechanic.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Then you get extra damage per weapon abilities, like we said, and special abilities and traits. Like Dave had that ability to go sweeping with his claymore,
right?
Do D10. I think it was D10 magnitude.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. Just
crazy.
Through him was great.
And then breaking a horde, they have to take a willpower test for losing certain percentages of magnitude each round. Which is great unless they're, guarding a gene stealer or they're fearless because the Hive Tyrant is right there.
And this totally felt like 40K in this scenario because you know that if 40 Marines get 5 Marines get close to 40 Guardsmen armed only with las guns, the 40 Guardsmen are going to die. Especially if one of those Marines is a librarian, one's a Blood Angel, one's got a heavy bolter, and that's pretty much what happened. We went right through them. I think I took 1 nick to my armor. I think Dave did too. I think 2 points of damage got out of there.
And so that's attacking the horde, and the horde attacking is very simple. Also. You don't have to go, okay, now 18 attacks on you, most of which can't hurt you. It's actually every viable target gets attacked once
by the horde,
and adjusting for multiple attacks. So if everybody in the horde has the same stats. So if everybody in the horde has 2 attacks, then every viable target gets attacked twice. You can't dodge or parry because they're coming in from all different directions.
Which is actually kind of huge,
right?
Yeah. And then the damage gets modified based on the magnitude of the group. So you get plus D10 damage per 10 magnitude up to a 2D10, and that's it. So you're not gonna like be killed by termagants in 1 round of combat. And so that's it. That's the horde, the defending and attacking. Very simple. Like you guys said, it goes very, very quickly, but at the same time, there's blood, guts, and gore going everywhere.
Yep.
Loved it. And that's basically. Now, did you have any questions, Rafe? You said, or
nope.
That's basically the game.
You actually answered it. I wondered if it was a 5 magnitude horde, if they got 5d10, but you answered it.
Right.
So, and I like that it's capped.
Yeah.
Because the horde's really a horde is, unless it's a massive horde, but even then, it's not going to slow a space.
We'll just make 2 hordes. I think you had 2 hordes, right?
There were 2 hordes at the end.
In the big final battle, we had a horde of termagants and a horde of hormigons.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was fine the way that was, and you felt like there were 2 big masses to deal with, and we sort of focused on one, and the other ones kept coming. It's really, I loved it, and it definitely gave you that large scale feeling because the Space Marine's going to need to fight lots of guys.
Yeah,
and if you're only fighting like orc war bosses and hive tyrants, it's going to be like, oh, really
it's
solo
not
again.
realistic.
Yeah, and it's not how Marines roll. So it's really cool that you can walk through a crowd of guys and walk out of 40 guards with only 1 point damage to your armor. Like, bring it.
Absolutely. So what do you? Well, anyway, okay. First, for final thoughts.
Oh yes,
Rafe.
Uh-oh.
In the character of one of the Emperor's finest, explain the D6G rating system.
I will be an ultramarine. You sorry suckers, that's you Space Wolves, Dark Angels, and Blood Angels.
They are not like that. And just calm down right now, sir.
I would like you to know that your bolter is your finest weapon. And if you shoot a bolter and you get a 2+, well then, lad, you've got a fine, fine shot. But if you shoot your bolter and you roll a 6+, well then you suck like the dogs that you are.
Alrighty.
That's it. That's the system.
Wow. Like it or lump it.
Right, so low rating is good. It's the number you need to roll on a D6.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That we think an average gamer will enjoy the game.
Which is actually based on 40K.
There you go.
No, not really. It's just based on general probability.
Yeah.
That's how I think of it.
Okay, so shall I go first?
No, I have a bone to pick with Russ's rating system.
Okay.
All right.
We don't have a lot of time.
How come when you say you rate it, you say now if you're I'm going to add a +1, but that lowers the D score. That just totally blows my mind.
No, it adds 1 to the result. So let's say
adds 1 to the result.
Yeah, let's say you need think of you wanted 40K. Think of 40K.
Yeah.
If I need a 4+ to hit you,
yes,
and I have a mastercrafted weapon that I have a +1 to the result.
Oh, it's a +1 to the result.
Would that not make it better?
Yeah.
Okay.
That answered it
You
for me.
okay?
See, I'm all set.
There you go. Oh, good. So shall I go first, or
yes? Please tell us what you think of this role-playing system.
This is a very deep, crunchy system. I think
both crunchy and deep.
Both crunchy and
crunchy and fluffy. Okay.
I think there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to know. As the GM, there's a lot to look up.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's definitely a game that's going to benefit those who dedicate and focus on this game in particular. It's not a game that's easy to, let's say, throw together in the course of 1 week, a one-night mission that's going to try to highlight the main points of the game. Basically what I do when I'm coming up, when I'm going to GM a game, I create a bestiary for myself, which is all the bad guys that you might possibly meet with their stats and their abilities on 1 sheet or 2 or 3, however many I need, so that I've got it just right there on hand. I don't have to go flipping through books or anything. And I don't just use, it has this skill. I actually write down what that skill does.
Right.
That took me 4 hours
for one evening's play.
For just like 5 creature types.
Wow!
Because it's like it has this ability and it has this ability and that has this ability and it has this ability and this skill and this talent. And as I'm flipping through, it's like, well, this ability allows it to attack twice instead of once, but they're at -10. Mm-hmm. This ability allows it to attack 3 times, and it has this ability. It's -1. I mean, and it really to the point where I actually served myself. I eventually had to email Ross and say, Ross, what would a Hive Tyrant actually look like attack-wise? Oh, well, Craig, it depends, but it's going to be either 5 attacks or 4 attacks. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Because I believe I was using 3 attacks.
You were, yep.
Well, the thing I think old school RPGs guys are really like that, because that's I think if you're a more new school RPG, you might find it overwhelming.
It's very tight, and but the depth it's there for you to delve into. That's for sure.
I was thinking that'd make a cool army builder product to be able to cut and paste the stats and build a monster.
Well, I think they have that in Hero Lab, because you can make a monster a hero. But
see, there you go.
But unfortunately, the licensing issues in the way.
No, yeah.
There you go. I think this game captures the theme, the background, the fluff of Space Marines and being a Space Marine immensely. I thought it was awesome. I thought building the characters, when I helped several of you build your characters, was awesome.
It was fun.
Very evocative.
Got me very excited.
Got very excited with the different skills and the power armor history and and everything. I really liked it. I think I was in the same camp as Rafe, where I was like, role play a Space Marine. I'm not sure that would be overly exciting. Wow, was I wrong?
I was going to say, how could not be cool?
I don't know. You were into it, I thought. I mean like 6 months ago.
No.
You still wondered, okay.
No, I wondered, yeah. No, but when the book came out and I looked at the book, I was like, wow, the book looks awesome. Mm-hmm. But I was still like, I'm kind of like that. I like playing the flawed characters. I like playing the guy who's got the fatal flaw, the thing that's causing him to do bad things or whatever.
Hey, if you want flawed Space Marines, watch that Ultramarine movie.
Oh, Ross.
What? No, I'm just saying, drama. It's got lots of character acting.
No
I didn't see it.
Hate.
Big build,
No, wait. I'll give you the copy, the screener that we'll never get again once Russ is done.
No, I'm just saying,
Anyway.
there's stuff there to be enjoyed.
Okay.
Well, if you remember, Russ liked Avatar, so.
No, I did not.
Wow,
did not like Avatar.
That was a low blow.
That was a lie. That's what that was.
That was a lie. Anyway, so I am going to give this game a 3+. 3+.
3+. Huh.
He's thinking.
No rerolls?
He's thinking here.
Is it a reroll?
3+.
Oh,
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good score.
3+. There's so many skills, talents, and traits.
You handled it very well, though.
I'm going to give it 3+ with a reroll.
Wow, reroll.
I want to do it again.
Wow. Wait.
Yeah, I do want to play again.
Okay.
Wow.
You're a GM. I know what time. It'll be quick. You're a GM.
Yes.
Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, or Deathwatch?
Depends on the group, but I'm thinking I'm going
Same
with
group.
Deathwatch.
Okay. You're a player. Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, or Deathwatch?
Depends on the GM, but I think I'm going Deathwatch. It's just so cool that you
but here's the thing.
The stuff you
I think
can
all
do.
3 now make an incredible set.
Yeah, I've got some
more
thoughts
on that. You want to go next? Or
Yeah, I want to go next.
Oh, I'll go last. I never go last. This is kind of fun.
Wow.
I had the least interest, like back when we had the Ross interview. I like Batman over Superman. I don't like, Superman. What fun is that? You just have to have you have to have kryptonite, and you have to have super powerful creatures. But I have to admit that it was a load of fun to embrace the ability to land in the center square and be like, who cares? And we're going to, the first mission was we had to find the tainted governor, and we were like, okay, we're going to land in the center. We're going to kick in the door.
Like, it's going to be a trap. Like, we're Space Marines. What's your point?
and this is where I thought Andy was just being being obstinate, but I guess he was role playing because Andy doesn't use voices, so Andy's voice.
Yeah,
but he was like, no, I think we should land outskirts. We're like, this isn't Dark Heresy. We don't have to hide.
Which I was disappointed because I'd actually built in when Rafe did his Dark Heresy game, and we were forced to we did this investigation and ended up in this barn where apparently a bloodthirster was being summoned, and we lost two of our guys, and the rest of us had to run. And for eternity, we're now going, what were we supposed to do in that barn?
You were supposed to run.
So I had it actually built into this as if they were landing in the countryside and walking towards the capital, that they were going to see this burnt out barn in the background. But anyway.
So it was really fun to embrace power armor,
wasn't it?
It was, and you ran a great session. It was smooth. You handled the rules well. So that
was awesome.
That must have been internally maybe where you felt it was too big and crunchy, because externally it didn't seem that.
Well, just saying prep time alone.
Yeah,
to get it that smooth.
Well, but Craig likes to prep though, so
I do.
That's true.
I took that 4 hours for a normal human to be not a space marine like Craig is to about 2. Probably.
Yeah, and you could wing it, of course, too, more.
It was fun. It was cinematic, and the monsters. I figured, the monsters will be more powerful and it'll be humdrum, but it wasn't. The monsters were big, and we fought a hive tyrant, and it was very good pacing. And I'm going to rate the game 3+ with a reroll.
Nice.
Wow, 3+ with a reroll. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I liked it a lot. It was what I thought Dark Heresy was going to be when I first played Dark Heresy.
Oh yes.
I did not. I don't like playing the the little window washer guy or the little new Imperial Guardsman recruit. And I like the idea. I just totally embrace the idea of like, dude, I'm a Space Marine. You're just gonna have to suck it. I'm going in, and I was awesome. And I think it was great because like 2 minutes in, I think everybody's playing sort of traditional, like there was this joke that Will Meaton made at PAX, which is basically like if you're walking down a corridor and it takes you less than an hour to traverse a 10-foot corridor, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're not a role player.
Right, you're not a role player.
I didn't hear that.
I wanted this not to be that because we're freaking Space Marines, right?
I check for traps.
So I was, and it didn't take as long to embrace that madness.
Are there any secret doors?
Yeah. So
you did have that moment in the palace. We're going to open the door. We're not going to open the door.
Well, yeah, we had a couple of those, but it wasn't too bad. But I loved it. Now getting down to the mechanics of the game. Is it a good RPG? I do like the old school RPGs. I think I said before I used to play Traveler, and a lot of the really heavy, just really mechanic heavy. And this game is not that heavy, right?
Right.
But there are some things. There's a lot of depth. I think because it's D100, I think you can go with percentiles and you can just sort of back off what is the correct, appropriate way to handle the situation. Just say, you know what, you're a Space Marine. Okay, he's a strong dude. Plus 10 to the result or whatever.
Yeah.
But I still think if you want to get it right and you really want to get deep, there's a lot to learn and grasp, which is a good thing for $60. There's a lot there. Love the Horde. There's a lot of innovative mechanics here. Rossi did a great job. Horde mechanics are great. I like how they work. They feel different.
Yeah, Ross did a good job.
They give you that there. I love how the choosing the Marine works. I love the squad. I really want to play again and figure out the squad mode versus the solo mode. I love the concept. I love the idea of cohesion and how you can break squads up. I would love to fight an opponent who had that too going on, and you're trying to like break up their organization. That whole concept and mechanics for that are really, really cool. But I can't really. It would take more than one session to figure that out. Yes. But I don't know if I can go quite as high a rating as Craig, only because I don't know that this is going to be for everyone. I think that the problem I have with it is if you don't like Space Marines. I don't know if you can do it, and B, it's a little crunchy. It's a little crunchy. So I'm going to go.
I haven't seen you this excited over a role playing game. Role playing's been on the passe for you because you don't have a lot of time anymore.
I don't rate for. You're right. If I was rating this,
I know.
If you're like Russ, it's 2+ with a reroll. Right. But that's not how I rate games. I rate them for the general public.
No, that's true. I hear you.
No, if you're like Russ and you've loved 40K since you were like since
knee high to a grasshopper,
and you've gotten disenfranchised with maybe the overall game, but you love the fluff and the mechanics.
Knee high to a nerdling.
Space Marines are the coolest thing ever on the planet, right? Then if Space Marines are the coolest thing ever on the planet, you got to own this book just for the fluff. I mean, literally just for fluff.
And yet you don't own it.
No, I'm going to own it.
We got to correct that.
I'm going
right
to own
now.
this. I'm going to own this. Because I don't own Dark Heresy or Rogue Trader. But I will own this.
You're going to own that. Yeah.
Of the 3 games, this is the one I would buy. If I only going to buy one, this would be the one.
Yeah.
So I would say this. If you, I'm going to give it a 4+
Uh-huh.
for the average RPGer to like this game.
Okay. Now come the modifiers.
But here come the modifiers. 2+.
Ooh.
If you
So
are a fan
2.
of Space Marines.
So +2.
Yeah, +2, right?
Plus
Sorry,
two.
+2, sorry, yes. +2, so it makes it a 2+.
Yeah.
So +2 if you're a fan of Space Marines, -1 if you don't like the 40K.
Okay, well, I'm still confused because a 2. So if I roll a 2,
And
now
then
I got a
becomes
4+.
4,
If
which
you
is
roll
success.
a 2 and you are a fan of Space Marines,
Yeah.
you add 2 to that roll.
You get a
2
4.
becomes a 4, and a 4+ is what you need to like the game, so you like it.
I don't get it.
So the base is the 4+.
I just
to
don't
succeed.
get it.
Now, if you are not a fan of 40K, it's a -1. This game will not. I don't think this game will bring you into the 40K universe.
No.
So it's a -1 to that. So it's only a 5+ for people who don't like 40K. Average gamer 4+,
Okay.
5+ for 40K for non 40K fans, 2+ for Space Marines.
See, that I get when you explain that.
2+ for Space
All
Marines.
right. So is that everything?
That's it.
Is that
That's it.
Deathwatch?
That's Deathwatch.
Deathwatch.
The Battle Brothers.
This Jever notice comes from Elan in Toronto, wishing the D6G gang a Happy New Year, and likewise to the guys at Meeple Mart in Toronto, as Genghis Khan is alleged to have said, "Conquering the world on horseback is easy. It is dismounting and governing that is hard." Too true, Genghis, or is it Gingis? Too true. Did you ever notice how often a simple, seemingly immutable thing like space can become soft and fluid in the hands of some gamers? I mean, are people not taught how to use measuring things these days? I found several threads around the forums this week complaining about the subject, and although it's been a while since I've suffered under this particular yoke, I thought it would make a pretty darned good Jever notice, so here goes. Of course, locally the problem was always worse with Tyranid players, because we always played 40K around here, and that was the one army consistently that needed to get into hand-to-hand combat in the old days. We're talking 3rd edition here, folks. You saw every trick in the book trotted out, as well as every conceivable creative way to manipulate a measuring tape in the furtherance of extending the almighty inch. And the thing was, you could never really tell if the guy was cheating you raw or just ignorant about how to use basic measuring tools. And although I haven't suffered through this in a while, clearly the issue is still out there, and they extend across all different kinds of games. If there's some form of non-grid-based measurable movement, you're going to eventually run into this. These folks come in many different types. There's the tape stretchers who move the tape with them as they move their models, giving the illusion of staying within the bounds of their model stat. This is the most devious because it's both the hardest to catch, I think, and the one that seems the most innocent when you catch it. Oh, sorry, was I doing that? I'll watch it later. Meanwhile, his assault troops are 3/4 of the way across the board in turn 1. The next kind is that back-to-front or front-to-back measurer. This guy measures the start of his movement from the front of his model, and then measures the end point of the model's movement from the back of the model, thereby gaining the length of the model in extra movement. Sometimes this might not seem a lot, like in the slightly more than an inch you'd get from most 28mm bases, but even that'll add up over the course of a game. But how about when it's a vehicle, or a monster, or a spaceship, or some other larger or longer model? This can get totally out of hand very quickly, and to be honest, my instinct is to call anyone who does this a dirty cheater. Although many times, and even very recently, I've seen folks do it this way, and I've truly believed that they didn't realize they were doing something wrong. It seems like common sense to me. You have to measure as you move the model from the same point on the model. So if the model can move 6 inches, then the front of the model should be moving 6 inches, not the back of the model moving up to the point where the front of the model would be 6 inches after it moved. But, you know, who knows? Maybe this concept is a bit more advanced than I give it credit for. Either way, if you move your models like this, you might want to check that out. This particular mistake is so common, in fact, that most contemporary rulebooks have started to include diagrams showing this very method of how not to move. And then, of course, there's the guy who just plain gets it wrong. He's either cheating through his teeth or he really just doesn't get which one of those fancy numbers is the move statistic. This is where you get a model with a 6-inch move going 11, for example. I'm not even sure what you do with this guy. Does he have shifty eyes? Is there something squirrely about him? Not to be confused with random. And that's the issue, isn't it? How do you deal with these various people when they show up? Do you gently show them how to use a tape measure? They're probably going to get ticked off at you. Do you remind them that the model they're moving can only move 6 inches, not 24? What if they take offense and they ding your sportsmanship score? Seems to me there's really 2 ways to deal with a space stretcher. You either ignore them or you correct them. And when we're talking about ignoring them, that could mean you just don't play anymore, either after that game or you stop that game and you move your merry way never to play them again, or you just grin and bear it. Of course, if it's a tournament, you're liable not to be able to just not play him if that's the way the cards fall, and if you ignore him, then you're playing a competitive game with a real deficit. But hey, if you're a local legend, maybe you can crush him even with the handicap. The other tact, correcting him, can go any of several ways or maybe even a combination. You can be very polite about it. This is Russ's tactic often enough. Wow, that guy moves 12 inches? That's great for him. The theory, I think, is that the opponent now has to either acknowledge they were doing it wrong and correct the behavior going forward, like, oh, sorry, made a mistake, or they have to actively support the lie, and then you've got them solid on cheating. Or they think they're right, but they doubt it, so they look it up, and then turn all sheepish. It seems to work very well for Russ, by the way. But you can also do the polite, direct approach. I'm pretty sure those guys have a 6-inch move. Works well for me sometimes, but it has backfired on occasion. When the guy blatantly tells you, no, they have 8, you just know that he's wrong, or is he? And you finally go through the frustration of getting the rule book out, etc., and you were right. Was he cheating and assuming you wouldn't look it up, or was he just wrong? But one thing is for sure. If you don't want to deal with it again and again, you have to address it somehow. If you let it go, then that's the baseline for that guy's next game with you, whether they're honest mistakes or not. He might or might not try to get away with even more in the next game, but he's definitely going to do at least what he was doing in the last game, unless someone calls him on it. It's up to us to police our own local hobby scene, and when you see someone making mistakes this basic or this egregious, you've got to make the call. This kind of behavior can only get worse if left unchecked. In the final analysis, I'd have to say Russ's response, with the polite but mystified, wow, he can do that? As an opener, I'd try to work on the tone of voice a little. Russ can come across as being maybe a little sardonic sometimes, to those of us who know him, as can we all. This has the best chance of an amicable ending, I believe. And while I have you here, I've been thinking since we recorded Achievements, you listened to it about 5 hours ago. Why is it that all video game novels have to be prequels or interludes or exposition of the grand stories told in the games? Why can't some company requisition some cojones and write novelizations of their actual game's storyline? You can put spoiler alert on it, or, you put it out way after the game comes out or whatever, or at least one possible storyline in the example of these truly massive RPGs. I can't be the only non-video game player out there wanting to experience the Dragon Age story, or the Mass Effect stories, or the Halo stories. Instead, we end up getting the setup, or the further resolution, or the further adventures of, and sometimes they're damn fine books like the Mass Effect ones, but often they're sad little place savers that have little to offer an avid reader who has not played the games. So someone get on that, will you? Oh, and Happy New Year, everybody. That's all I've got for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fun, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Mickey.
Hey, hey.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fun, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Mickey.
Hey, hey.